Welcome to the Manhwa world. Eliano was the noble daughter of a duke in the Vayanteka Empire, her family a founding contributor with a long history within the empire. She became the most revered flower in social circles, but alas, her life was his to control. It was only natural that her father would choose her husband. Lia, what is this disgrace? Dmitri Rossana, the duke of the Rossana household, demanded. I heard from your nanny that you're upset because you're worried your husband might marry other women as well. He looked down at her with disdain. The emperor of Jakador, he has an empress, 5 wives, and even a concubine. And the first prince also has 2 wives. You fool! The 7th prince is merely imperial in name. How could he possibly secure several wives? Eliano, huddled on the floor, trembled. Your soon-to-be husband might have the looks, but he's just a rake, miles away from the throne. Then, what if the next emperor kills him? Jakador's imperial family members have short lives. If a prince doesn't become the emperor, he's destined to die early. My goodness, don't say such a horrible thing, her father scoffed. He could survive if he supports the next emperor, but that's not as good as being the emperor himself. That's why the nobles of Jakador gamble with their lives when they marry into the imperial family. My poor lady, a servant whispered in the background. Father, I'm scared, Eliano sobbed. Please don't send me to Jakador. Lia, no one would harm an imperial couple, especially when they symbolize friendship and peace, Dmitri insisted coldly. Moreover, the marriage contract says he cannot take another wife. But father, stop making that face. You've lived a life of comfort and freedom because you're part of the Rossana family. Now, it's time for you to repay me. Yes, father, she resigned. On the day of the union, the crowd whispered, What an elegant and graceful woman! The prince is very lucky. Marcel Jakador, the empire's 7th prince, took her hand. Your tears are like precious jewels, he whispered, gazing at her intensely. I've fallen in love with you at first sight. Although she came to a foreign land for a marriage she didn't want, Eliano's heart began to lean towards her husband, who loved her passionately. So, she fell in love and had a dreamy honeymoon in Ringsgen. But even then, Eliano was like a naive child. Her growth began when her powerless husband started to get involved in the succession. The empress, who had lost her child, decided to adopt the 7th prince, the son of the 5th wife, as her own. Things changed quickly, and the tide began to turn for the 7th prince. I will support you, your highness, a noble pledged. I will assist you on your path to the throne and in your future reign. I am someone who follows the trend. And if not you, your highness, who else could rightfully ascend the throne with such luck? You secured victory in a place where the first prince and his brothers sent you to die. You also earned the support of the saintess and saved the people from disease. On top of that, you've been blessed by the Pope of the Nymphs himself. Please, it was a miraculous stroke of luck. I'm not as great as you make me out to be, Marcel replied with feigned humility. Despite his words expressing anxiety over his sudden luck, his eyes gleamed with ambition. Later, Marcel confessed to Eliano. I used to be a neglected nobody, but now I've become a real imperial prince. So there's no reason I shouldn't dream of becoming the emperor. Lia, I want to be the emperor. I will bring you all the riches and glory this world has to offer. Your love is enough for me, your highness, she replied softly. Eliano came to prioritize her husband's ambition more than her safety. She wanted him to have everything he wanted, even if it meant her own luck was stripped away. The Rossana household fiercely supported the 7th prince financially, and Eliano also sacrificed a lot to remain by his side. Once Marcel became emperor with her support, he was to make her the empress as compensation for her efforts. However, she was held back by the fact that she was from the enemy country, Vayanteka. While the powerless 7th prince became the crown prince, and was on his way to becoming emperor, the alliance between Vayanteka and Jakador went sour. Conflict and war were abound, and it put Eliano in a difficult position. Your highness, you must make Duchess Spain the empress, the court urged. What are you talking about? His highness has a wife, others argued. But we cannot allow the imperial blood of Jakador to mix with Vayanteka's. Eliano never wanted to be the empress, but at some point in time, she came to desire it. It wasn't for ambition, but for love. Lia, I will soon be the emperor, Marcel told her one evening. My love, do you want to be the empress? What sort of question is that? I'm his wife, shouldn't it obviously be mine? Yes, I want to, she said. How come? Because I love you, your highness. So how could you ask me to be a mistress and not your partner? Lia, you will not be a mistress, you will be an imperial wife, Marcel explained smoothly. An imperial wife is acknowledged by the temple and has all the rights. That still won't make me your partner, Eliano interrupted, tears filling her eyes. If you are going to make me an imperial wife and not an empress, I'd rather you just send me back to Vianteca. Lia, your highness, do you not love me anymore? She asked as her tears dripped onto her dress. No, my love, he assured her. I love you. Only you. Eliano became the Empress of Jakador, just like she wanted, but those who wear the crown must bear its weight. And as the Empress of Jakador, Eliano finally stepped into true adulthood. Lia, since I'm the emperor, I'll need imperial wives who can support me, Marcel announced shortly after. So, I'm going to take Duchess Bane as my first imperial wife. The promise of fidelity was meaningless once he became emperor. I understand. I won't object to it, Eliano said. So she had to accept it. But it required her to resign herself to her fate. I am Elizabeth of the House of Bane. The new woman introduced herself. I am honored to be invited, Your Majesty. It's nice to meet you, Lady Bane. I hope you'll be an exemplar in the palace, Eliano replied with forced grace. At first, Marcel was cautious around Eliano, but he soon became very bold about bringing women into the palace. Since the Empress cannot have children, Your Majesty should have more wives to secure an heir, the advisors whispered. My daughter will support you both well when she enters the palace. As the emperor brought more women, conflict brewed among the concubines. And Eliano had to break the love she held so dearly in her heart in order to survive. At times, her husband broke it himself. A loud bang echoed through the chamber. Lia! Marcel roared. So what if the third imperial wife missed the prayer meeting? She's sick. How could you punish her so severely? Is writing the holy scriptures a harsh punishment, Your Majesty? Eliano countered calmly. And it wasn't just a prayer meeting, the Pope from them sled. My third wife is weak. He cut her off. Have you forgotten how she was almost killed by poison recently? I am very disappointed in you. Eliano clenched her dress. I was poisoned several times as well. Managing the imperial women is the duty of the Empress. He snapped. This is not something Your Majesty should interfere with. Eliano thought he still loved her, just as she still loved him. She wanted to believe that. But love had gone cold, and it would not reignite. Not for Marcel, at least. My poor Empress, that is how a man's love is. Her loyal maid consoled her. They say they'll love you for eternity, but it's never truly forever. Then what should I do? Eliano asked desperately. Have His Majesty come to your palace. He no longer visits me. Then Your Majesty should get into his bed. No man kicks a woman out of bed, the maid advised. She's right. You should seduce His Majesty and take his seed. You need to have a son. I am an empress. I'm not some cheap mistress. Eliano protested. Your Majesty, having a son is for your own future. Noble women also have children and depend on them for the rest of their lives. You should do the same, Your Majesty. The imperial household is no different, after all. So what if it's all on a whim? Take the opportunity. You just need the seed. Conceive an heir, Your Highness. You must protect yourself. Eliano crushed her own ego to face her harsh reality. And when she showed interest, the emperor eagerly began to visit her. But whenever Eliano argued or frustrated him, he'd get violent. I am an empress. You can't treat me like a mistress, she screamed as he pressed her against the desk. Then scream. Marcel sneered cold-bloodedly. I'll stop if the servants come. But after that, I won't be seeking you out anymore. You need my seed, right? I don't want to do it here. Let's go to the bedroom, Your Majesty. Please protect my last shred of honor. I don't want to. If you don't open your eyes, I'll stop," he threatened, looming over her. "Don't you think you'll need to satisfy me first if you want to get what you desire? Then I can't do it after all." Eliano pushed him back. "I don't need your seed. I'd rather be called sterile, stripped of my title and die." A sharp slap cracked through the air. "You don't love me anymore. I know you only want my seed. So I'm giving it to you, aren't I?" Marcel shouted, his face twisted in anger. "I may not love you anymore, but you're still supposed to love me, Lia. Especially since I fought for you to be the Empress when everyone was against you." He looked down at her weeping face. "Your tears still look like jewels." She felt the last bit of love she had for him disappear. But Eliano had to endure it and give him what he wanted. In order to survive, in order to have a child. Sometime later, a servant announced, "Flint Howard of Vianteca greets Her Majesty, the Empress of Jakador." The Northern Grand Duke of the Vianteca Empire, Flint Howard, bowed. "Please forgive my rude intrusion for what I offer, Grand Duke Howard," Eliano said, her voice weary. "You think this is acceptable? Is the Rosanna family angry that I've shunned Vianteca? Or did Vianteca want to rid itself of its traitor? Vianteca never wanted anything from your majesty in the first place." "Not want anything? Do you take me for a fool?" Eliano laughed bitterly. "I turned my back on the empire and I'm sterile. Their meddling dreams are ruined. It's as simple as that. Vianteca does not have the luxury to care about your family, your majesty," Flint Howard stated firmly. "I have come to take you back to Vianteca." "What? Don't you want to live the rest of your life in peace?" he asked. "Come with me, and you can enjoy a life of comfort in your homeland." Her heart pounded in her chest. This is the will of Damien Rosanna. He was known as a close friend and protector of the Crown Prince, a great warrior praised by everyone in Vianteca. His name was Flint Howard. However, behind his shining reputation lay a past stained with suffering. His grandfather, Crown Prince Alphonse, had died just before his rise to the throne, so the crown was inherited by the second son, Leopold. As the price for their defeat in the war with Jakador, Emperor Leopold had sent Maximilian Howard, the son of his late brother, as a hostage. There, in that foreign land, Flint was born after Maximilian Howard's death, and soon after, he also lost his mother. Neglected in Ringsgen, he endured a restless and unstable youth. People whispered that Grand Duke Howard was an unlucky man. He would have been crown prince if his grandfather Alphonse hadn't died so suddenly. After all, in Vianteca, the second son or daughter would never normally inherit the throne. In Jakador, they mocked the old emperor of Vianteca by calling him the unlucky crown prince, wondering why Alphonse had died so suddenly. Now, that same man stood before Eliano. "I have come to take you back to Vianteca," Flint stated calmly. Eliano froze. "What? Don't you want to live the rest of your life in peace?" he asked. "Come with me, and you can enjoy a life of comfort in your homeland." Eliano's heart pounded. She knew instantly that this was the will of Damien Rosanna. Rage surged through her, and she grabbed the nearest glass, hurling its contents at him. "How dare you!" she shouted, trembling. "How dare you mock me? Are you planning to take me back and use that as a reason to invade Jakador? What did that deceitful man promise you? Did he promise you a path to the throne?" Flint did not flinch as the liquid dripped from his armor. "Man promise you? I'd rather throw myself at the Emperor's mercy than to trust Damien Rosanna," she screamed. Flint looked at her with a heavy gaze. "I pity you, Empress of Jakador. Marcel Jakador is not someone you should trust. Marcel Jakador is the Emperor and my husband," she snapped. "Watch your words. I promise you that you will be safe," Flint said, his voice dropping to a solemn vow. "I don't trust promises. Please think it over with a clear mind," he urged. "If you come with us, I will guarantee your safety. Not in Damien's name, but in mine." He turned to leave, pausing at the door. "I shall be waiting for your answer at the Empress's palace greenhouse at this time, 3 days from now." "Don't bother," Eliano spat. Now leave. Remember, Flint said, his hand on the door, I have promised you peace. He stepped out, the door clicking shut behind him. Immediately, the head maid collapsed to the floor. Your Majesty. Please choose what's best for your Majesty, the maid begged, terrified. If you choose to leave, I'll dedicate my life to your safe return home. For I shall follow you until death. Eliano looked down at her. The head maid was a loyal woman. She would throw away her life for her mistress, so it was clear why she had yielded to Flint Howard's threat. But Eliano clenched her fists. She couldn't let Damien Rosanna dictate her life. Damien Rosanna, Duke Rosanna, was Empress Eliano's twin. She remembered his words clearly. Sister, support your husband and become Jakador's empress. Father and I will help you. It's the only way for you and your husband to survive. True to his word, the Rosanna household had provided unwavering support for her and her husband. But when Marcel became the emperor, their attitude changed. Do you know how much you borrowed from your family for your husband to become an emperor? Damien had sneered. The family is struggling right now. It's time for you to help us out. How big is Margrave Jonas's private army? And is it true that the Pope visited Jakador? Her family demanded that she dedicate herself to them for the financial support they provided. And Eliano couldn't refuse them, as they were the only ones she could rely on. So she stole classified information from the Emperor's office, copied military details, and gave them to spies. But the Rosanna household turned their back on her when she needed them the most. She remembered writing to Damien, her tears staining the paper. Damien, I don't think Marcel loves me anymore. He took in another mistress without even thinking of me. I'm tired of being scared that my food might be poisoned. I was poisoned yet again, it hurts so much. And that's not all. They say a sterile woman like me can't keep being the empress. Please, help me divorce Marcel and go back home. I beg you. I'll be stripped of my title. I'm so scared. And what did Damien say to her desperate pleas? Have you completely lost it? A divorce? He had scoffed. Why should the Rosanna family take such a risk for you? Besides, do you really think it's sensible to want a divorce after spending the family's fortune? I don't care if you're stripped of your title. Divorce is not an option, so endure it. Don't be weak. In truth, her family had never cared about her well-being. And thus, Eliano could not trust the family that betrayed her, nor their promises. However, Flint Howard. His eyes were annoyingly sincere. People with eyes like that kept their promises no matter what. Can I really have a peaceful life? She wondered. Your Majesty, it is Vivian, a voice whispered. I have summoned her in secret, as you ordered. 3 days later, in the darkness of the garden, in the greenhouse, Flint Howard waited. His subordinate grew anxious. Your Highness, we need to leave. They'll be patrolling soon. Flint stared at the empty path. I don't think the Empress is coming. She won't be coming, a voice confirmed. A figure emerged from the shadows. The patrol. Times have changed since yesterday. I've cleared a path the servants use. You should take it. It was Vivian, acting as Eliano's messenger. She handed him a small box. The moon asks that you cross the border as soon as possible, using a different identity card for each location, and pass through Ringsgen. Flint's subordinate was skeptical. How can we trust her on this? It could be a trap. Lastly, Vivian continued, ignoring the protest. She asked to deliver the news that Vianteka's small sun has lost its light. Flint's eyes widened slightly. He understood the gravity of the message. Thank you for your sincerity, Flint said to the messenger. Go back and become the Emperor. Don't let dishonor stop you from seizing the luck in front of you. That's the last message the moon has for you. The next day, Eliano remained in Jakador, and for a brief moment, fortune seemed to smile on her. I extend my deepest congratulations. Your Majesty, the physician said. You are with child. Eliano covered her mouth, overwhelmed. Finally, I'll be able to breathe. There will be no more talk of stripping my title because I'm infertile. But her happiness did not last. The child died before getting a chance to see the world. After her miscarriage, Eliano cried for days in her palace. Marcel visited her, his face cold and unfeeling. I still enjoy spending the night with you, Lia, but what's the point if you can't keep the child? Did I ask too much of you? I said a daughter is fine. All I asked for was for you to have a child. Talks of stripping her of her title would come up every now and then, making her feel pathetic and miserable. It felt like things couldn't get any worse, but they just kept escalating until it blew up in her face. An illegitimate child? The court whispered in horror. How could Jakador's empress humiliate her own empire? We've served her as an empress because of her imperial bloodline, despite her lack of qualifications, and her origins from an enemy empire. The nobles shouted. But to think she's a lowly illegitimate child. The empress's seat cannot go to someone like that. Your Majesty. It's time to strip her of her title. Since Jakador looked down on illegitimate children, there was no way a woman with such a background could hold the empress's seat. Vivian tried to reason with her. This is not Vianteka, Your Majesty. If you give up your title honorably, no one will rebuke you. This title is all I have left, Eliano wept. How could you ask me to give it up? Your Majesty. Your life is more important than your honor. You need to find a way to survive. If I was from Jakador, I would do as you say, Eliano said, her voice hollow. But as someone from Vianteka who live and die by honor, I cannot. Do not come to the Empress's palace anymore. It won't do you any good. It was almost time to end everything. That's what her survival instincts told her. Then, the final blow came. Your Majesty. Vivian sobbed. The Rosanna household of Vianteka. They have been annihilated. Eliano stared blankly. Grand Duke Howard No, Vianteka's new emperor, has commanded that the entire family be wiped out, Vivian cried. The direct family has all been killed, and the collateral family has also lost their lives. As if to mark the end of her story, even her family was killed. The once indomitable house of Rosanna crumbled and was wiped from the world. Sob. What should we do, Your Majesty? Vivian trembled. What if he tries to harm you too? I too am a Rosanna, so it can't be helped, Eliano said softly. Besides, I'm the one that turned down his offer. So it's all right. I want to rest now. The next day Eliano was sick and tired of losing control, but death was her only way out. However, even that was not in her hands. When the time came to strip her title, the emperor visited, showing kindness he never offered before. It felt as if they were back in Ringsgen, where he once declared his passionate love for her. For the first time in a long while, they shared an enjoyable conversation. And he was so affectionate that he even brewed the tea for her. But the moment the tea slid down her throat, everything fell apart. The tea was poisoned, Marcel said coldly. I'll be the one to put an end to you, Empress. You will die as the honorable Empress of Jakador. I'm sure you'll have no regrets, having enjoyed riches and glory all your life. Eliano grasped her throat, gasping. Why you? If you wanted a different end, you should have turned down the title of Empress when I took the throne, Marcel sneered. The truth is, I was disgusted by your ambition. And you should have had a child. If you had a son, I would have had him succeed me. Blurry. Eliano's vision faded. Goodbye, my love. When did things start to go wrong? She thought as darkness took her. Was it when I lost my child? Was it when I didn't give up the Empress title? Was it when I believed my husband's love would last forever? Was it when I didn't take that man's offer? No, my misery began the moment I was sold off to Jakador. If I could go back, I would have resisted, even if it meant being beaten to death by father. She wanted to undo everything. And when she woke up, it was the spring of her 18th year. Eliano, the voice echoed in her memory, sharp and demanding. I heard you received a proposal letter recently. And you turned it down? The memory shifted, blurring into the image of a younger, more naive version of herself. Do you also intend to join the temple? The voice sneered. It was awkward. So incredibly awkward. Everyone thought she would have all the freedom, riches, and honor in the world living as a Rosanna, simply because she wasn't being pressured into getting married immediately. Rumors swirled that Duke Rosanna was eager to consider her opinion when it came to choosing her husband. They whispered that her twin brother was also very affectionate towards her. "I'm so jealous," they would say, blind to the truth. She had lived a life wrapped in expensive dresses and sparkling jewelry, but hidden within the silk and gemstones was abuse. "Eliano, don't forget it was I who made you who you are now," her father's voice cut through the past. "I will be the one to decide who will deflower you. So if you disgrace yourself before I choose, I will not forgive you." Her father had raised her to be a typical, old-fashioned noble lady. On the surface, she received a high-quality education, but in reality, it was all just etiquette. There was a generous order stating that she only needed to be educated in culture. When she had asked about the library, the response had been dismissive. "The library? Why would you need to use that?" "My lady, I'll get you books to read," her nanny had said, her tone condescending. "There's nothing more you need to learn, my lady. So why don't you visit the tailor instead? You mustn't fall behind on the trends." "Yes, nanny," she had chirped, delighted like a fool. She remembered staring at a page of text in one of the few books she was allowed, the words swimming before her eyes, complex passages about the Cambrian era and organic life that she struggled to comprehend. When she admitted she didn't know the answer, the tutor had sighed. "Oh, Lady Eliano, if this part is difficult, we can just skip over it," the tutor suggested. "But if my father finds out, he'll be mad," she had whispered in fear. "I will keep it a secret from the Duke, so don't worry," the tutor lied smoothly. "I will tell him you passed all your tests." But that evening, she was whipped for behaving inappropriately in front of the family tutor. The lash struck her skin. "Whip. Whip. Remember this pain," her father had said coldly as she trembled. "You'll suffer it again if you ever forget your place. And Eliano, I do not ever discipline you. Do you understand?" That was when she realized she had made a mistake. But she had no idea why she was whipped until she bled. Nevertheless, she begged for forgiveness. "Good, my daughter," he had smiled, a chilling expression. "Remember, everything I'm doing is for you. Have I ever led you astray? It was all wrong. All of it. Everything wrong with her life traced back to him." She had never forgotten that. Not since the moment she realized it, and even now, in her second life. With a stroke of miraculous luck, she was given a chance to make everything right. "Oh Lord, I thank you," she breathed. "I will never repeat a life of misery and misfortune." The scene shifted from the dark memories to the glittering present, presenting Duke Rosanna. The announcer's voice boomed across the grand hall. Eliano walked in, head high. Whispers rippled through the crowd immediately. "Who is she? She seems too young to be his wife," one guest murmured. "Eliano Rosanna. She's his daughter," another corrected. "Make sure to remember her face and name. She is the most noble flower of Vianteka's high society." "If she's here with him, does that mean she's still single?" a man asked. "I heard Duke Rosanna's eldest daughter is already over 20. Her father adores her so much that he says he'll keep her by his side forever," a woman gossiped. "He even refused when His Majesty suggested she marry the Crown Prince." Not everyone was impressed. In a corner, a group of young ladies watched with disdain. "Humph. Who cares if she's the most noble lady?" Liliana Sanders scoffed. "She's a weak little cry-baby. She may come from a good household, but a weak-minded woman like her could never be a match for the Crown Prince. Leah just isn't mature yet." "Don't say that," one of Liliana's companions said nervously. Nearby, the gossip took a different turn. "By the way, did you hear? I heard that Lady Rosanna kicked Lady Hiran out of the tea party." "I heard that too," another replied. "She even told off a servant for spilling wine at Marquis Persiden's banquet." "Lady Rosanna did? Is that really true?" "That's not all," the gossip continued eagerly. "She even told off Lady Ritten, the servant's employer. I thought she was a meek lady who wouldn't say a word, even if the wine were poisoned." "Maybe it was really poisoned," a man mused. "Otherwise..." The whispers faded as the scene transitioned to the tea party at Marquis Persiden's mansion. Thank you all for coming. Are you enjoying the tea party? Lady Persiton asked the table of noble women. While I enjoy tea parties, I must say I do not enjoy someone being present here today, Eliano said, her voice calm but piercing. The table went silent. Oh, hello. Lady Rosanna, Lady Hiren said, feigning innocence. Oh my, I'm glad that we're on the same page, Lady Hiren, Eliano replied with a sharp smile. What do you propose we do about it? Hiren challenged. What did you just say? Another lady gasped. How disgraceful. Eliano didn't blink. Lady Hiren, must I remind you who ought to leave this party? Should I? Hiren retorted, flushed with anger. Eliano turned her gaze to the hostess. Lady Persiton, you should know how to handle this. Your mother ought to have taught you. I kindly ask that you do not make me say it anymore. Later, as the guests watched Hiren leave, they murmured, Lady Hiren must have said something extremely rude to her. I'm sure Lady Rosanna had her reasons. She's been tolerating her, after all. Eliano sipped her drink unfazed. I can't believe high society is still shaken up by such a minor incident, she thought. Now I realize what a fool I was in the past. It's almost a miracle that I managed to keep my place as an empress. I should have been smarter, more aware, or just completely oblivious to everything. Liao, why have you become a wallflower? Eliano turned to see Liliana approaching. Liliana Sanders, from the household of Duke Sanders of Vianteca. Liliana was my closest friend in my past life, Eliano recalled. Our fathers introduced us when we were little. And she would always come to my rescue whenever I broke down in tears. Duke Rosanna is with my uncle, Liliana said, smiling. I see, Eliano replied. It feels like God has taken you from me, Liliana sighed dramatically. You've been skipping my tea parties for the temple. Don't be upset. The temple is always open for you to visit. Liliana leaned in closer, her expression shifting to faux concern. Is it true? What is? That you kicked out Lady Hiren at the tea party? Kicked her out? That's a little harsh, Liliana continued, her voice dripping with artificial sweetness. Lady Hiren said she was uncomfortable and Lady Persiton obliged her. Lia, you don't have to sugarcoat things with me. We're friends, after all. If it's because of the other ladies, I can tell them to leave. No, Eliano said firmly. There's no need, Lily. Yes, there was a time I considered you a true friend, Eliano thought. But I was the only one. Liliana, I know that you said you're tired of being my nanny, Eliano stated. Liliana's eyes widened. No, Lia, that's a misunderstanding. I never said that. I tired you out by acting like a child. You must be sick of my tears. Eliano smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Liliana, you're right. I must be single at my ripe age because of it. She turned to leave, but Liliana grabbed her arm. Elia! Wait. I don't know what Lady Hiren said to you, but she hates you. How could you trust that country bumpkin and not me? Eliano paused. That's right. I remember now. It was Lady Hiren, Eliano realized. The one who told me what Liliana said about me. The memory of Hiren's voice surfaced. I think you should distance yourself from Lady Sanders. Eliano snatched her arm back from Liliana's grip. Lady Hiren doesn't hate me. In fact, I think you're the one who hates me. All I need is an apology from you, yet you're cornering me instead. Eliano stepped closer, looming over her former friend. It's such a shame, because if you hadn't, I'd still be your sweet little friend. Liliana clenched her fists, her mask slipping. Eliano walked away, the whispers of the crowd following her. I will wait for you, Liliana, she called out over her shoulder. I also don't think our 10-year friendship is completely worthless. She stopped and glanced back one last time. Oh, Lily. I'm saying this as a friend. You really shouldn't associate with ladies who lack etiquette. It could tarnish your reputation. After all, they didn't even agree to Duke's daughter. As she walked away, Eliano felt the shift in the air. The world around me is slowly changing, she thought. This is just the beginning. I won't let others dictate my life anymore. How trivial. After everything I endured in my past life, I couldn't bring myself to feel any sense of victory over a petty squabble. I clenched my fists. Where is the guest room? Led me there. The servant bowed and opened a set of double doors. This is the guest room, my lady. I stepped inside, but the room was not empty. A man's voice cut through the air. My apologies, it seems I've claimed a space reserved for ladies. Standing there were two imposing figures, the Northern Grand Duke, Flint Howard, and beside him, Crown Prince Hiray's Vianteka. I dropped into a curtsy. Eliano Rosanna greets you, Your Highness. There was a pause. The prince was looking elsewhere, distracted. Your Highness. He blinked, refocusing. Ah, sorry. You may stand. He waved a hand casually. I apologize. If you are here to rest, we will leave. No, there is no need, I said quickly, not wanting to share the space. My apologies for the intrusion, Your Highness. I shall take my leave now. Wait, Lady Rosanna. I turned and walked out. The door shut with a heavy bang. Inside the room, the silence stretched. Ah, empty, Hiray's murmured, looking at the closed door. I guess it's true that she's changed lately. He glanced at his companion. Hey, Flint, do you think, Hiray's Vianteka, the crown prince. The emperor had him later in life and favored him, making him the empire's only successor. 7 years ago, the precious crown prince was sent as an envoy to Jakador but was detained in Ringsgen, reported missing, and presumed dead. Upon hearing the news, Emperor Leopold declared war on Jakador. The war, lasting 3 years, later became known as the 3-Year War. While the emperor waged war against Jakador, he also tried to establish another heir within the empire. That was when Duke Rosanna took the initiative to find the emperor's illegitimate child. However, the new successor couldn't become the crown prince and was eventually expelled from the palace as the presumed dead crown prince returned in glory after winning the 3-Year War with his Kalishii Sin, who was held hostage together in Jakador. The illegitimate child may have been expelled from the palace, but they must surely feel uncomfortable knowing that another successor is alive. It was only natural that they hated Duke Rosanna's daughter. But they are pathetic for taking their anger out on me and not my father, I thought bitterly. Lady Rosanna, I stopped. Flint Howard had followed me into the hallway. There's no need to pay your respects, he said, holding something out. Consider this a little something for His Highness's bad mood. All right, I replied, eyeing him. But did you stop me just to tell me that? He reached out, fidgeting slightly. Oh, I thought you'd laugh at me, since it's such a classic way of showing interest. He held up the butterfly hairpin I had dropped. I know you didn't mean to drop it. Well, I am moved by your kindness, I said, my voice cool. But I won't take it back. I have many things to replace a broken hairpin. Oh, my lord. I lowered my voice. If you don't wish to cause me trouble, please don't return the hairpin to my house. If you know my father, I believe you'll understand why. He stared at me, his expression shifting. Very well. Back in the guest room, Hiray's watched Flint return. So, Eliano Rosanna dropped a butterfly pin, and you went to give it back to her? Hiray's flung a small object into the air and caught it. You seriously fell for that old trick? She didn't do it on purpose, Hiray's. And I only meant to return something valuable to its rightful owner, Flint countered. But she turned it down. You shouldn't return that butterfly to the Rosanna house. Hiray set his cup down with a sharp clack. I can't believe you were thinking about it. Why? He flopped back onto the sofa. I don't want Duke Rosanna to treat you like his daughter's medal, so don't. An old trick, Flint mused. It's an old custom where ladies drop their belongings to get the attention of men they like, hoping they'd return it to win their affection. The emperor's suggestion for her to marry me was merely a political move, Hiray said, frustration creeping into his voice. Yet now she's known as the woman who rejected the crown prince. It's like she really rejected me. Flint remained silent, recalling her words. If you know my father, I believe you'll understand why. Is that what she meant? Flint asked quietly. If you return it, Duke Rosanna will likely spread rumors that even Grand Duke Howard has fallen for his daughter, Hiray explained. So you should throw it away right now. Flint nodded slowly. I should. Later that night, the air was cool outside the palace. Lia, go home first, my father said, guiding me toward the carriage. You seem tired. Yes, father, I said dutifully. It may look like he's protecting me, I thought as I climbed inside. But he's just keeping me away so that I don't do anything inappropriate late at night. The carriage door clunked shut. I sat down, only to find I wasn't alone. A man sat opposite me. "My lady, I heard you argued with Lady Sanders?" he asked. I looked at him with cold detachment. "This man is my father's spy. He's one of the people who reports everything I do to my father." "My lady? Please answer. Am I someone who has to answer your every question, sir?" I snapped. "Pardon? It's unbearably unpleasant now, knowing it's a sign of disrespect," I thought, feeling the exhaustion settle in my bones. How did I endure this in the past? I sat back, closing my eyes. "Leave, sir. Leave, sir," she commanded from the interior of the carriage. The knight stood his ground outside the door, his expression stubborn. "I have a duty to protect you from danger, my lady." "What dangers are there in the capital?" she asked, her voice cool and imperious. "We need to pass by the slums on our way," he insisted. She did not waver. "This carriage does not pass by the slums. And even if it did, you'd have all the more reason to be on guard outside, not inside." He tried to argue further, his anxiety evident. "What if the people in the slums throw rocks at us?" She cut him off sharply. "What are you doing? Start driving." "Yes, sir," the driver shouted from the front, spurring the horses into motion. As the carriage rolled away, she let out a long breath. Finally, the spy is gone. Phew. It was clear what she must do to avoid repeating her past life. She must never get married to a Jakador prince. But to do that, she first needed to escape her father's watchful eyes. The first of them being the servants surrounding her. For now, she decided she should avoid tea parties and balls. It was not good to draw attention to herself. Fortunately, Grand Duke Howard did not return the hairpin. Since her father intended to marry her off to Jakador, getting entangled in a romantic scandal would be dangerous. But despite that danger, she had intentionally dropped the hairpin to make a connection with him. She closed her eyes, remembering the moment vividly. He had looked at her with an intensity that burned. "I have come to take you back to Vianteka," he had said. "Don't you want to run away from everything here? If you come with me, you can spend the rest of your life in comfort in your homeland." She had taken that risk because she wanted to hold the hand that gave her hope amidst her misery, and the hand she couldn't hold in her past life. Back in the safety of her room, the peace was short-lived. "Ow!" she gasped. "Oh no, my lady. Did that hurt?" the maid asked, her voice feigning innocence. "Stop," she ordered. "Yes, I will be more careful," the maid replied, but she immediately continued to brush with the same roughness. The bristles tore through the hair again. She didn't hesitate. She swung her hand around, slap, striking the maid across the face. The brush tumbled from the maid's hand and hit the floor with a clatter. "I don't need a maid who doesn't listen to her master." "Leave," she stated coldly. The maid clutched her cheek, stammering, "And my lady? What are you doing?" "Drag her out," she commanded the others. The other servants whispered frantically amongst themselves, "What happened to our gentle lady?" Nanny Pamela stepped forward, taking control of the chaotic scene. "Take that maid out and never let her in my room again," she ordered the other staff, before turning a sickly sweet smile toward the lady. "Aha, so the maid made a mistake while brushing your hair." She looked down at the sobbing girl. "What are you waiting for? Apologize." "I'm sorry, my lady," the maid wept, holding her wrist. "My hand's been aching lately. Please forgive me." "The lady understands your circumstances," the nanny said smoothly, speaking for her mistress. "Don't worry too much." "Why?" the lady interrupted, her voice trembling with suppressed rage. "Won't you listen to me?" The room went deadly silent. "Who is your master?" she demanded. "My lady, their master is Duke Rosanna," the nanny replied, invoking her father's name with a smug look. "Nanny, I don't want to argue with you. I just stated the truth." She turned her back on the lady, dismissing her completely. The lady flinched at the blatant disrespect. "You! Go and call the head butler," she ordered. The maids exchanged nervous glances, while the nanny simply glared, clenching her hands in frustration. She did not move to obey. Sigh. I see. So no one is going to listen to my orders. She began to walk with heavy steps toward a large, ornate vase standing on a pedestal. My lady, please tell me what's wrong so I can handle the matter for you, the nanny said, stepping in her path. I said, she repeated, her voice rising. I want to meet the head butler. The head butler is busy right now, my lady. Please don't be stubborn. She didn't let the nanny finish. She grabbed the heavy vase and shoved it violently. It tipped over and smashed against the floor with a deafening crash, shards of porcelain scattering everywhere. Jonathan Miller, the head butler, rushed into the room at the sound of the destruction. And my lady, since you weren't listening to my words, I had no other choice, she said calmly, standing amidst the wreckage. Take me to the head butler. Now, after meeting the head butler, things went smoothly. She stood before the gathered staff in the hallway. You are all fired, she announced. Get out of my house now. No, my lady. I chose these servants. The nanny cried out, losing her composure. I'm firing them because they are disloyal and clumsy, she retorted. What's wrong, nanny? You may be the nanny who raised her since she was a baby. She paused, letting the words hang in the air before delivering the final blow. But this is the eldest lady's orders. She turned her gaze to the man beside her. Miller, so you must follow them. Isn't that right, head butler? That's right, head butler Jonathan Miller confirmed solemnly. You must follow the lady's orders, nanny. Yes, my lady, he added, bowing low. I ask that you never bring clumsy maids to my room, she instructed him, her eyes sweeping over the stunned staff. I also don't like the chatty ones. Nanny Pamela was placed on indefinite probation for controlling the maids and being disloyal. However, she knew her punishment won't last long since Pamela is on father's side. Before she returns, she must come up with a plan to drive her out completely. But before that, the door to her room opened again. I must ask why you've entered my room so rudely, she said, looking sharply at the intruder. Is it an emergency? A young woman stood there, smiling brightly. Isabella. Hello, sister, Isabella greeted her. I must ask you why you've entered my room so rudely, Isabella said, her voice cutting through the silence of the elegant chamber. She looked up from where she was seated, her expression a mix of annoyance and guarded curiosity. Is it an emergency? She leaned back, scrutinizing the figure standing before her. You've changed since we've seen each other, she noted, a sudden, sharp giggle escaping her lips. You sounded like our mother just now. The air in the room was heavy with unresolved tension, the history between the two sisters palpable in the space between them. Isabella, known for her volatile nature, seemed almost amused by the intrusion. You're not going to scold me just because I hit your maid, right? She asked, her tone light but challenging. She gestured vaguely to the side. If you're angry, would you like to hit one of mine? Her gaze dropped to her sister's hands, and a smirk played on her lips. Although I doubt your kind, fragile hand could do such a thing, she taunted softly, before gesturing to the chair opposite her. Sit down. As her sister took the seat, Isabella watched her with a critical eye. Graceful as always, aren't you? It's like you've practiced this all your life. Isn't that exactly the case? And you're no different as well, came the calm reply. No, Isabella countered, her expression darkening slightly. Father isn't as strict with me as he is with you. She waved a hand dismissively, shifting the topic. Anyway, I'm sure you already know, but I'll be debuting in high society soon. But I can't live like you, since I have a temper. She paused, waiting for a reaction that didn't come, before sighing. I expect there's a reason you've come to see me then. We're sisters. You can just get to the point. I heard Pamela's on probation, her sister said, the name hanging in the air like a curse. Isabella's eyebrows shot up. It surprised me even more to hear that it was on your orders, not father's. A look of genuine approval crossed her face. You did well. Keeping that twisted old hag around won't do you any favors, after all. She leaned forward, her eyes gleaming with conspiracy. So, what do you think? Don't you want to get rid of Pamela for good? Do you want me to help you? Pamela will be on probation until I decide otherwise. her sister replied steadily, though the mention of the woman clearly unsettled her. But it will end the moment father calls on her. He should be aware of her probation by now. You must accept me, my lady, because that's what his grace wants. All right, then, Isabella said, accepting the premise. What's your plan? How are you going to help me? Isabella? A slow smile spread across Isabella's face, predatory and charming all at once. I'll take care of Pamela, she promised. But you'll have to help me too. It's simple. I just need you to take out Marquis Alvich for me at the Imperial Ball tomorrow. Her sister blinked, startled. You know, the one father wants me to marry, Isabella clarified with a grimace. Take him out? The suggestion seemed absurd. No, no! You want me to hire an assassin and kill him? Isabella laughed outright. I don't want you to kill him. Just make him send you a proposal. I'll take care of Pamela, she reiterated, seeing the hesitation. Please, help me. I don't want to marry him. Just dance with him once. And if you do, I'll help you when you really need it. Rosanna considered the offer. She was not close to Isabella, and trust was a scarce commodity in their household, but she knew one thing for certain: Isabella kept her word. If I could have her only one with just one dance, she thought. But will a marquis really propose to me after just one dance? The following evening, the Imperial Ball was a kaleidoscope of light and music. Chandeliers dripped with crystals that fractured the candlelight into 1,000 rainbows, casting a glow over the swirling dancers. Amidst the sea of silks and velvets, Rosanna found herself in the arms of Marquis Alvich. Would he really be that foolish? She wondered as they moved across the floor. Lady Eliano, you are so beautiful. The Marquis breathed, his face flushed with infatuation. I am honored to be able to talk to you like this. This must be the work of a fairy. I must visit the temple. He continued to ramble, completely enchanted. Now that I think about it, don't you go to the temple a lot? You are so devout and so. He really was a fool, Rosanna thought dryly, maintaining her polite facade. Had he been all right, I might have married him before they could marry me off to Jakador. But this won't work. Whispers rippled through the crowd as onlookers took notice. I can't believe Lady Rosanna is dancing tonight, one courtier murmured behind a fan. Maybe she's trying to find someone to marry? As the music ended, the strategy proved too effective. Rosanna was instantly swarmed by other suitors. May I also have this dance? One man asked eagerly, stepping forward. Me too, cried another. Overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught of attention, Rosanna grit her teeth behind her smile. Isabella, you are going to pay for this. Later that night, exhausted and eager for solitude, Rosanna returned to her chambers. But the peace she sought was shattered the moment she crossed the threshold. A familiar, unwelcome figure stood waiting in the dim light. My lady, the maid said, her voice oozing a sickly sweetness. I returned at the perfect time, didn't I? It was Pamela. The older woman stood with her hands clasped, an unsettling smile etched onto her face. I don't think I've lifted your probation, Rosanna said, her voice turning icy. So you must be back under father's orders. I cannot be apart from you, not even for a little while, Pamela crooned, stepping closer. Who else could make you the perfect Lady Rosanna? She reached out, her fingers brushing against Rosanna's hair. Your roots have grown a lot. If your real hair color is revealed, everyone will question your lineage. The words triggered a cold memory, pulling Rosanna back to her childhood. She remembered sitting before a mirror, looking at her reflection with confused eyes. Nanny, why is my hair this color? She had asked innocently. My poor lady. Pamela had replied, brushing the strange locks. You were born lacking color since birth. It's a disease of some sort. I believed her, Rosanna thought bitterly as the memory faded. Because back then, my life revolved around Pamela. However, the secret behind the color of her hair, a secret Pamela had guarded and manipulated for years, was revealed later in a document that changed everything. It was a letter addressed to the Empress of Jakador. The text was damning and clear. The House of Vianteka requests that Her Majesty the Empress return the magical object that changes the color of your hair. It is an artifact left by the late Duchess. And Eliano Jakador, as an illegitimate child, has no right to own it. A magical object that changes the color of your hair? The question echoed in the recesses of my memory, pulling me back to a time I wished to forget. What are you playing at now, Damien? I had asked him then, holding the item with disdain. Take this and burn it, he had ordered. Yes, your majesty. But the letter that I ignored came back as an official complaint, a haunting indictment of my existence. The words burned into my mind. The illegitimate child who stole the family heirloom must return the Duchess's treasure at once. Have you forgotten your mother's kindness? She may not have given birth to you, but she raised you. So return the family treasure immediately, repent your sins, and show penitence. That's when I remembered. A sudden whoosh of displacement, and the memory shifted. This is a precious object. I will keep it safe so it won't go missing. A voice had soothed me, deceit dripping from every syllable. But I will be responsible and dye your hair, so don't worry about that. In the end, I sent a letter to Vianteka telling them to interrogate the nanny. But it was too late. The whole country now knew that I was an illegitimate child. Your light hair wasn't a disease, they sneered. It was proof that you were an illegitimate child. An illegitimate child who doesn't even know her own mother. The betrayal cut deep. You dared to marry me after stealing the family heirloom? I was shattered. My noble lineage turned out to be a lie, and I was disgraced as someone who stole the heirloom. The accusations came from all sides, voices overlapping in a cacophony of judgment. To think she not only has an unclear heritage, but is also a thief who stole an heirloom. An illegitimate child cannot be the Empress, your majesty. We must strip her of her title. I had fought tooth and nail to keep my title as someone who had come from an enemy country, but that was when I started to crumble. Now, my lady, it's done. The voice of the nanny brought me back to the present, her hands busy with my hair. You could run a hair-dyeing business after you retire, Nanny, I remarked, keeping my voice steady despite the storm of memories. There's no way I would retire, she replied, her tone carrying a dark promise. Since I'll be by your side forever. She finished her work and stepped back. Are you going to bed now, my lady? The door slid shut with a soft click as she left. I opened my eyes in the darkness, the pretense of sleep vanishing instantly. What a leech. When I look back, that magical object was the cause of all this misery. If I had returned the heirloom at the right time, they wouldn't have exposed me as an illegitimate child, and there wouldn't have been talks about stripping me of my title. I needed to find it. Where did Pamela place the magical object? Does she have it with her at all times? Maybe she sold it already. Or is it in her room? No, the priority right now is getting Pamela kicked out. I must see Isabella to ask how things are going. I made my way to Isabella's quarters. Welcome, Eliano, Isabella greeted me, a hint of surprise in her voice. It's your first time coming to my room. Wow, so glamorous, I commented dryly, glancing around at the maids. I have something to say, so leave us. I turned to the servants. Emily, did you hear? No one must hear. Especially Pamela. The maids bowed deeply and retreated, leaving us alone. Marquis Alvich looked dead when he saw me the other day, Isabella said, a smirk playing on her lips. He must be into you now. That's a relief, I said, dismissing the thought of the Marquis. Now, it's time for you to help me. Isabella leaned in. How do you plan to get rid of the nanny? Don't worry. There's a way, I assured her. All we need to do is chase out a thief. Isabella's eyes widened slightly. That's Damien's demon pen. They will track it down. You just need to wait. I'll have it done on the day brother leaves. That's a good plan, I agreed, but hesitated. But the nanny has been serving the family for a long time. You need to make sure it works. It's hard to get a hold of father's things. You know that. It was difficult getting brother's pen too. I considered our options. How about something from mother's? That's a bit difficult, Isabella mused. Would it be easier if it's something that's been stolen already? What? Isabella gasped. The old hag is a real thief? Shush. I lowered my voice. What did she steal? A pair of earrings that have black jewels in them. It's a ring type, and a magical object. Isabella nodded slowly. I'll search Pamela's room. But what if she already sold it? She wouldn't have sold it if she values her life, I said coldly. After all, father wouldn't let her live if he found out. Suddenly, a rough hand grabbed my arm. My lady, the Duke is looking for you, Pamela said, appearing out of nowhere with that chilling smile. Let's head over there together. As always, my heart plummeted. I followed her, dread pooling in my stomach. I can't believe I'm in this place again. The imposing doors of the Duke's office loomed before me. The memories of this room were painted in pain. I'm sorry! Forgive me, Father! Arf! The phantom screams of my past echoed in my ears as I stood before him. Lia, the Duke began, his voice low and dangerous. Marquis Alvich sent a proposal. He stared at me from behind his desk, his eyes cold. Tell me, did you seduce him? And no, not at all, Father, I stammered, fear gripping my throat. Then why would Marquis Alvich propose to you? He roared, slamming his fist onto the desk with a deafening bang. I flinched. I danced with him, Father. That's not anything indecent. Pamela said that you had become strange. And she's right, the Duke spat. How dare you talk back to me? Pamela, standing to the side like a shadow, chimed in. I think her ladyship needs to be taught a lesson. The Duke looked at her, then back at me. I think so too. He gave the order, cruel and succinct. Hang her. And no, don't. I screamed. A sharp slap cut through the air, striking my face. Arg. Heavy footsteps approached. Do done, and I saw the whip in his hand. I will make sure you never talk back to me ever again, he vowed, his silhouette towering over me as the darkness closed in. What's going on? I'm trying to see my father. Isabella's voice rang out, sharp and demanding against the chaotic resistance of the household staff. You can't. Lady Isabella, the guard pleaded, stepping in her path with desperate urgency. Get out of the way, she shouted, shoving past him, but a sudden, chilling scream from behind the heavy double doors froze her in her tracks. Arf. The scream was raw, followed by a breathless, sobbing pause. I'm sorry. I won't do it. Ah! The voice cracked in agony. I won't do it again. I'm sorry, Father. Isabella's breath hitched. Eliano? She whispered, recognizing the voice of her sister through the wood. I'm sorry. Arf. That's why I said you shouldn't approach him right now, the servant murmured, bowing his head in resignation. Master is disciplining Lady Eliano right now. Isabella stared at the servant, her blood running cold. This is what you call discipline. She listened intently to the rhythm of the violence echoing from the room. It's not like I haven't been disciplined by Father. I've even been whipped with a stick. Her hands trembled as a sickening wish and a heavy impact resounded. But this is not the sound of a stick. It's something tougher, heavier. Another scream tore through the air. Arf. The sounds were unmistakable. The sharp crack of a slap, then another, and the terrifying cry of Aya, followed by yet another slap. Eliano's voice broke into a guttural arf, as she trembled violently on the other side of the door. Inside, amidst her gasps for air, the Duke's voice was cold and venomous. Are you going to act disgraceful and seduce a man again? Isabella clamped her hands over her mouth, tears stinging her eyes. This is all because of me. Stop, Isabella. A firm hand grasped her shoulder. She turned to find the son of Duke Rossana, Damien Rossana, standing behind her, his expression unreadable. What? She breathed, shaken. I told you to stop, Damien said calmly. Isabella pulled away, her shock turning to fury. So this isn't the first time this has happened. And you knew all along what was going on here. She glared at him. How could you let this happen? Damien looked down at her, his gaze intense. Eliano is your other half. Other half? Oh, that's right. We're supposed to be twins. Damien stepped closer, dropping his voice to a harsh whisper. You're grown up now, so you should know the truth. Eliano is not my twin. She's not your sister either. Isabella froze, the world tilting on its axis. What? We're nothing alike except for our eye color. Damien continued, watching her reaction closely. You never had any doubts? Even so, this is wrong, Isabella stammered, pointing at the door. Then, what are you going to do? Are you going to take her place? Damien grabbed her arm, his grip tightening. Don't act rashly when you're not prepared to do anything. I don't want Father to put his hands on you too. Just then, the violence inside ceased. The door opened, and the Duke stepped out, composing himself. Take Isabella to her room, he ordered the servants without glancing at her. She was never here, understood? Yes, Your Grace, the servant replied quickly. From the darkness of the room, Eliano's weak voice drifted out. Forgive me, Father. The Duke merely clicked his tongue in annoyance. TSK. He turned to his guards. Make sure nobody comes into this hallway. Suddenly, the silence shattered as maids rushed into the room and screamed. Kaya! My lady! One cried out in horror. What happened, my lady? You must be treated immediately. I will call a doctor now. But a man stepped forward from the shadows of the room, blocking their path to the injured girl. She's mine! Go away! I will treat her! The maids scrambled backward, terrified, scurrying out of the room as the heavy doors slammed shut again. Inside, the man sneered at the retreating servants. Those clueless things! I'll have to fire them or something. He turned his gaze back to Eliano, who lay broken on the bed. I guess it's just in your blood. There's something vulgar about you, my lady. He circled her slowly. I'm sure that's why Marquis Alvich said he couldn't forget that night. But there isn't a trace on you. So what exactly did you do with him? He leaned in, his voice dripping with malice. Did you give him your pretty lips? He gripped her jaw tightly, forcing a pained groan from her lips. Ugh! The Duke loves you so much, he taunted, releasing her. He's even prepared some excellent medicine for you. I, too, agree that leaving a scar is not an option. He held up a small, ornate container, admiring it before snapping it shut. But I won't be treating you today. Eliano's eyes widened in despair. That's your punishment for looking down on me, he hissed. Then I'll see you tomorrow morning. Silence descended upon the room as he left. Eliano lay motionless, staring at the ceiling. It's not like I didn't see this coming, she thought bitterly. I have imagined many times that I would not stay helpless, that I would walk out of the office immediately. I imagined myself doing that again and again. She clenched her fist, the memory of the whip causing a phantom pain to ripple through her. But the moment I saw the whip in Father's hand, the strength left my body and I couldn't think. Tears leaked from her eyes. Because, despite enduring so much pain, I've never mastered the way to overcome physical suffering. Her gaze hardened, a spark of rebellion igniting in the darkness. So, not becoming Jakador's empress won't be enough to free me from all this. I need to escape my father. Outside, the hallway was filled with the low murmur of servants. Murmur, murmur. Suddenly, the door banged open. My lady, wait a moment. A maid cried out. Move out of my way! Eliano screamed, bursting into the hallway and crashing blindly into a figure standing there. Clunk. Who told you that you could come in here? Eliano shrieked, her terror transforming into blind rage as she looked up. The woman she had run into stared at her with wide eyes. Our Lady Isabella? Eliano's face twisted. How dare you talk down to me, nanny? Slap! Her hand connected sharply with the nanny's cheek, the sound echoing in the hall. The nanny recoiled, stunned. Did you lose a screw or something? Eliano yelled, her chest heaving. How dare you look straight at me? The nanny stared at the furious woman, her confusion clearing as she realized the truth. Right, Eliano. She reached out, lifting the bloody hem of Eliano's dress. Bloody. Eliano. The nanny gasped, horrified by the sight of the raw, untreated wounds. She hasn't been treated yet. The nanny looked up, her expression shifting from shock to fierce determination. I'll take care of her now, so don't worry, my lady. Isabella, standing nearby, stared in disbelief at the revelation. What? You didn't treat her? How dare you? The shriek tore through the tense atmosphere of the room. The nanny stood over the cowering figure, her face twisted in rage. Eliano is in this state, and you were sleeping? How can you sleep while she's in pain? Arg! No! The servant cried out, raising her hands in a futile attempt to shield herself. I was just about to treat her. You think I didn't see you? The nanny's voice dropped to a venomous hiss. You were coming out of your room when I came in." The violence that followed was brutal. With a sickening smack and a heavy bam, the nanny unleashed her fury. The servant tried to scramble away, but a loud bang echoed through the room as she was struck again, followed by the heavy flop of her body hitting the floor. "You think you can lie to me?" The nanny spat, looking down at the trembling woman. She waved her hand dismissively. "Get that out of my sight." Composing herself, she turned her attention to the condition of her charge. "How is Eliano?" Nearby, Emma, the doctor, was already at work, her hands moving swiftly but cautiously. "I'm treating her, but—" Emma hesitated, looking at the horrifying injuries. "Her wounds are so deep, it's going to be very painful." "Emma, use this ointment," a voice instructed, sliding a container forward. Emma took the jar, her eyes widening as she inspected the contents. "This is Elisum, isn't it?" "This is Elisum?" Another voice repeated, sounding stunned. "Yes," the provider confirmed. "It's known to alleviate pain and not leave any scars. It's so rare." Emma murmured, dipping her fingers into the precious salve. "Where did you get it?" The scene dissolved into the darkness of a nightmare, damp and heavy. Drip, drip. The sound of liquid hitting the stone floor echoed in the silence. "I'm sorry, Father. I'm sorry." Eliano's voice was small, trembling with terror. But her father's voice was cold, devoid of mercy. "That's what she says, but I still see the defiance in her eyes." He looked down at her with disdain. "She needs more discipline." The threat hung in the air, sharp as a blade. "I hope you don't make me raise my whip again." Eliano woke with a violent jolt, her chest heaving as she panted for air. Sweat clung to her skin, and the phantom sting of the whip lingered in her mind. "Oh, my lady!" A maid rushed to her bedside, the rustle of her skirts loud in the quiet room. Her face was pale with worry. "Are you okay, my lady? You need to lie down and rest." Eliano faltered, bracing herself for the agony that usually accompanied her waking moments. But as she settled back, she paused. "It's not as painful as I thought it would be." Confusion clouded her thoughts. "I thought she said she wouldn't treat me. Did she change her mind?" She examined her bandages. "But this doesn't look like her work." She looked up at the maid. "Did you treat me?" "No. It was Emma, the doctor," the maid replied quickly. "Who brought the doctor here?" "Lady Isabella, my lady." "Then who called Isabella?" Eliano asked, trying to piece together the events of the night. The maid hesitated. "Yes, was it you? Why did you call Isabella?" Eliano pressed, her voice weak but insistent. "There's the head maid or Damien." The maid fidgeted nervously. "Another maid went to call the head maid, and young master is a man, so I thought you'd feel more comfortable with Lady Isabella." "Even though the nanny was here?" "But the nanny didn't treat you even though you were hurt," the maid pointed out gently. Eliano gazed at the young woman, seeing a spark of intelligence and loyalty she hadn't noticed before. "I see. Help me sit up." As the maid assisted her, Eliano asked, "Thank you for calling Isabella. What is your name?" "It's Lavender, my lady." Eliano nodded slowly. "She's smart, and she's skilled. She's worth keeping by my side." "Then, Lavender," Eliano said softly, "could you call Isabella and Damien?" A short while later, the siblings gathered in the room. Damien stood by the window, his expression impassive, while Isabella paced anxiously. "I guess you both know what happened yesterday," Damien said, breaking the silence. "I know that I'll have to keep the nanny by my side since father favors her," Eliano admitted, her voice trembling slightly. "But honestly, she scares me. I almost died last night because she wouldn't treat me." Isabella's eyes flashed with fury. "But with father trusting her more than me, you're going to let that poisonous old hag back into your room?" "It's father's orders," Damien said coolly, not turning around. "It can't be helped." "That makes no sense," Isabella shouted. "Damien! Say something!" Damien grimaced, clearly annoyed by the noise. "You don't have to be so loud." "Quiet down, Isabella." He shot a sharp look at the bed. "Don't make a scene inside the house again, Eliano. I'm tired of it." Eliano stared at him in disbelief. How could you say that? A throb of pain pulsed through her head, and she pressed her hand against her temple. Both of you stop, she groaned. Don't order me around. Damien raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It's not an order, it's a request. And what a nice tone that was. Eliano glared at him, frustration boiling over. Then, what more do you want? Shall I get on my knees, Your Grace? And what good would that do for me? Damien replied indifferently, meeting her glare with icy detachment. Eliano took a breath, trying to appeal to his reason. Damien, tell Father about this, please. Stand at the very least, Father trusts you more than he trusts the nanny. You don't seem to get it, Damien said, finally turning to face her fully. You won't be able to marry the man you want, so keep that in mind. I already know that, Eliano snapped. No, I think you forgot, Damien countered sharply. There are rumors among the men that you are looking for a husband. That's what set Father off. You're a fool. Worrying about the nanny in a situation like this. He adjusted his cuffs, his expression softening only microscopically. I'll take care of the nanny. It is a serious offense that she's neglected to treat her lady, after all. He turned toward the door. But you must behave yourself. Get your head straight. Damien! Isabella called out as he walked out, but he didn't look back. Isabella sighed and turned to Eliano, concern etched on her face. Eliano, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine, Eliano replied, though her mind was elsewhere. She stared at the closed door. Yes, he was always like that. He still has a foul way of speaking. I don't expect him to follow me around and call me his sister, but... A memory suddenly surfaced, vibrant and piercing. Sunlight filtered through the leaves of a garden from long ago. A young Damien stood before her, looking unusually earnest. Eliano, shall I tell you something? The young boy had asked. Out of the two of us, you were born first. Young Eliano's face had lit up with delight. Really? Then call me elder sis. She had grinned, leaning in. Come on, Damien, In the present, Eliano's breath hitched as she tried to recall the details. What was his face like back then? The realization struck her with the force of a physical blow. Her eyes widened, staring into nothingness. It can't be. The thought spiraled, connecting pieces of a puzzle she hadn't known existed. Could Damien have known that I was illegitimate all along? Damien's cold demeanor, the distance he had always maintained, the lack of warmth that should have existed between twins, it all flooded back to her. Could it be because he knew I wasn't his twin? The whispers of the servants drifted through the grand halls, low and laden with gossip. I don't see the nanny anywhere, one maid murmured to another, glancing around to ensure they were unobserved. Did something happen? The nanny is hurt, so she's resting in her room, the second maid replied, leaning in closer. She fell down the stairs. I guess her old age finally caught up with her. She fell so hard that she broke her right leg, the first added, though her tone suggested there was more to the story. Unfortunately, the head maid was moving something heavy at that exact moment. She was so surprised by the fall that she dropped it. Flop. The maid mimicked the sound with a grimace. And coincidentally, it fell right on the nanny's left leg. The implication hung heavy in the air. It was no simple accident. It was a power struggle between the head maid and the nanny. After all, there would be no reason for the head maid, who had strong servants under her command, to be moving something so heavy herself. It didn't make any sense, unless the intent was to ensure the nanny could not walk. Legs were important, after all. The nanny must be in pain and unable to sleep, one of them sighed, though the sympathy felt performative. Give her some sleeping medicine when you can, will you? In the sunlit gardens where the nobility gathered, the atmosphere was equally charged, though the weapons here were words and glances rather than heavy boxes. Oh. Hello, my lady. Lady Rosanna approached the table where the other noblewomen sat. The air stiffened momentarily. You're not here to kick me out again, are you? Rosanna asked, a playful yet sharp edge to her voice. Haha, surely not, the hostess replied, forcing a smile. Oh, and thank you for the letter of apology, Rosanna continued, taking her seat. The reason I'm attending tea parties despite still being unwell is that. She let the sentence trail off, her eyes scanning the faces around her. Are you okay? The conversation shifted quickly, moving away from personal grievances to the safer, yet more volatile, topic of high society rumors. Like the gentlemen's club, one lady whispered. The ladies' tea parties are also where important information gets shared. They spoke of how the first lady from the Rosanna house had changed, her influence waning quicker than expected. It was due to a statement made by a powerful man at a gentlemen's club owned by the Crown Prince. Lady Heren might have been the daughter of the Margrave, but in the eyes of the capital, she could not be compared to Lady Rosanna. There is no need for us to discuss personal matters that Lady Rosanna took care of according to the rules of high society, one of the women interjected, trying to steer the conversation. And the incident with Lady Sanders isn't even worth the mention. That name made everyone clam up instantly. Rosanna observed them quietly. Seems like he still hates gossiping, she thought, referring to the powerful figure behind the scenes. I always thought he'd be more energetic in his younger years. Although, it is surprising that he directly expressed his dislike for something. My aunts and nymphs right now, a lady in a blue dress said, breaking the silence. And she said she saw the savages. A gasp rippled through the group. They don't even believe in God, how dare they step onto holy ground? I wonder what they're up to. It seems Sharai is trying to hold a secret meeting with the Holy See, another added. The savages they spoke of were the Sharai, nomads who wandered the continent. They were known as fierce and spirited warriors, yet most of civilized society treated them with disdain. It's not a sin to not settle down, though, Rosanna mused inwardly, but she kept her face impassive. There's rumors that savages are hiding in Britain Island, the lady continued. My goodness! That's Vianteka's territory. It's because of Jakador, Lady Heren spoke up, her voice firm and surprisingly aggressive for a tea party. They claim that Britain Island is theirs. That's why the savages think we are weak. How about we take them all out with our armies? So that they won't even think of getting close to the land. The other ladies exchanged nervous glances. But Britain Island, one ventured timidly, is a holy island with a big temple. It is a sacred land, so we can't declare war on it. Oh, really? Heren blinked, seemingly unaware. Yes, the nymphs' holy knights are guarding it, the lady explained. According to holy scriptures, it's a holy land where elves used to live. So if you stain it with blood, you could get cursed. She continued to educate the bold daughter of the Margrave. All the temples on the continent are sacred and have extraterritoriality. And overseeing all those temples was a neutral city-state. It was the nymphs' holy see. What if we just give that land to nymphs then? Heren asked with a shrug. Haha, or am I being silly? She added quickly when she saw the shocked expressions. You can't do that! The lady cried out, scandalized. Even if nymphs is a neutral city-state, it is still a country. That land belongs to Vianteka. Oh, I was just kidding, Heren laughed awkwardly. Rosanna watched Heren closely. I thought she was just a child who couldn't control her emotions, but she's pretty bold when it comes to discussions about land and war. As expected of the daughter of the northern Margrave, Rosanna took a sip of her tea, her mind working rapidly. The reason Jakador is fighting for land isn't just to increase their land. It's about taking control of the continent. She shook her head slightly, trying to clear her thoughts. If it was the old me, I would have retreated to the garden with that lady to avoid listening to difficult issues. But since I don't even know how marriage talks are going with Jakador's imperial family, relying solely on the memories of the past would be too risky. She set her cup down. I need to increase my social hours and gather as much information as possible. Because that's the best I can do right now. My lady! A voice called out. Rosanna turned to see Lady Heren holding out an invitation. Here. Rosanna took the fine card. So you're organizing a horseback riding event. Please honor us with your presence at Veronica Heren's horseback riding event. Yes, Heren beamed. Please feel free to decline if you can't ride horses. If I can see Count Heren's fine horses up close, I would like to attend, Rosanna replied smoothly. Of course. We just happened to bring them to the capital. I will make sure to show you when you come. As the carriage rattled back toward the estate, Rosanna gazed out the window, the invitation resting in her lap. I've never been to a horseback riding event in my past life. A memory surfaced, a voice from the past sneering, "Horseback riding doesn't suit you, my lady." Rosanna smiled faintly. "So I think it'll be a fun new experience." The setting shifted to a quieter, more private room within the estate. The air here was not filled with the scent of flowers and tea, but with the heavy, dusty smell of secrets. "You couldn't find it?" Rosanna asked, her voice low. "I think she sold it already," the woman sitting across from her replied. She was elegant, dark-haired, and possessed a calm demeanor that contrasted with the tension in the room. "If she did, she would be dead," Rosanna stated flatly. "Father wouldn't have let it slide." "No, but it didn't seem like Father knew anything about it," the woman countered. "I tried to mention it. He didn't react even when I mentioned earrings studded with black jewels." "He doesn't know?" "There's no way." Rosanna frowned. "To be precise, it's our mother's heirloom," the woman said, reaching for a small, ornate box on the table. "Mother gave it to me." Rosanna stared at her. "What are you talking about?" "That's not Marquis Langber's heirloom." "It is," the woman insisted. "No, I have Marquis Langber's heirloom." With a sharp flick, the woman opened the box. Clack! Inside lay a golden chalice, intricate and heavy, glowing softly in the dim light. "This is a magical object that neutralizes poison," the woman explained, lifting the heavy cup. "It's called a goldstein. Even if someone puts poison in my drink, it becomes useless if it's in here." She turned the cup in her hands, the gold catching the light. "Honestly, I don't know why Mother gave me this. Who would dare to poison me? Anyways, this is the only heirloom." She looked at Rosanna with innocent eyes. "Mother brought this here by giving her little brother the Marquis title. Which isn't surprising, given that she's a collector." Rosanna stared at the cup, her breath hitching in her throat. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. If I had that cup, the thought crashed into her mind with the force of a physical blow. I wouldn't have lost my child due to poison. The realization was a cold, sharp knife in her heart. I can't help but realize how much of an outsider I was in this family. She looked at the woman, her sister ostensibly, who held the cup so casually, unaware of the devastation she was holding. Unlike the other members of the family, Mother had always been kind to me. I may not be her real daughter, but I believed she loved me. A memory flashed before Rosanna's eyes. Her stepmother, smiling warmly, handing her a small trinket. Mother gave me a magical object that could hide the fact that I'm illegitimate, but she didn't even mention the existence of the real heirloom, the Goldstein. Kaya! So, this is the famous horse, Hash. A young noblewoman squealed, clasping her hands together as she admired the magnificent beast in the paddock. Wow, just look at how he shines. Can I touch him just once? Another lady asked, reaching out eagerly. No, a sharp voice warned, cutting through their excitement. A stable hand stepped forward, blocking their path. If you touch him, he might kick you with his back legs. The only person Hash is calm for is the stable hand. The ladies retracted their hands, disappointed. Oh, but won't the crown prince be able to tame him? One asked hopefully. He's the hero who ended the 3-year war, after all. Yes, I'm looking forward to that as well. The conversation shifted as their attention drifted toward the entrance of the grounds. That reminds me, I wonder when her ladyship will arrive. I heard she's going to be late because she's going to the banquet. Oh, there she is! Someone cried out. All eyes turned to the new arrival, but a murmur of confusion rippled through the onlookers. But why does she look so upset? Eliano Rosanna walked through the garden, the hem of her coat fluttering around her riding boots. The weather was bright, yet the air carried a chill. The sun is warm, but it's quite breezy. Aren't you cold, my lady? Her attendant asked, concern etched on her face. It's fine, Eliano replied, her gaze distant. The wind feels nice as well. She paused, feeling the gusts push against her. The wind is strong, but it's nothing compared to the winds of Ringsgen, she thought, her mind drifting to the past. Despite everything that happened there, it was a place with beautiful scenery. Suddenly, her foot slipped on the loose gravel. As she stumbled, a sharp gust caught the wide brim of her hat. With a soft flap, the ribbon came loose, and the hat was torn from her head, sailing through the air. "Oh!" she gasped. Before she could chase it, a tall figure stepped into the path of the wayward hat. A gloved hand reached out, not to catch it, but to interact with the ribbon trailing behind it. "Leave it," the man said, his voice deep and composed. "It seems like it wants to be free." He held out the item he had retrieved. Eliano straightened her posture, composing herself instantly. "Ah, Eliano Rosanna, express my gratitude to Grand Duke Howard." She looked at him with a polite yet guarded smile. "However, I'll only accept your kindness this time as well." The Grand Duke raised an eyebrow. "This time as well?" Eliano took the item from him, her grip tightening until the fabric crumpled in her fist. She offered him a practiced, serene smile. "I'm truly sorry for damaging your belongings again." Grand Duke Howard looked at her, his expression unreadable. "I'm the one who should apologize for repeatedly displaying such poor behavior, Your Grace." "Please don't say that," Eliano replied smoothly. "I don't think of it that way." "Then how do you see it?" he asked. "Well, I don't think anything of it." She let out a soft, airy giggle. "Lack of judgment means a lack of interest." Howard watched her, intrigued. "That's something rare for me, you see. I'm sure you know how I've been in a tight spot lately because of Markielvich?" Eliano nodded slowly. "Perhaps it's time to consider marrying a good gentleman." She looked away, her voice taking on a somber edge. "My father will be the one to choose the man I shall marry. People think he loves me so much he will have me forever by his side, but to him, I'm nothing more than a tool." Her gaze returned to Howard, and for a moment, her internal thoughts darkened, contrasting with her calm exterior. "The man in front of me is the one who took my father's life and erased my household from existence. That future is something I just can't help but long for." She continued speaking, her voice steady. "But once married, my husband will have my father's support. He will gain the Duke Rosanna's household as an ally. Above all, I am a valuable trophy to men." Howard's expression hardened slightly. "A man who sees you as nothing more than a trophy is not a good man. If what you say about your father is true, you'll need to be very careful when choosing your husband." "And what will be your standard for choosing a bride, Your Grace?" Eliano asked. "I have no intention of picking a bride," he replied simply. Eliano feigned surprise. "You have no intentions of marrying? But I heard the Crown Prince is arranging your marriage." She watched him closely. "His face tells me he's surprised that I know about it." "Your Grace," she said, stepping closer, "the high society has eyes and ears in every wall. And I hope you haven't forgotten who I am." Howard remained silent for a beat before sighing. "My lady, I have declined His Highness's offer of an arranged marriage." "I see," Eliano murmured. She paused, letting the silence hang between them before playing her card. "Then what do you think of my proposal? What if your partner were me, Lady Rosanna?" Howard stared at her, stunned silence stretching between them. "I don't like people measuring my worth," Eliano continued, her voice soft but deliberate. "But I understand it's necessary when making a once-in-a-lifetime decision. So, I will allow you to judge me, Your Grace." She turned gracefully, pressing a hand to her chest and bowing slightly in a gesture of elegant submission. "If you are even slightly inclined to accept my proposal, take the ribbon and—" "Lady Rosanna," Howard interrupted, his voice firm. "I do not like the combination of politics and marriage." Eliano froze. She looked up at him, her eyes wide with feigned innocence. "Did I offer you a political match? I didn't think you would interpret a lady's heart that way." Howard stared at her, searching her face. "When I spoke of judging values, what I meant was—" Eliano cut herself off, shaking her head. "Never mind. There's no point in trying to explain." Howard looked down at the ribbon in his hand, then back at her. "I understand what you mean. I will let that ribbon carry everything that happened today and leave it all behind." He did not take it. The rejection was polite, but absolute. "Let's go, Lady Heren is waiting," Eliano's maid called out nervously from the path. Why, yes, my lady, Eliano replied. She turned and walked away, leaving the Grand Duke standing alone amidst the falling leaves. Meanwhile, the stables were alive with the sounds of bustle and chatter. Arf! A loud thump echoed through the yard as a man hit the ground hard. Geez, the Crown Prince groaned, dusting himself off. He glared up at the towering black horse that had just thrown him. What a stubborn horse! I am so sorry, Your Highness! A stable hand cried out, rushing over as the horse let out a soft purr. Don't be, the prince said, waving him off. There is nothing you should be sorry about. This is all due to my own shortcomings. Lady Veronica, standing nearby, watched the scene with a frown. Does he really have to say that and make her feel uncomfortable? She thought. She took a step forward. The massive horse lowered its head immediately. To everyone's shock, the beast extended its tongue and licked her cheek. Kaya! My lady, are you all right? Watch out! The crowd screamed in panic. The prince paused, eyes widening. Hash, Veronica cooed, completely unfazed. She stroked the animal's nose. You are absolutely gorgeous with that sleek, all-black coat of yours. The color looks good on you. Oh my! Look at that! A noblewoman gasped. He's not usually such a friendly horse. Really? Veronica smiled, leaning her forehead against the horse's muzzle. But he's so gentle and tame, the onlookers murmured in disbelief. Not even the most talented men have been able to tame Hash. Even my father said trying to ride Hash would be reckless. The Crown Prince walked over, looking at Veronica with genuine admiration. Oh, but I'm sure you'll be able to tame him one day, Lady Veronica. Yes, definitely, she beamed. Buoyed by her success, the prince straightened his jacket. It looks like I'll have to try again as well. He approached Hash confidently. Snort! Ack! With a violent buck, the horse sent the Crown Prince flying once again. Your Highness, I am so sorry! The attendants wailed as the prince lay sprawled on the grass. In the distance, a voice shouted, Hey, Flint! Let's go for a run! Followed by the sharp clap of hands, signaling the start of the hunt. The clip-clop of hooves rhythmically thumped against the grass, a steady backdrop to the quiet conversation drifting through the garden air. Lady Eliano, I'm sorry Hash kept you away from riding today, Lady Hiren said, her voice laced with genuine apology as she walked beside the taller woman. Maybe you should have tried riding him instead. Hiren hesitated, glancing back toward the stables. It seemed like he would have let you. But I don't ride very well like you, Lady Veronica, Hiren added, her voice dropping to a whisper as she leaned in closer, a nervous energy surrounding her. And I don't want to anger the little son. Eliano listened in silence, but her mind was elsewhere, dissecting the implications of the girl's worry. Would he really be that shallow? She wondered. I am a daughter of Rosanna, which could make it seen as a challenge to Vianteka's imperial authority, since the Crown Prince wasn't able to ride the horse. I see. Eliano finally replied, her expression unreadable. I had no clue that was something you had to think about in high society. Hiren nodded fervently, her eyes widening. If you want to be active in high society without trouble, then yes. She fidgeted with her gloves, looking eager to depart. My lady, about that time. Eliano raised a hand gently to stop her. I don't need another apology for that incident, Lady Hiren. Go and speak to His Highness the Crown Prince instead. He is the most important guest here, so that would be the right thing to do. Hiren's face lit up with relief. Oh, thank you, Lady Eliano. Without wasting another second, Hiren dashed off toward the main grounds. Eliano watched her go, but as the girl's figure retreated, she realized something was still in her hand. Wait, Lady Hiren. Eliano called out, but it was too late. She looked down at the envelope she was clutching. Tea party invitation, she murmured to herself, feeling dazed. I guess I'll have to send it to her house later. She turned to leave the path, only to come to an abrupt stop. A tall, broad-shouldered figure stood directly in front of her. Recognizing his status immediately, Eliano lowered her head into a respectful bow. Ah, Eliano Rosanna. I didn't get in your way to receive another greeting, my lady, the man interrupted, his voice deep and commanding yet oddly gentle. Please raise your head. Eliano straightened, and for a split second she couldn't help but glare, her guard instantly up. The man swallowed hard, seemingly taken aback by the intensity in her eyes. I sincerely apologize for misinterpreting your intentions, Lady Rosanna, he said, placing a hand over his chest. I will keep the token you have given me and will not forget what happened today. He paused, studying her face. I'm curious to know what made you change your mind. I will tell you when I've gathered the courage, Eliano replied coolly. Her mind worked quickly, analyzing his speech patterns. That is how the Crown Prince speaks, she thought. Never direct, always expressing himself in a roundabout way. I guess they're not just friends for show. He's picked up some useful skills. The man's gaze drifted to the letter she was still holding. Is that an invitation? Eliano pulled the envelope slightly closer to her. I will deliver that to Lady Hiren. I cannot use your grace as a messenger. Please let me atone for my rudeness, he pressed, taking a step closer. There's too many people watching me in the house anyway. Eliano weighed his offer, glancing around the open garden. All right, she conceded, handing him the envelope. Is there anything else you'd like to tell her? He leaned down, bringing his face close to hers, waiting for her instruction. Eliano smiled, a rare, genuine expression. Tell Lady Hiren that next time, she can call me Ms. Rosanna instead of Lady Rosanna. Eliano stepped inside the mansion, the heavy silence of the outdoors replaced instantly by a tense, chaotic atmosphere. Maids stood in clusters, their heads bent together as they whispered and murmured frantically. What are you saying? A screeching voice echoed down the corridor. Eliano followed the sound to the main hall, where Lady Isabella stood red-faced, screaming at the head butler. Are you suggesting that my jewels sprouted legs and ran away on their own? Isabella shrieked. And no, my lady. The butler stammered, bowing repeatedly. It's just that His Grace is absent, so when he comes back I will report to him. How dare you interrupt me? Isabella roared, her composure completely gone. Know your place, butler. Eliano stepped into the fray, her heels clicking sharply against the floor. My lady, you're here. A maid gasped, spotting her. The house is rowdy, Eliano observed calmly, ignoring Isabella's tantrum. What happened? Lady Isabella's jewels have been stolen, the maid whispered hurriedly. So she's demanding an inspection of all servants' quarters. I heard from Emily that even the Goldstein was taken. But I don't know what that is. Eliano's eyes narrowed in thought. Did she use the Goldstein because she couldn't steal the Duchess's belongings? It's a pretty good plan, but... She turned to the butler, who looked on the verge of collapse. Has Mother come back? Not yet, my lady, he replied. This is bad, Eliano thought, watching the scene unfold. The lady of the house must be present in order to take the nanny down completely. She needs to see this directly, from start to finish. I thought Isabella would take care of things, but... She gritted her teeth in frustration just as a loud announcement boomed from the entrance. Lady Eliano. The heavy doors swung open. The knights of the household have arrived. The captain of the guard stepped forward, addressing the room. They are first going to inspect the servants' rooms, then inspect the knights' rooms. The knights looked very displeased to be used for such a task, but they began rummaging through the servants' quarters immediately, throwing open drawers and overturning boxes, determined to find something, anything, to end the ordeal. Because if they find the jewels in the servants' quarters, the rest of the rooms will be left alone, Eliano realized as she watched them work. Even the knights. I suppose that just goes to show how precious Goldstein is. The timing is unfortunate, but the gears have started to turn. She glanced around, verifying who was present. And luckily Damien's not here. Unlike Mother, he would have recognized right away that this was a setup. We'll have to wrap things up quickly. The sound of rummaging grew louder, filling the tense air. Sir Sinar, Eliano said, her voice cutting through the noise. The knight paused and looked at her. Inspect the nanny's room first, she commanded, her gaze unwavering. It's the closest to my room. When I was the Empress in Jakador, Pamela followed me to act as my father's informant. She played the role of the loyal servant until she was discovered and nearly killed by my ex-husband for her treachery. Back then, I was the one who gave Pamela jewels and helped her escape, blindly trusting the bonds of our shared history without knowing that I would end up regretting that day for the rest of my life. I had saved a viper, and now, standing in the doorway of her room in my family home, I knew it was time to correct that mistake. "It's time for you to pay the price, Pamela," I thought, watching the scene unfold before me. Inside the room, the air was thick with indignation. What is this?" Pamela shrieked, her voice cracking with outrage as she faced the knights rummaging through her personal quarters. "I am the First Lady's nanny. How dare you invade the nanny's room without permission?" She looked around frantically, her eyes locking onto the captain of the guard. Sir Sinar remained unmoved, his expression steely. "Nanny," he began, his tone calm but authoritative. "It seems there's a thief in the house. They stole Isabella's jewels and mother's gift for her. So while I understand it can be uncomfortable, please cooperate." I stepped into the light, my presence silencing Pamela's protests for a brief second. "My dear Lady Lia," she stammered, trying to regain her composure. "It's been a while." She smoothed her skirt, her eyes darting nervously. "Are your things safe, my lady?" I looked at her with a cold, detached amusement. "Oh, Nanny, how would I know that?" I asked softly. "You're the one who manages all my things, after all." Pamela's face twisted in confusion. What nonsense is she spouting? She seemed to think, her brow furrowing. "Now's not the time for that. Make the knights go away." She stared at me, searching for the submissive girl she once knew, but found only a stranger. "The lady has changed. I am certain now." Her thoughts ran wild behind her panicked eyes. "We've been together for so long. I raised her from head to toe. I tamed her so. Where did it all go wrong?" Desperation crept into her voice as she realized her authority was dissolving. "It doesn't matter," she declared, lifting her chin. "Because I did not steal anything. Let them rummage as much as they like. I will report this to the Duke and fix her impudent habits." "Wait. This is—" one of the knights called out from the corner of the room, cutting her threat short. He pulled a heavy wooden chest from beneath the bed. "There's a gold cup in here. Please check if it's the Goldstein." "Where?" Isabella's voice rang out from the hallway. She rushed in, her eyes widening as the knight tipped the chest over. With a heavy tumble, the contents spilled across the floor. It was a cascade of glittering evidence. Gold coins, pearl necklaces, and gemstone brooches rolled across the wood, clinking softly as they settled. Amidst the pile lay a magnificent red and gold pen, an artifact of undeniable value. "My Goldstein!" Isabella gasped, her face flushing with relief and then immediate, searing rage. She turned on Pamela, her hand flying out before words could fully form. A sharp slap echoed through the room as Isabella struck the old woman across the face. "You dirty thief!" Pamela reeled back, clutching her cheek, shock written across her features. "You dared to steal my things just because I was harsh to you?" Isabella screamed, trembling with fury. "No, my lady! I didn't steal those things!" Pamela cried, falling to her knees. She pointed a shaking finger at a young maid standing near the door. "This is all Miller's doing. She crushed my poor legs too." Isabella blinked, momentarily thrown off by the sudden accusation. "Nanny, what are you saying? How could I dare touch her ladies and the young master's things?" Pamela wailed, turning her venom toward the maid and then back to us, desperate to shift the narrative. "How shameless of you! Admit your wrongdoings." She crawled toward me, grasping at the hem of my dress. "Lady Lia, you believe my innocence, don't you?" I looked down at her, her face contorted with pathetic hope. "Oh, my nanny," I said, my voice dripping with false sympathy. "You didn't steal any of my things." A flicker of relief passed over Pamela's face. "I never imagined I'd find out you cared for me like this, but—" She turned back to Isabella, emboldened by what she thought was my support. "My lady, how could you do this to me? After everything I did to raise you?" Isabella's expression darkened, her patience snapping completely. "Why are you taking your anger out on her?" she shouted, pointing at the maid Pamela had accused. "And it was your job to raise her." Isabella stepped closer, looming over the cowering woman. "Don't talk as if you did something incredible. You didn't even treat her when she was hurt." The room fell into a stunned silence, broken only by the hushed whispers of the maids witnessing the downfall of the household's tyrant. "Really? The nanny did that?" one whispered. "Now that I think about it, didn't the nanny have an argument with the First Lady?" another murmured. "My goodness. Arif!" Pamela screamed, a primal sound of frustration and defeat. She scrambled back, realizing the walls were closing in. She turned her wild eyes to me. "Lady Lia! You can't do this to me! You will regret it!" She lunged forward, her voice dropping to a menacing hiss meant only for me. "You think you can drive me away with this? You can't! That will never happen! I am the one who knows your secret. I was there to receive you into the world when you were born." I grabbed her by the throat before she could finish, silencing her threat with a grip of iron. "The nanny, Pamela," I thought as I looked into her terrified eyes. "My lady," she mouthed, gasping for air. "She was the first person who took away what was mine." Memories of my past life flooded back. The magical object Pamela had stolen from me when I was young, a theft that had cascaded into disgrace and eventually my execution. Because of the magical object Pamela took from me when I was young, I was disgraced and killed. I tightened my grip, feeling her pulse flutter beneath my fingers. Would I have felt less angry if I hadn't sent you away? If I had just let my husband kill you back then? Pamela trembled violently under my hand, a guttural "erg" escaping her lips as she struggled. Suddenly, a boot struck her side. Kick! One of the knights knocked her away from me, breaking my hold. Pamela sprawled onto the floor, coughing and wheezing. "My lady! Are you okay?" the knight asked, stepping between us. Isabella looked down at the wretched woman with disgust. How vile! "Tie her up!" "Stop," I commanded. My voice was quiet, but it carried enough weight to freeze the guards in place. I smoothed my dress, staring down at the woman who had been the architect of so much misery in my previous life. "I will decide the punishment for the nanny." Pamela looked up, sweat beading on her forehead, her face pale. She waited, perhaps hoping for the mercy I had foolishly shown her once before. "If you had admitted your wrongs and shown remorse, I would have forgiven you," I said coolly. "But you are shameless and vicious." My eyes narrowed, hardening like diamonds. "Cut Pamela's right hand. Cut Pamela's right hand." The command sliced through the air, cold and absolute. The head butler froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the young woman who had issued such a gruesome order. The silence that followed was thick with tension, broken only by the trembling of the servant on the floor. "Head butler," the lady's voice came again, sharper this time, piercing his hesitation. "Do you not hear me?" The old man stammered, bowing his head in terrified submission. "Why, yes, Lady Eliano. I will do as you say." "Wait." Before he could move, the maid, Pamela, scrambled backward on her knees, her face twisted in sheer panic. She turned her desperate gaze toward the young man standing nearby. "Young Master Damien! Now of all times! Young Master! Please help me!" she shrieked, her voice cracking. "I did not steal anything." Eliano watched the display with icy detachment. She leaned down, her fingers brushing against something hidden within the folds of the maid's dress. "I wondered where this went to," she murmured, her tone devoid of warmth. She straightened up, holding the object for all to see. "You're wrong, Eliano," she mocked her own earlier thought, or perhaps the maid's denial. "She did steal something of yours." "Yours," she pronounced, tossing the stolen items onto the floor. Jeweled trinkets spilled out, rolling across the carpet with a damning clatter. A golden case tumbled to a stop at Pamela's knees. "Elisum?" Pamela stared at the items, her mind racing to fabricate a defense. "Why is he saying these belong to me? These belong to father." "Cut her right hand? Really?" Damien finally spoke, his brow furrowed as he looked from the scattered jewels to his sister. Do you think that's the appropriate punishment? Eliano turned her gaze to him, her expression unyielding. As an older sister who was born before you, I think I have the right to make that judgment, Damien. She stepped closer, her presence looming over him. Won't you respect me? Damien hesitated, but the air was suddenly filled with a new, dangerous volatility. Pamela, realizing her plea to Damien was failing, played her final card. Didn't you hear her? Eliano's eyes narrowed as she caught the shift in the maid's demeanor. She knows our secret. Gag her first, she's noisy, Eliano added, turning away. Young master! The maid screamed, a raw, guttural sound that tore at the throat. Eliano glanced back over her shoulder, her eyes dark. Pamela, remember that you'll at least keep your left hand thanks to Eliano's mercy. But I will take your tongue as punishment for biting your owner. Panic overtook the maid completely. She thrashed against the guards who moved to seize her. No one can do this to me. No one. Please call the Duke. I know the lady's secret. Her words were cut short as a gag was roughly forced into her mouth. Eliano looked down at the struggling woman, her gaze filled with contempt. How dare you threaten me? She raised her voice so the entire room could hear the decree. Anyone who steals from the Rosanna household will have their hands cut off and be kicked out. Keep that in mind, since no one will share Pamela's luck from now on. The executioner stepped forward, a heavy axe in hand. The blade gleamed ominously in the light. Boom! The sound of the swing was heavy, a displacement of air that ended in a sickening, wet impact. Chop! A muffled, agonizing scream tried to escape the gag. NNN. GH. Blood splattered across the floor, a vivid, horrifying crimson. The maid's body convulsed, her muffled cries turning into whimpers of pure agony. I'm sorry. Young master. Forgive me. The thoughts seemed to scream in her head, though only choked noises escaped. Ugh. Ac. Ga. Triple A. H. Her heart hammered against her ribs, baitum, until her body went rigid, clenched in shock, and then collapsed. Flop. She lay still, staggering the senses of those watching. In the corner of the room, a delicate figure swayed. My lady! My lady! Please wake up! A maid cried out, rushing to catch the fallen girl. Lady Isabella! The second lady has fainted. Eliano closed her eyes for a brief moment, a flicker of exhaustion crossing her features. I told her we should go back. Ha! She sighed internally. I should have sent away my sisters first. She reopened her eyes, the steel returning to her spine. Take Isabella to her room and call Emma. Step. Footsteps approached the bloody heap on the floor. One of the guards prodded the body. Is she dead? Someone whispered. And no. The guard replied, checking for a pulse. Her heart is still beating. I see, Eliano said, her voice flat. I suppose it's not so easy to take someone's life. She gestured vaguely to the servants. Miller, take Pamela to her room and treat her. And throw those away. It's unpleasant to see. The scene shifted to the warm, golden glow of a private study, the scratching of a quill against paper filling the silence. Seriously, I'm so tired of it. Flint, a man with golden hair, sighed, swirling the red wine in his glass. He leaned back in his chair, looking at his companion. My match for you will be better than father's. Or why won't you just accept my father's at least? The dark-haired man, Flint, continued writing, his expression impassive. Would the son have time for such trivialities? The blond man continued, answering his own question with a wry smile. He has far more important matters to attend to. But Flint, my father regards you highly. He paused, his gaze softening with genuine sincerity. And I am grateful for our friendship. He looked directly at the man across the desk. Flint, I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. Flint stopped writing. He looked up, his dark eyes meeting the prince's. I meant what I told my father. I truly regard you as a friend and… I know, the blond man interrupted gently. And you've kept all your promises. So I will never forget your honesty and friendship, and remain loyal to you always. Flint held his gaze. I also meant it when I said that you were my sovereign. The blond man fell silent, staring into the depths of the wine glass. I can't read him at all, he thought. His tone is dry and he has no expression. I don't doubt his loyalty, but... My fiancée asked me if you and I are able to talk to each other, he said aloud, breaking the silence. Since we look like total opposites, I suppose she thinks the same goes for our personalities, even though we're blood relatives. He raised Vianteka and Flint Howard were indeed opposites, not only in looks but also in the trajectories of their lives. Hira's birth was a joy for the Empire, celebrated from the highest spires to the lowest streets. From the moment he was born, he was expected to become the Emperor. The old Emperor loved the late child he had and wanted to give him all of his power. Despite being raised with such immense privilege, Hira's social skills stood out more than his arrogance. He possessed a natural charm that disarmed those around him. He even had the endurance and capability to complete his intensive training as the Crown Prince, proving he was more than just a pampered royal. But his path towards the throne became unstable when he arrived at Ringsgen as Vianteka's representative. The shadows of conflict loomed, and the fires of war began to singe the edges of his destiny. That day, the group of envoys that Hira's brought were all killed. And he was about to meet the same fate, until the Grand Duke, Flint Howard, appeared like lightning. We have to hurry back, Hira's urged, panic in his voice. I'm sure things are a mess back home since I disappeared. But Flint shook his head. Flint, let's go to the north. If we go right now we could. There's been an order to find you at the border, Flint interrupted gravely. Jakador is the safest place to be right now, since Jakador is insisting that you've never set foot in Ringsgen. Hira stared at him, confused. There's going to be a war, Flint explained. A big one. The truth sank in cold and heavy. Emperor Alexander targeted you to ignite it, Flint continued. Jakador has been preparing for war for a long time. Rage flared in Hira's chest. Why didn't you tell Vianteka such important news? Then I wouldn't have come here with the envoys. Flint snapped back. Hira looked away, his voice trembling with a realization of betrayal. Has my homeland ever thought about looking into me, the one kept as hostage in Ringsgen? That was the first time he saw burning rage in Flint's eyes. We need to be practical now, the soldiers murmured amongst themselves. Vianteka has abandoned us. Another spoke up, finding logic in the chaos. Why would Emperor Alexander bring the Crown Prince to Ringsgen? He's giving us a chance to get revenge. They turned their eyes to the Crown Prince, their expressions demanding answers. Why did you train so hard with the sword? Why did you read so many books? Was it all just to survive? One of the men stepped forward, bowing his head. My lord, please make a decision. We will follow any order you give. Hira clenched his jaw. Then remember that our enemy is Jakador, not Vianteka. Flint looked at his men, his expression unreadable. I will pretend I didn't hear any of this. If Flint's people did not have such deep loyalty for their master, Hira might have been killed by their hands instead of Jakador's. And so, Hira sought a way to protect himself. Duke Rosanna found a new heir, Hira noted bitterly. Even though it hasn't been a year since I've been missing. He turned to the gathered soldiers, his resolve hardening. Listen well, my friends. I will be killed if I go back like this. So I will go back home in glory. He looked them in the eye. And as compensation for your help, I will give you all the title and glory of being the Crown Prince's savior. I will give you back everything you've lost. I swear on the blood that flows through my veins. And so, warriors wearing masks and robes joined the war between Vianteka and Jakador. While they kept their identity a secret, they appeared at Vianteka's most dire moments to turn the tide. Good, Adele will release the prisoners while Flint and I burn the military storehouses, Hira commanded during a briefing. The rest of you, save the people of Vianteka. The soldiers of Jakador are crossing the line. His voice left no room for mercy. Eradicate anyone who plunders, even if they are Viantekan. The black warriors became heroes as they rescued civilians caught in the war. But no matter how hard they tried, it was impossible to balance out the difference in numbers. To secure victory in the war that had turned in their favor, Jakador sent their greatest warrior to the front lines. That's how Lestil Balheim, Jakador's renowned warrior, made his way to the battlefield. But when Flint Howard killed Lestil Balheim, and Herase removed his mask to reveal himself, holding the enemy's leader's head, the tide turned once again. The dramatic reappearance of the Crown Prince who they thought was dead heightened Vianteka's morale to the sky. After that, Herase was given sovereign power over the military by Emperor Leopold. And he came back in glory as a war hero, taking victory over Jakador. In the royal court, Herase stood before the throne. "Father, Grand Duke Howard saved my life." He gestured to the man beside him. "And it was Flint who really beheaded Lestil Balheim. I ask that you acknowledge his status as the Grand Duke." Herase bowed his head respectfully. "I plan to have him by my side at all times for the sake of the big picture. Please grant me your permission." Emperor Leopold welcomed Grand Duke Howard with open arms. He proclaimed that Flint would succeed sovereignty over the north, succeeding Maximilian Howard, and granted him extra land and treasure. "Grand Duke Howard," the emperor intoned, "protect the empire with the skills you inherited from the former Grand Duke and the loyalty you have for the Crown Prince. I believe in you." Although Grand Duke Howard established himself as a war hero and a new powerful figure, he often secluded himself in the north. It was mostly the Crown Prince who would bring him from the north to the capital. "Flint, are you going back to the north again?" Herase asked, watching his friend pack. "It's my place, isn't it?" Flint replied simply. "I can't believe the ladies of the capital aren't able to sway your heart," Herase teased. "It's such a pity." A knock interrupted them. "Count Evans! It's been too long." Herase greeted the visitor cheerfully. "Please stop tormenting our grace and find a bride for yourself instead, Your Highness," the visitor retorted sharply. "It was Vianteka's up-and-coming noble of the north, Adele Evans." Herase laughed. "All right then, why don't you marry Flint, Adele?" Adele rolled her eyes. "I see you've taken up jokes while I haven't seen you around." She straightened her coat. "Your Highness Herase, my ambition is to find a young, beautiful man to kidnap." She looked thoughtfully into the distance. "Are there any beautiful men I could take to the north? I am confident I could treat them very well." Herase leaned back, amused. "My lord. What about the man you're dating now? He's going to be crying blood if he hears this." "Oh. Are you talking about the gentleman Lady Veronica introduced me to?" Adele dismissed the thought with a wave of her hand. "That relationship ended a long time ago. You're quite late to the news." "Have you lost your touch, Your Highness?" Flint interjected, changing the subject. "Adele, what do you think about the claim that Sharai found a new territory?" "It makes sense," Adele replied, her tone turning serious. "Maybe they have given up on the north and are now focusing on Jakador or elsewhere? But since we can't be sure, how about we supplement troops on the frontier?" Flint suggested. The door creaked open again, interrupting their strategy session. "Your Highness, what if the sun really does make a match for you?" Flint asked, referring to the Emperor. Herase's face darkened. "If you're going to talk about marriage, leave. Don't make me kick you out." Adele stepped forward, persistent. "You will only get the seal back and truly become the Grand Duke when you get married and have a family. The sun told you that." She leaned in. "Pick an adequate noble woman and get engaged to her. You can break off the marriage after you get what you want." Flint frowned. "Then what about the woman's future? That would be the lady's problem, wouldn't it?" Adele argued cold-heartedly. "Anyone aspiring to be the future Grand Duchess through such means should take some risks. After all," she continued, her voice urgent, "the former Grand Duke also left word that you must get the seal back no matter what. The former Duchess beseeched my father about the seal even as she died. She said you must return to Vianteka and find it." Flint clenched his hand on the desk. "To be honest, I don't know what meaning that seal holds for me other than the fact that it's a family heirloom. That seal is not just a stamp for putting a signature," Adele insisted passionately. "It is a precious object given by the former emperor to the former Grand Duke. It was something they should have given back when the Crown Prince came back. Adele, don't you get that the sun intends for me to prove my loyalty this way?" Flint countered. "Don't be greedy. Think hard about what it'll mean for the sun to honor my grandfather." Adele crossed her arms. Promises are easy to make. But did you know, Your Highness? His Majesty mentioned that when the time comes, he will bestow the Emperor's title upon Crown Prince Alphonse, your late grandfather. She looked sharply at Flint. He said the same to you when you returned home. And what has become of that promise? She paused, a sly look entering her eyes. Oh, that's right. I heard you met a noble lady recently. What about? Flint slammed his hand down, his voice final. No, she's out of the question. Adele blinked, taken aback. Oh, in the soft light of a sprawling garden pavilion, a woman of refined elegance held out an ornate, blue velvet-lined box to her daughter, Eliano. Inside, a large, iridescent pearl sat nestled within a delicate seashell. Look at this, she said, her voice filled with pride. Isn't it stunning? Eliano offered a graceful smile as she admired the gift. It's beautiful, Mother. You truly have an eye for these things. Her mother laughed, the sound light but carrying a sharp edge. Don't I? Ha! Anyway, I heard something happened while I was gone. Eliano shifted her position, her expression turning serious as she looked at her mother. I was just about to bring that up. I wanted to ask you for ideas on what to do with the nanny who's wronged us. The mother's face clouded with a mix of frustration and concern. Well, your siblings are insisting that we kick her out. Damien was especially adamant about it. He was so cold toward her. In fact, it's the first time I've seen him this angry. He said he cannot let a servant who steals stay in the Rosanna household. She reached out, her hand gently touching Eliano's face with an air of manipulation. Yeah, you're not going to suggest the same, right? You're a good, kind girl, after all. Take Pamela back, will you, my dear? Eliano's gaze remained firm, her voice unwavering. No, Mother, I cannot take her back. Her mother recoiled as if struck, her voice rising in disbelief. What? How come? Pamela raised you with so much care. Honey, how could you? I'm a Rosanna too, Mother, and I agree with Damien, Eliano replied, her eyes flashing with a hidden intensity. Also, didn't you hear what she did to me? Her mother flinched, the realization of the nanny's betrayal finally settling in. She looked away, her voice dropping to a troubled murmur. Then what are we to do with her? We can't just kick out that poor thing. We'll need to find her a place to stay. Seeing an opportunity, Eliano leaned in. Why don't you take her in then, Mother? I'm sure Damien will understand if you do, and of course I will too. The older woman sighed, her hand pressing against her forehead. I'll think about it, so please leave me for now. Eliano rose and walked through the grand, sun-drenched halls of the estate. Reaching the privacy of her own chambers, she sat down heavily. She let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. I finally got Pamela off my back, she thought to herself. It was a victory, however incomplete. It's a pity I wasn't able to get rid of her completely, but it can't be helped. Pamela is a servant from the Duchess's family. That's why the incident should have happened while the Duchess was present. If she had seen Pamela's true character, she would have kicked her out herself. A quiet knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. A maid entered, bowing low. My lady, shall I bring some Milani tea? Eliano nodded. Yes, thank you. As the tea was served, Eliano breathed in the rising steam. The fragrance is so nice. It smells like flowers or grass. The person who gave me that also said the same thing. However, her caution remained. Get me a silver stick, she commanded. She dipped the silver into the tea, watching intently for any sign of discoloration. When the metal remained bright, she smirked. So, she doesn't intend to kill me just yet. PFT. Perhaps she has some lingering affection for me. It is Miller, my lady, a voice announced from the door. Eliano composed herself. Come in. Leave us for a moment, she told the other attendants. Once the door clicked shut, she turned to the senior maid. Did you look into what I asked about? Yes, my lady, Miller replied. Eliano leaned in, her voice a hushed whisper. Good. Lower your voice. Did you say Aster? Yes, my lady, but they don't take commissions through letters and… Eliano cut her off with a sharp gesture. Stop, that's enough. I'll take care of the rest. And remember, all you did was tell a curious lady about places you know. Got it? Of course, my lady, Miller bowed. Eliano's mind was already moving to the next piece of the puzzle. Oh, I have another thing to ask you. Who's the first person to handle any mail that arrives at the Rosanna household? Miller explained the process. Tom collected and distributed the mail to the attendants, who then brought it to their masters. As you asked, I have brought you all the letters addressed to you, Lady Eliano, Miller said, presenting a stack. Eliano began to sift through them on a marble table. According to her maid Isabella, ever since her engagement with Marquis Alvich was broken off, she should have been flooded with correspondence. I haven't even had my debut, but I've already received so many letters and invitations. I don't like the attention, all they want is a connection to our household. Yet, as she looked at the pile, something was wrong. Besides Marquis Alvich's proposal, I haven't received any love letters or invitations. That means someone is messing with my mail, even now with Pamela gone. Her eyes narrowed as she spotted a specific seal, a wolf. A smile spread across her lips. This letter will serve plenty as bait. But in order to do that, I have to put it back where it was. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She desperately wanted to know the contents. Using a letter opener, she carefully broke the seal. Phew! She unfolded the parchment and read, "Kindly honor the banquet hosted by Duke Howard in the capital with your presence." Flint Howard. Eliano's hands began to tremble. Her face flushed a deep crimson as she stared at the words. I thought he had sent a love letter. What a waste of good paper on something trivial as an invitation. She smacked the paper down in a fit of sudden embarrassment. I thought he was interested in me. Was I wrong? Her mind raced back to the day she had run into him, returning a ribbon. I sincerely apologize for misinterpreting your intentions, Lady Rosanna, he had said then. I will keep the token you have given me and will not forget what happened today. Eliano remembered her own boldness that day. Isn't that what you said? She had challenged him. On a whim, half out of impulse, she had brought up the topic of marriage. Standing by the window as night fell over the capital, she looked out at the moon. I don't regret it. Because Flint Howard is the only choice I have right now. She recalled his parting words. I will tell you when I've gathered the courage. Eliano's eyes hardened with resolve. I don't have the time to wait for him to gather the courage. I need something that'll truly move him. Something that will give him the courage he needs. She turned back to Miller, gesturing to the stack of letters. Miller, tie them all up and put them away. The heavy wooden wheels of the carriage ground against the cobblestones with a rhythmic clatter as it rolled through the bustling streets of the capital. Inside, the young noblewoman sat in silence, her mind heavy with the weight of her secret mission. She stared down at the intricate lace of her gown, thinking to herself how exhausting it had become just to exist under such constant scrutiny. It's so hard to leave the house, she mused, when you need more than a flimsy excuse to get permission. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at the garments prepared for her. Look at these horrid things. It must be because Pamela picked them out. I must meet the tailor. Behind her, one of her companions whispered in hushed tones, noting that the nanny was known to have good taste, but they quickly decided it was best not to say anything. Suddenly, the lady leaned forward and called out to the driver, "Stop the carriage." The vehicle slowed to a halt, prompting a confused response from her escort. "Brilliant is further away, my lady," he noted, but she was already preparing to disembark. "There's somewhere I need to go first," she insisted, her gaze fixed on a particular building. "I must prepare a present for the madam." Stepping out into the morning light, she approached a charming shop with a sign hanging above the door that read Astor. A cheerful voice greeted her as she crossed the threshold. "Good morning, my noble lady!" The lady turned to her two handmaidens, Miss Lavender and Miss Jane, and gave a firm instruction. "You two wait here. Please look around." Her maids bowed their heads, responding in unison. "Yes, my lady." An employee of the shop stepped forward, offering a tour. "Will you look at the greenhouse as well? It's full of fresh flowers. If you would like to arrange them, I'll bring the scissors." "Stop," the lady interrupted, her eyes scanning the vibrant flora. "I want a blue aster." There was a deep blue aster on the sign outside, if I remember correctly. Or did I enter the wrong place? The shop worker smiled knowingly. "No, you came to the right place. I'll escort you inside." As she followed the guide toward the back of the shop, the lady cast a quick glance back at her waiting maids. They mustn't realize what she was really doing. She would make sure of that. The sound of a small bell jingled as they moved deeper into the shop, their footsteps echoing softly on the tiled floor. From the shadows of a back room, a figure draped in a heavy purple cloak emerged. "Follow me," the hooded figure commanded. Meanwhile, in the greenhouse, Miss Lavender and Miss Jane sat at a small table, a delicate tea service set before them. Lavender suddenly stood up, her face filled with worry. This isn't the time to be having tea. We need to follow the lady." Jane looked up, puzzled. "Huh? Why?" Lavender huffed at her companion's naivety. "You never know what could be happening. Who knows if she's meeting a man inside?" Jane tried to reason with her, suggesting that since the lady wasn't alone, it would surely be alright. Ugh, you fool, Lavender snapped. Stand up, let's hurry. But before they could move, a handsome male employee stepped into the greenhouse, a bright beam of a smile on his face. There's no need to be concerned, Miss Lavender, Miss Jane. The noble lady is being taken care of by our female employee. The maids were instantly disarmed by his charm. I see, they chirped. The man leaned in, holding a bouquet of roses. If you're bored, shall I make a flower ring for you? It will look good on you, Miss Lavender. Blushing furiously, Lavender stammered out. Sure. Deep within the private chambers of the shop, the hooded figure led the lady into a sunlit room. Now, here. Please come in. The figure turned, and the lady spoke with surprising directness. You're from Jakador. The hooded figure paused, a hint of surprise in their voice. How did you know that? The lady smiled faintly. From the way you speak, it's not easy to abandon your roots. But don't worry, most Vianticans wouldn't know the difference. The figure laughed softly. Interesting. Then are you suggesting you're not an average person, my lady? She met the hooded gaze steadily. Yes, and neither are you, since Astor will become a great guild. The shopkeeper chuckled. Well, I must give you a discount for all your compliments, my lady. But the lady shook her head. No, I will pay as much as needed if you find me what I'm looking for. I see, the figure replied, their tone turning professional. What do you wish to find? The lady took a breath. I wish to find a magical object. It has the ability to change the color of your hair. The guild member paused, contemplating the request. And how exactly do you trigger its effect? The lady explained. You just have to put it on your ears. The guild member seemed skeptical. I've never heard of magical objects that are invoked like that. The lady sighed, remembering her past. But that was the only magical object that I had on my body. The figure leaned forward, intrigued. Maybe you have a magical talent then, my lady? She shook her head. No, I am a normal person in that regard. I see, the guild member said, pulling out a piece of parchment and a pen. What does it look like? The lady began to describe it in detail, watching as the figure sketched a circular, ornate design on the paper. I've gotten enough to begin my search, the figure confirmed. The lady's voice was urgent. I need that object as soon as I can, so hurry. Please. The guild member stood up confidently. Finding things is my specialty. You can trust me on that. By the way, in the language of flowers, the blue aster symbolizes faith. As the figure turned to leave, the lady called out, Wait, what is your name? I think I should know the name of the person who took my request. If you can't tell me, I won't ask anymore. The figure pulled back the hood slightly, revealing the face of a woman with vibrant red hair. It is Aston. The lady's eyes widened in shock. Aston. As the guild leader walked away, the lady stood frozen in the sunlight. So, the leader of the guild was a woman. Her mind raced with memories of a life once lived. Astor. In her past life, that was the name of the guild that held influence across the entire continent. And from what she remembered, the guild leader, Aston, had secretly supported the ascension of Jakador's first prince. She had heard they were close friends. A voice suddenly broke her trance. Lady Rosanna? She turned to see a man standing nearby, holding a pair of garden shears. Oh, Your Grace. The world of political intrigue and hidden alliances was swirling around her, and her journey had only just begun. In the soft light of the afternoon, the garden was alive with the scent of blooming roses. Standing amidst the greenery, the man paused his work and turned, his voice carrying a note of quiet surprise. I never thought I would meet you here, my lady. Miss Eliano stood before him, her expression composed but equally startled. I also didn't expect to see you here, Your Grace, she replied. She watched him for a moment, noticing how he held the garden shears, before adding with a touch of her usual independence. I will not show you proper greeting manners, as usual. A faint, knowing smile touched his lips. Of course. That's easier for me, too. He gestured toward the path behind him. Anyway, did you recognize me even though you only saw my back? Now that you say it, yeah, I guess I did, she admitted. She watched him return his attention to a rosebush, his movements lacking the finesse one might expect from a gardener. But even if you changed yourself to look completely different, I think I would have recognized you. He looked back at her, the shears still in hand. That's unexpected. Do you like arranging flowers? She looked toward the vibrant petals. Well, I heard it was a hobby of my late mother's. From what I've heard, she even managed the garden on her own. She must have had very delicate hands despite coming from a house of warriors. Yes, he agreed, his eyes softening at the memory. She was very talented when it came to using her hands, but, unfortunately, I did not inherit that particular talent. As he spoke, he made a clumsy snip at a stem. Eliano winced internally. He shouldn't cut it like that, she thought. He's ruining the flowers. Unable to stay silent, she stepped closer, watching as he struggled with the tool. So, it wasn't the scissors that were causing me trouble, he muttered, realizing his own lack of skill. He finally managed to sever a stem, holding up a magnificent, deep red bloom. A rose this big is rare, but you seem to be in luck, Your Grace. He handed the flower to her. It was the biggest one in the garden, yet in his large, calloused hand, it looked so small. It was almost cute. Eliano took the bloom gently before turning to the attending florist. I'll take 3 bouquets to gift. Choose something appropriate and wrap them up for me. Yes, my lady, the florist replied. Eliano turned back to the man. Your Grace, I will take my leave now. I have another appointment. Oh, before you go, he said, stopping her. I sent you an invitation. Did you get it? Eliano met his gaze directly. I'm sorry, but I did not receive it. His brow furrowed in genuine confusion. It must have gone missing. I will send you another one. Even if you send it to me again, it won't reach me, she stated firmly. He blinked, taken back. What do you mean? Your Grace, she said, her voice steady and proud. I have never received a letter from a man. Not once. He stood in stunned silence as the weight of her words settled. In his mind, the whispers of the gentlemen's club echoed, men claiming she was awfully proud, that she ignored invitations without a word because she held her father's favor. He wondered if Duke Rosanna had a hand in this, perhaps not wanting anyone to take his precious daughter away. Eliano saw the hesitation in his eyes and challenged him. Are you afraid of my father, Your Grace? I want a man who is able to kiss me in front of my father with all the confidence in the world. If you don't have the courage, then I shall take that flower back. She watched him, her heart beginning to race. Am I wrong about him again? She wondered. Miss Eliano, he said, his voice dropping an octave as he turned fully toward her. Yes? I am not afraid of anyone other than the Supreme Sun, he declared, his gaze intense. Your Highness, that is not the answer she began, but he cut her off, stepping closer. But not even the sun could get between me and my Duchess. Never. A genuine smile broke across Eliano's face, and for a moment, the world seemed to still. Her heart thudded bam against her ribs. I see now why Adele has her hopes so high, she murmured. The moment was interrupted by the arrival of a man with vibrant red hair. Aston, the Duke acknowledged. I have a message from Rings Jen, Aston announced. The head of the guild says hello? The Duke nodded. He must still be going strong at his age. Aston laughed. No, not really. He's happily counting down the days until his retirement. There isn't much time left now. Soon I will inherit everything. He looked toward the departing carriage of the lady. That lady, she knew instantly that I was from Jakador. Even though she's a noble lady who has never set a foot outside the capital. Did she request something from the guild? My lips are sealed, Your Grace, Aston replied with a smirk. Even though we used to work together? Well, you're not a member of the guild right now, so… Aston! A frantic voice cut through the garden. Another guild member burst through the gate, looking breathless. What? Aston asked. There's an emergency. We've got the most unpleasant visitor, Aston groaned. Can't you handle clients like that on your own? Do you really need me to take care of this? If I could handle it on my own, I wouldn't be here looking for you, the man shouted, reaching out to grab Aston's arm and dragging him toward the looming trouble. The sun hung high over the city, casting a brilliant glow upon the elegant facade of the brilliant boutique. Outside, a grand green carriage drawn by a pair of sturdy horses waited by the entrance, signaling the arrival of someone of high status. Inside the boutique, the air was thick with the scent of fine fabrics and the hushed whispers of the staff and patrons. The arrival of a particular noblewoman had caused quite a stir. Is that the famous First Lady of the Rosanna household? One onlooker whispered, eyes wide with wonder. Another leaned in, admitting, I've never seen her in real life before. Lady Rosanna moved through the shop with a practiced, effortless grace, her presence seemingly making the very room sparkle. She caught the wide-eyed stares of the seamstresses and paused, offering a gentle, knowing smile. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm starting to feel a bit shy. She teased lightly. The head seamstress gasped, quickly bowing her head in a frantic apology. I'm sorry, my lady. Rosanna remained unruffled, her voice smooth and commanding. I would like you to make new clothes for me. I trust that you'll do well. The staff bowed deeply, moved by her confidence. Rest assured, we will do our best. The noble's room is over here, my lady. The attendant replied, gesturing toward a private area. As Rosanna moved toward the private lounge, she noticed a figure watching her from across the hall. The man stepped forward with a confident stride. Aren't you Lady Rosanna? He asked, his voice carrying a note of intrigued familiarity. He came to a halt and bowed with refined elegance. It's a pleasure to meet you, my lady. I am Count Adele Evans. Rosanna regarded him with a calm, discerning gaze. Hello, Count Evans, she replied. Internally, she noted his name with sharp recognition. Adele Evans, she was one of Flint Howard's people, wasn't she? The Count maintained a steady stare, his eyes bright with a mix of admiration and curiosity. My lady, he said, extending a hand. May I have a moment of your time? They settled into the plush chairs of the private room, the ticking of a nearby clock the only sound between them. The Count broke the silence, his tone sincere. I am sure you've heard this countless times, but I have to say, you are stunningly elegant. I'm grateful you see me that way, Rosanna replied, her expression unreadable behind her teacup. So it was true that you've spent your whole life practicing etiquette. The Count stopped abruptly, his eyes widening as he realized his bluntness. Oh, I'm so sorry. I tend to blurt out things. Rosanna let out a soft laugh to ease his tension. Haha, that's fine, you don't need to be worried. My sister also told me something similar, which makes me wonder who was the first to say that. And it is true. Well, it spread because of the little son, the Count explained, leaning in. Oh, but the first person who mentioned it was my master. What a surprise. But did you know, my lady? It is quite remarkable that he made such a comment. He hardly ever talks about personal matters and has never shown any interest in women, so we were all very surprised when he made a comment about a lady. He quickly raised his hands as if to ward off a misunderstanding. Oh, please don't misunderstand, though. He had no ill intentions when he spoke of you. Rosanna set her cup down with a soft clack. He said something like that? I wonder what he meant by it then. And what do you think of me, Count Evans? Now that you've met me yourself. The Count hummed thoughtfully, studying her. Well, I think you're quite different from what I've heard. It seems the people of high society aren't very skilled at discerning character. He looked at her intently, noting the steel beneath her refined exterior. She looked fragile on the outside, but she didn't seem weak at all. In fact, she looked strong enough to endure the legendary coldness of the north. Suddenly, the Count leaned forward, his voice dropping to an urgent whisper. My lady, please marry his grace. He'll be good to you. He may seem cold and have difficulty expressing himself, but he's a passionate man with a great sense of responsibility. He began to list the Duke's virtues with increasing fervor. Plus, he's the best warrior in Vianteca, so there's no way he'll die on you anytime soon. And strength is what makes a man, is it not? His grace also has a great body. He's very muscular. You should see his thighs, for example. Oh, but please don't misunderstand me. He's a new thing, an unopened package. Rosanna nearly choked on her tea. A new thing. Please wait. I've only met the Grand Duke a few times. A few times? The Count shouted, nearly jumping out of his seat. How many times exactly? If you met him so many times, then surely you are his grace's destiny. Please listen to me, Count Evans. Rosanna countered, her voice firming. There is nothing going on between me and the Duke. So please don't embarrass a lady past her marrying age. The Count slumped back, a pout forming on his face. I see, so you don't have much interest in his grace. My poor master, at this point, he'll have to wait until his hair is gray to marry. There might not be anyone now, but I'm sure someone will turn up in the future. Rosanna offered. When? The Count despaired, his eyes sparkling with a strange intensity. He has to get married now. Rosanna narrowed her eyes, sensing a deeper motive. Is there a particular reason he needs to marry soon? Are you trying to stabilize things in the north and the household with a lady in the house? Not at all, the Count replied immediately. The north and the Howard household are stable enough, my lady. His Grace is the ruler of the north. Whether or not he has a wife does not affect that stability. Then why the urgency? There must be a problem if you're in a hurry. The Count slammed his fist onto the table, his composure breaking. No! My master has no problems at all. The one with the problem is His Majesty. His Majesty is unjustly withholding the Howard seal. He suddenly slapped a hand over his mouth, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Rosanna smiled thinly, a sharp glint in her eyes. So that's what this was about. Darn it! The Count muttered, looking away in shame. You should be more careful with your words. Cool your head, Rosanna advised, taking a calm sip of her tea. The Count glanced at her, sighing in defeat. You are much like him. I can't tell what you're thinking at all, my lady. It's as if you two are destined to be together. Rosanna didn't look away this time. A small, enigmatic smile played on her lips. That doesn't sound so bad. She rose from her seat, the meeting coming to its natural end. It was a pleasure to talk to you, my lady, the Count murmured, still looking somewhat dazed. As she walked toward the door, she paused and looked back over her shoulder. Do you really have no interest in His Grace? He asked one last time. Rosanna's expression softened into a look of pure, confident mischief. If I wasn't even the slightest bit interested, I wouldn't have talked to you. She moved toward the exit, her voice trailing back to him. I'll talk down to you next time, Count Evans. So farewell. The Grand Duke's history began with the Howard seal, a legacy forged in blood and transition. When Maximilian's father died, the former emperor took the boy's original surname, Vianteka, and replaced it with a new name, Howard. At the same time, the emperor appointed Maximilian Howard as the Grand Duke of the North, handing him the Howard seal as a token of absolute authority. To the world, the seal was a symbol from the emperor acknowledging Howard as the ruler of the North, but to Maximilian, it was also a deeply personal heirloom. In the quiet of her chambers, the Empress reflected on the man who now occupied the northern throne. He had claimed he didn't enjoy arranging flowers, yet the fact that he was doing something he found no pleasure in clearly meant he missed his parents. Naturally, he would want to recover the seal to honor their memory. If she could aggravate that need at the right moment, she might be able to bend the situation to her advantage. Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft knock at the door. My Lady Lavender is here, a voice announced. The Empress composed herself, her expression hardening. Come in, she said. Lavender entered, her eyes darting nervously around the room. The Empress didn't waste words. You must know why I called you, Lavender. Lavender fell to her knees, her voice trembling as she gestured toward the desk. If you're talking about the mail, I was going to sort them out for you. Suddenly, a splash of tea hit the maid's face. Kia! She shrieked, cowering on the floor. Did you think I wouldn't know? The Empress asked, her voice cold as the liquid dripped from Lavender's chin. I also know how you stare at my body every time I bathe while pretending to take care of me. Had I so much as held hands with a man today, you'd have told father immediately, wouldn't you? Lavender sobbed, pressing her forehead against the carpet. I'm sorry, my lady. Forgive me. I had no choice. The Duke demanded it. All I did was follow orders. If I didn't follow his orders, I could have died. So, yes, you must have been afraid of my father. I understand. The Empress replied, her tone deceptively gentle. She leaned forward, her gaze piercing. But Lavender, you are a smart girl. If you were afraid of my father, shouldn't you be afraid of his daughter as well? Didn't it occur to you that I might kill you before my father does? The maid's face was pale, wet with tears. My lady, please give me another chance. I will never do it again. The Empress stood, the silk of her gown rustling as she walked toward the window. Lavender, I don't believe that people can change. She reached for the bell cord, and the sharp jingle echoed through the room. 2 other maids appeared quickly, seizing Lavender by the arms. "And my lady," Lavender gasped as she was hoisted up. "Go back and wait for your punishment," the Empress commanded, looking away. "And I advise you not to tell my father, because he would absolutely kill a maid who is no longer useful." Lavender's desperate pleas of, "My lady! Please forgive me, my lady! My lady!" faded down the hall until the room was silent once more. The silence was short-lived. A soft step sounded near the balcony, and a figure draped in a dark cloak slipped through the window. The Empress didn't turn around. "Aren't you even a bit surprised?" the intruder asked. "I'm not surprised, but I am curious," she replied. "How did you manage to get past Rosanna's security?" "That's just what I do," the visitor answered simply. "You must have found the earrings." "Of course, but unfortunately only one of them. I was really confused. It wasn't an obsidian, but a sapphire. And it didn't have the ability to change the color of your hair." The Empress turned to look at the single earring. "I was able to find it because of Pamela. She was known as the old lady who sometimes comes to sell Elisum. It feels strange. It's very familiar. Even if it looks different with its ability gone, I know that this is my earring." "You did well. I'm impressed," the visitor noted. "But I found out that it definitely is a magical object. Take a look at this." He spun the item, tapping it against the table. The magician in our guild, was absolutely fascinated. He said he wanted to buy it, but I refused. "Is it something that incredible?" the Empress asked. "He said he couldn't feel any magic even though it was a magical object. He wanted to dissect it. He told me, 'Please, I'll give you my entire fortune.'" The visitor sighed. "Then the other half might have gone to Kesef." "Kesef is the name of the island where the magical tower is located. Personally, I really hope it's not in the magical tower." "I also hope that too," she agreed. "Oh, take this," he said, handing her a small object. "What is it?" she asked, examining the gift. "If it's difficult to come to the flower shop, find a servant named Billy. All you need to do is show him this." With a sudden jump, the visitor vanished back into the night. The Empress looked down at what he had left her. With a soft click, she realized the truth of the object. This is a knife, not a pin. The political winds were shifting. News arrived of a grand event that would shake the nobility. "Yes, the banquet is about choosing a bride," the reports confirmed. "Flint will carefully select a wife during the banquet. Anyone who wants to be Howard's Duchess may come." The announcement caused a stir of excitement among the ladies of the court. "Wow! Flint Howard," they whispered, but the Empress's eyes narrowed as she clutched the secret blade. "How dare you!" she hissed under her breath, her mind racing with the audacity of the invitation. "How dare you invite me to a bride selection banquet?" The throne room of the Vianteka Empire shook with the fury of a king. Standing before his assembled ministers, the elderly monarch pointed a trembling finger toward the exit, his voice booming with disbelief. "What? Envoys from Jakador are here? What is the Office of Imperial Diplomacy doing?" He paced with agitated energy, his royal robes snapping behind him. "How dare they let those bastards set foot on Vianteka land? Grand Duke Howard, go and kill them right now!" The room remained frozen in a tense silence until a diplomat stepped forward, his hands raised in a desperate plea. "Your Majesty, please calm down. A Prince of Jakador is among the envoys. You cannot hurt them. Your Highness Hires is also involved." The king slammed his hand onto the table. "And what does that matter? Have you forgotten that they tried to kill Hires first?" He stood atop the grand table, looming over his advisors with eyes full of fire. "You traitors! Are you planning to sell out Vianteka?" Among the crowd, the young Hires stood with a sharp, lethal gaze. "Your Highness, I will go and kill them all. Please let me settle the score with Jakador. If anyone opposes me, I'll tear their limbs apart." The king took a deep breath, smoothing his beard as he regained a shred of composure. "That's enough, Hires. Ahem. We must look at the big picture." He sighed heavily, leaning back. Phew. You must have the keen insight of a sovereign, do you understand? All right, let's hear what those lowly Jakador envoys have to say. He looked toward his military commander, Flint Howard, with a weary, pragmatic expression. Jakador may be our sworn enemy, but we must work with them if demons are coming. Flint, lead the allied forces and conquer Malkia. Flint Howard bowed his head solemnly, his dark hair falling over his eyes. Yes, your majesty. Later, in a quieter moment of the palace, the king spoke to Flint with a softer tone. Flint, I've dragged you into war once again. I am truly ashamed to face you. It is His Majesty's order, and I must follow. Flint replied, his voice devoid of resentment but heavy with a deep-seated exhaustion. When he was finally alone, he slumped into a chair and let out a long, weary sigh. This is tiring. I'm not afraid of war. I have grown used to the line between life and death. Yet I wonder, how much longer must I live like this? While Flint contemplated the burdens of command, a far more delicate scene was unfolding at Viscountess Fleming's embroidery group. The ladies were gathered in a sunlit parlor, their needles moving rhythmically through fine silk. One noblewoman leaned toward a young lady, her eyes wide with genuine admiration. Your embroidery skills are amazing for someone your age. You're even better than me. Viscountess Fleming, I am merely imitating what I've seen, the girl replied with a humble smile. I cannot make beautiful designs like you, Viscountess. Did you like my designs? I'm very happy to hear that, the Viscountess said, her tone shifting toward the latest gossip. But I wonder what happened with the Howard banquet. Why do you think it was delayed? It seemed like they were going to make it bigger. I heard they were borrowing the large ballroom in the palace. The young lady's ears perked up at the mention of the Grand Duke. Another lady chimed in. And the little son is hosting it? Maybe they are looking for the next Grand Duchess. Well, if that's true, I should send my daughter. A nearby noblewoman scoffed. Humph. I doubt it. She looked down at her work, her thoughts racing. Flint Howard is going to hold a banquet to choose the next Grand Duchess. She looked at the intricate pattern she was stitching. That design is cute. Should I ask if I can have it? The rumors spread like wildfire through the capital. Did you hear? So it actually was a banquet to choose his bride. A representative of the Howard estate stood before a crowd of hopeful noblewomen, his smile bright and welcoming. As long as we can identify you, no invitation is required for this banquet. So please honor us with your presence. I will tell you the date once it's decided. Across town, a young woman sat at her dining table, stabbing a piece of fruit with her fork in a fit of pique. Flint Howard, how dare he invite me to a bride-choosing banquet? Is he trying to see if I'm a suitable bride for him? I thought he didn't like men who thought of their women as trophies. She began to eat with aggressive resolve. Well, it won't matter. Munch, munch. Soon, he will come to realize that no one is better suited than me. Back at Flint's estate, his aide entered the study. Your friend from Ringsgen is here. The messenger, Aston, walked in and bowed. Hello, Your Grace. Has it been delivered? Flint asked immediately. Of course, Aston replied. The lady read the letter the moment she received it. Your request has been fulfilled. Flint leaned forward, his eyes searching. What did she say? Aston hesitated, looking at his companion. What does it say? You can tell me. I won't tell anyone else. There's no way I'm going to miss out on this. Flint's companion prodded. Flint just gave a sharp, impatient humph. Aston sighed. He says he'll be away from the capital for a while and doesn't know when he'll return. Is that all? The companion asked, unimpressed. Yes. You clueless northern man, the companion muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, the lady who received the letter sat in her own room, staring at the parchment. I wonder why he wrote me this letter. I thought he was a busy man. Anyway, you may tell him I received the letter. When this message was relayed back to Flint, his face dropped. Is that all? What more did you expect? Aston asked with a shrug as Flint's shoulders slumped. Tsk. You should have given her the earring as a gift. I was able to find it quickly because of you. You should have taken the credit. I couldn't do that, Flint said firmly. She commissioned the guild because she didn't want it known. Aston's eyes twinkled with mischief. Aha, so you knew and still secretly read the contract? Wow. That was rude of you, regardless of what your intentions were. Flint looked away, a rare flush of shame on his face. I apologize. Aston watched him, thinking to himself that Flint was usually indifferent to everything and straightforward, yet the fact that he secretly read the contract must mean he has some interest in the client. Nom. But it doesn't seem like the interest is mutual. He looked up as Flint called his name. Aston. Yes? The letter I told you just now, do you want me to tell you again? Flint asked with a deadpan stare. Oh. No, Aston replied quickly. You must be busy. You may leave now. As the door clicked shut, Aston couldn't help but let out a muffled laugh. Pfft. Inside the room, Flint paced back and forth, tapping his arm nervously. Is she not replying because Duke Rosanna is against it? He probably doesn't want me as his son-in-law since I might die at war. But I'm confident that I won't die and leave my wife a widow. He froze mid-step as a new thought struck him. Wait, what if she's worried about the same thing? A sharp knock at the door broke his cycle of worry. Your Grace, Count Evans has asked for your audience. Flint turned, his heart skipping. Adele? Yes. She says that it is urgent. Flint looked at a small jewelry box on his desk containing a shimmering pearl necklace. I'll be there in just a moment. What is happening? That was the single thought echoing through Flint Howard's mind as he stood before the heavy doors of the mansion. Taking a breath, he stepped inside to find Adele waiting. Come on in, Your Grace. She greeted him softly. Only 3 hours ago, Adele had been in her private chambers, humming a light tune while her maid, Jane, tended to her. Jane was practically glowing with excitement. Are you that happy, Jane? Adele asked, noticing the girl's persistent smile. Of course, Jane chirped. What could possibly be better than you and the Grand Duke being in a relationship, my lady? Adele paused, her expression turning serious. To be exact, we're not in a relationship. Jane's jaw nearly hit the floor. Pardon? Then what is it? Adele looked away. We're merely cooperating with each other for personal gain. But Jane cut her off with a passionate shout. But how can a man and a woman who've met so many times and even talked about marriage not be in a relationship? You are destined to be with His Grace. A secret relationship. That's so romantic. Jane eventually settled down to finish Adele's hair, though her eyes still shone with a mischievous light. My lady, the truth is he had asked for me, the maid confessed. But I won't do as he ordered me to. I know you might think I'm crossing the line. But still, I wish you could be more free, my lady. Once the final pin was placed, Jane stepped back. We're all done, my lady. She then pulled out 2 exquisite hairpieces. One of them is a replica that you recently ordered, right? I think it's amazing how it's able to change your hair color. Adele reached out to touch the shimmering jewel. I think so too. It's an object of such incredible value. And yet neither my father nor the Duchess knows it exists. How did it end up in my possession? The scene shifted back to the present at Adele's mansion. Adele stood up, intending to be a proper hostess. I will make the tea, she offered, but Flint moved faster, surprising both Adele and the servants. Jane and the other attendants stood back, stunned. You are the Grand Duke, Your Grace, Adele protested. You shouldn't be making tea for a guest. Please let me do it. Flint simply smiled, though there was a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Yes, exactly. You are a guest, my lady. I will do it. Adele sat back down, realizing she had lost this small battle of manners. As Flint prepared the leaves, he spoke quietly. I thought you weren't interested since you didn't reply to me. I was just letting you know I felt a little hurt. Adele blinked in genuine confusion. How did I hurt you? Flint sighed. You invited me to a banquet for choosing a bride. Adele's eyes widened. What are you talking about? Choose a bride while you are here? I have never thought of such a thing. A soft hee-hee escaped Adele as she realized the misunderstanding. She looked at him, truly seeing him. My lady? He asked, noticing her stare. Adele thought to herself that this was the Flint Howard she knew. She had been foolish to misunderstand him. Your Grace? Adele said, her voice turning poetic. Did you know? The withered petal of a flower dances on its way down, because it believes that it will bear fruit one day. So, do not worry about me and go. I also have faith in your Grace. Flint stopped his movements, looking at her with intense resolve. Yes. I will definitely come back. Adele smiled, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Oh, let me pour the tea now. Will you wait just a moment? As they sat across from each other, Adele took a sip. She noticed he hadn't thrown away the water from the first round, a common brewing mistake, yet the tea tasted great. Yes, it does, she murmured, enjoying the quiet peace before the coming storm. The peace did not last. The day of Isabella's debut arrived, and the palace was a sea of glittering silk and hushed whispers. I can't believe Lady Isabella just debuted, one noble whispered. And of course, Lady Eliano is as excellent as ever. You must be so proud of your daughters. And they get along so well. The girl's father beamed. Thank you very much, haha. Adele, however, was struggling. I'm so uncomfortable, she thought, her smile feeling like a mask. And everyone's just staring at me. I wish I could go hide in a corner. Isabella noticed her sister's distress. Isabella, you're a Rosanna. You'll have to get used to such attention. If you're really uncomfortable, stick right next to me. Isabella reached out, but then she turned, her eyes catching a familiar face in the crowd. It's Damien! Eliano, I'm going to see Damien! As Isabella ran off, two noblewomen approached Adele. Hello, Lady Eliano. Adele recognized them instantly. Oh, Miss Sophie, Miss Violet. It's refreshing to see you out of the temple. Sophie laughed brightly. It's nice to see you too. I couldn't even think about approaching you before I saw you at the temple. Adele tilted her head. Am I really that difficult to approach? Thank you for coming to talk to me first. Oh, that's right, my lady, Violet said, lowering her voice. Did you know that an envoy from Jakador is in Vianteca? Adele's hand clenched her fan. Yes, I do. Violet leaned in closer. May I ask for your opinion on it, my lady? We wish for an alliance with Jakador. It's the same with the Sharai. They've been acknowledged as an official country by the nymphs after passing a heresy interrogation. We're all children of God, so we must be generous. Don't you think so, my lady? My lady? Adele had gone completely still. You look pale, Sophie noted with concern. Did I make you uncomfortable? Adele snapped back to reality. No, I was just thinking of something else. Sophie exhaled. That's a relief. Adele's mind was racing. She realized she had been ignorant about political information in her past life and could not rely on her memories. But as the ladies kept talking, one detail surfaced. Oh, we saw a person from Jakador in our temple, Violet continued. He was a beautiful blonde man, just like our little son. Before there was talk of marriage with Jakador, Grand Duke Howard came back from war with a big victory. They called that man Valdemar. The name hit Adele like a physical blow. The first crown prince of Jakador, Valdemar Jakador? In her previous life, when a holy war broke out in Malkia under the nymphs' lead to suppress apostasy, Vianteca and Jakador had formed an alliance and joined the war as allies. The head of Vianteca, Grand Duke Howard, and the head of Jakador, Crown Prince Valdemar, had utilized excellent tactics to secure a sweeping victory. Valdemar, acting as the representative of the envoy, had come back to Vianteca with Grand Duke Howard, along with the remains of the former Grand Duchess Howard as a token of reconciliation between the two empires. The memory was so violent that Adele's glass shattered in her hand. Oh no! Are you okay, my lady? The women cried. Adele didn't hear them. Her eyes were wide, fixed on the red wine staining her dress like blood. The war that Flint Howard won, It was the holy war of Malkia. The crash of a shattered glass echoed through the room, a stark contrast to the delicate lace of a lady's gown. "Oh no! Are you okay, my lady?" a servant cried out in alarm. But there was no time for pleasantries or recovery. The lady turned, her expression urgent. "I'm sorry, but I have to get going." The response from her companion was one of stunned compliance. "Oh, of course." As she hurried away, her mind raced with the weight of a past life and a future she was desperate to rewrite. The reason he had left the capital wasn't to inspect the northern region, as the official story went. Breathless and panting, she pushed forward, the truth burning in her mind. It was to join the holy war. That's why he didn't tell her where he was going. He couldn't. It was classified military information. But as she moved, a nagging doubt surfaced. Isn't this how come? Is my memory wrong? She was startled from her thoughts by a voice. "My lady, why are you here so early?" Ignoring the question, she gave a firm command. "Let's go to the temple. Right now!" The carriage driver didn't hesitate. "Yes, yes, my lady." With a crack of the whip and a sharp hup, they were away. In her previous life, the peace negotiations with Jakador had advanced quickly following the Malkia Holy War. She gripped her hands together, a silent vow forming. "I won't hesitate. If it's to change the course of my miserable past life, I'll do anything." The scene shifted to the grandeur of the first day of the Howard banquet. The herald's voice boomed through the hall. "His Grace, the Grand Duke!" Eyes turned and glances were exchanged as the Duke made his entrance. "Hello, Your Grace," he was greeted. He moved toward his peers with a practiced grace. "Duke Rosanna," he acknowledged. "This is my son Damien and my daughter Isabella. I hope you have a pleasant time." He offered a polite nod, but his mind was clearly elsewhere. Amidst the swirling gowns and hushed gossip, a question was whispered. "Did Miss Eliano not come?" The answer was cold and final. "My sister won't come." Panic began to rise among the guests. "Has something happened?" The reply was grave. "She is terribly ill. She probably won't be able to attend even a single day of your banquet." By the second day of the Howard banquet, the atmosphere had soured. Frustration boiled over into the corridors. "Grace, won't. Your G. Are you sure you won't come out?" By the third day of the banquet, the socialites were in an uproar. "Isn't this a banquet to choose his bride? How come the groom-to-be isn't making an appearance? This is nonsense. I was foolish to have my hopes up. Ugh, northern men!" Behind closed doors, the pressure was mounting. "Your Highness, please do something about his Grace. Please, get him to the banquet even if you have to drag him by the collar." The sound of an frustrated growl came from within. "Why, Your Highness? You can't. I will notify his Grace of your visit." A sharp voice cut through the protest. "Don't. This is an emergency. He'll understand." The door was thrown open with a bang. "Flint Howard!" The Duke looked up from his desk, surrounded by stacks of paperwork. "Here is." The visitor didn't hold back. "I held this banquet so you could find someone to marry. So what are you doing here instead of out there? How do you think this is going to make me look? Do you think I let you borrow the palace for this?" Seeing another figure enter, the visitor's tone shifted. "It's good that you're here." The Duke looked toward the newcomer, confused. "What?" "There's a favor I must ask of you," the visitor stated firmly. The second night of the Howard banquet arrived with a different sort of tension. In the Rosanna mansion, a maid approached her mistress. "My lady, even the young master and Lady Isabella have left." The lady looked around the dim hall. "Are you sure nobody is here?" "Yes. I've checked several times." "Good." The lady moved to a concealed mechanism. With a firm press, the sound of a rumble filled the air as a hidden door slid open. "Do all noble mansions have these things?" the maid whispered. "Maybe. I'm not sure," the lady replied. "Do you know that there's a secret passageway that connects to the outside in the Rosanna mansion? A secret passageway? It must have been made for escaping in emergencies. If you use this passageway, you can go outside without the knights noticing." Outside in the moonlit night, a hooded figure waited by a carriage. "You came." The lady turned to her maid. "Jane, you go inside first. Don't let anyone come into my room." "Yes, my lady." Later, in the quiet of his office, the Duke sat alone, his mind drifting back to the rumors. "If she's so ill she can't even leave the house, shouldn't I go visit her?" A sudden knock interrupted his thoughts. "Your Grace, there is a visitor for you. Let them in," he commanded. The door opened to reveal a woman wrapped in a dark cloak. She pulled back her hood. "Miss Eliano?" he asked, breathless. "I came because I wanted to see the stars with you, Your Grace," she said with a soft smile. "Please forgive my rudeness, but would you let me watch the stars with you tonight?" "Rudeness? Not at all," he replied, standing quickly. "Please sit. I will take this away." He began to hurriedly clear the stacks of papers from the table. "Are you all right? I heard you were very ill. I was worried." I am all well thanks to you, she replied gently. I appreciate your concern. Isn't the sofa too hard? Shall we go to the sitting room? It's fine. I like the office. But there is no terrace here. Oh, there's one in the next room, he realized. Then shall we go there? Well. The door to the adjacent room opened with a soft clunk. Please come over here, Your Grace, she invited. They stepped out under the vast, shimmering expanse. Isn't the night sky beautiful? It's so peaceful. Yes, he agreed, looking at her instead of the horizon. I love the view here too. You can see the whole garden from here, so it is also beautiful during the day. She turned to him, her eyes reflecting the celestial light. Your Grace, have you ever thought about wanting to reach the stars, Your Grace? Tonight I intend to. I want to put a star in your arms. He looked at her, his heart skipping a beat. I don't understand. The moon hung high over the estate, casting a cool, blue light into the stillness of the bedroom. Within the shadows, a moment of profound vulnerability unfolded as Miss Eliano looked up at the man before her with a gaze full of desperate resolve. A soft smile played on her lips, masking the weight of her plea. Please have me, Your Grace, she whispered, her voice barely audible in the quiet room. The Duke turned toward her, his expression unreadable in the dim light. He looked at her for a long moment before asking, What's wrong? Eliano didn't waver. She reached out, her touch light yet insistent. Hold me, Your Grace, she requested. The Duke's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice dropping to a stern, questioning tone. Do you mean to bring such shame to a lady's lips? He stepped back slightly, his silhouette sharp against the window. I do not want to hold you without feelings. Eliano moved closer, her eyes locked onto his. Then feel something. There, that would settle it. She paused, the air between them thick with unspoken tension. No, what I meant to say is, you don't love me. The Duke remained silent, the moonlight catching the hard lines of his face. Eliano took a breath, her voice gaining a playful, almost defiant edge. If I tell you I love you, will you hold me then? Then I'll say it. She stepped into his space, her heartbeat racing. I love you, Your Grace. Before he could respond, she reached out and pulled him toward her. The sudden movement caught him off guard. Your Grace, she exclaimed as their eyes met. He gently disengaged, his voice firm but not unkind. Miss Eliano, it's late. I will take you back to your house. Please rest until then. Panic flared in her eyes. No, if I go back, I will be sold to Jakador. The Duke froze, his brow furrowed in confusion. Sold? What does that mean? Eliano looked away, her voice trembling with the reality of her situation. Vianteka and Jakador will make a marriage alliance soon, and I will become the bride. Why would you be? The Duke began, but she cut him off. Because my father wants it, she said, the tragedy of her fate hanging in the air. She sank down onto the edge of the bed, her shoulders slumped. How tragic, how truly tragic it is, that in this moment, all I can do is offer myself to the man standing before me. The Duke sat down beside her, the gravity of her words finally sinking in. If you marry me, will it stop them from taking you to Jakador? He looked at her seriously, wanting her to understand the life he led. The north is very cold. It's dangerous. Monsters are common, and so is war, as it is the frontier. That's how things are in the north. Eliano didn't blink. It's fine. The Emperor demands that I marry, the Duke continued. That means once you become the Duchess, you will not be free from politics. I'm sure I can take care of it, she replied confidently. Your Grace, did you reject my proposal of marriage because... He looked at her, a small, genuine smile finally breaking through his stoic facade. All right then, let's get married. Eliano's face lit up with shock and hope. Ah, really? The Duke reached out, his hand hovering near her. But your body is something precious. Please treat it with the care it deserves. I know it is precious, she said softly. That's why I came to you. I didn't mean to upset you. I'm sorry if I said something wrong. Suddenly, she leaned forward, pressing a small object into his hand. Please take this. You must become familiar with this, Your Grace. After all, you and I will make your legacy. The Duke looked down at his hand, then back at her, his face flushing a deep red. And Miss Eliano, please slower. It's difficult for me to catch up with your pace. A genuine, bright laugh bubbled out of her. Ha ha! The tension broke, replaced by a newfound warmth between them. The Duke cleared his throat, regaining his composure. Then tomorrow, I will send a letter of proposal immediately. Wait, Your Grace, you shouldn't send a proposal letter, Eliano interjected, holding out a dark, ornate document. Please use this instead. He took it, his eyes widening as he read the script. Isn't this a marriage certificate from the temple? How did you? This is because the order values my faithfulness, she explained with a knowing look. Later that night, back at her own estate, Eliano was met by a trusted informant. My lady, I have something to tell you. The young master entered the room where the secret passageway is. Damien? Eliano asked, her mind racing. He came out after a brief moment, but I thought you should know. I see, Eliano mused. Does Damien know about the secret passageway? No, it's more likely that only Father knows about it. But Damien's the only heir he has. Her thoughts were interrupted by a frantic pounding on her door. Her maid, Jane, burst in, breathless and pale. My lady, the Duke is asking for you. What should we do, my lady? Eliano remained calm, taking a slow sip of her tea. It's okay, Jane. I'm relieved he didn't ask for you as well. Will you run an errand for me? As Jane hurried away, Eliano watched her go, the weight of her plans pressing down on her. She had to move fast. She sent word to her allies with a singular, urgent command. Tell Aston to move up the plan. You just need to show this to Billy. I would like to get out of here as soon as possible. She stood before the large, ornate doors of her father's study. With a steady hand, she pushed them open. The heavy wood creaked, revealing the Duke waiting inside. He looked up as she entered, a dark glint in his eyes. Ah, yes! Come on in, my dear daughter. In a grand, sun-drenched hall of the estate, Duke Rosanna stood with an air of cold authority. When his daughter entered the room, he turned to her with a hollow, practiced smile. Ah, yes! Come on in, my dear daughter. He beckoned. Leah stepped forward, her mind racing to find the reason for this sudden summons. She felt a flicker of hope that perhaps her secret movements had gone unnoticed. This isn't about the fact that I snuck out last night, she realized, watching his expression. Then, she wondered with growing dread, could this be about something much worse? The Duke did not leave her in suspense for long. Prepare to head to the palace at once, he commanded, his voice leaving no room for argument. Within the palace walls, the king addressed the Duke with a proposition of cold political calculation. Duke Rosanna, the monarch began. Jakador has proposed a marriage alliance. They'll offer us an imperial daughter, and in return, they've asked for the lady of the Rosanna household. The king leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. You raised your daughter well. So well that even those far away in Jakador have heard of her. What do you say? If you give them your daughter, I will return the gemstone mines that once belonged to the Rosanna household. The Duke's eyes widened, his greed instantly ignited. The gemstone mines, he stammered, already visualizing the reclaimed wealth. Returning to Leah, the Duke delivered the news as if he were bestowing a great honor. You will now become the 7th Imperial Princess of Jakador, he declared. Leah froze, the color draining from her face. This quickly? So suddenly? Her thoughts spiraled into a panic. If I enter the palace, Aston might not be able to carry out the kidnapping plan. My plans could be ruined. I don't want to, father, she whispered, her voice gaining strength as she looked him in the eye. I will not go to Jakador. The Duke's face darkened instantly. I think I heard you wrong, he said, his voice dropping to a dangerous low. Leah, are you rebelling against me? Leah gritted her teeth, her body trembling with a mixture of fear and defiance. Just this once, she pleaded. If you really think of me as your daughter, please respect my wishes. A cruel smirk played across the Duke's lips. Leah, I have never asked what you wanted, but if you say you won't go, I'll make you. Leah felt a cold realization wash over her. So no matter what I say, you're going to drag me back to that hell again, aren't you? She clenched her fists, her resolve hardening into something sharp and desperate. You will not be able to send me to Jakador, she stated firmly. I have already promised myself to Grand Duke Howard. The most desirable bride-to-be that you wanted no longer exists. Across the city, at the gates of the Howard estate, a desperate commotion broke out. Let me go, a young woman cried, struggling against the guards. I must meet the Grand Duke. Inside, Grand Duke Howard stood by a window, hearing the distant shouting. Oliver, why is it so noisy outside? He asked calmly. His aide, Oliver, approached with a bow. A woman claiming to be Lady Rosanna's personal maid is here. We told her to leave after running her errand, but she's insisting on meeting with you. The Grand Duke looked out and saw the girl. That maid, the maid Bella, broke free for a moment, screaming toward the balcony. I have something to say to the Grand Duke. Please let me meet him. Your Grace. Howard descended to the gates, and the girl threw herself toward him as the guards restrained her. Your Grace, please save my lady. The Duke is trying to kill her. Her ladyship might really die. The Grand Duke's calm demeanor shattered into a look of grim intensity. Tell me what happened, he demanded, in full detail. Soon, the thundering sound of galloping hooves echoed through the forest path as Howard and his men raced toward the Rosanna estate. Upon arrival, a guard at the entrance tried to bar their way. You cannot enter without the Duke's permission. Please reveal your status. Eek! The guard recoiled as a sword was leveled at his throat. This man is Vianteca's Grand Duke, Howard's knight declared. How dare you block his path? The guard paled, stammering. The Grand Duke? Why is the Grand Duke? Inside the manor, a scene of horrific violence was unfolding. The Duke stood over Leah, a whip in his hand. "How dare you!" he bellowed, his face contorted with rage. "How dare you dishonor yourself and ruin my plans!" He brought the whip down with a sickening crack. "This was a splendid chance to recover our ancestors' legacy." Leah's body went limp as she collapsed to the floor. "The lady has fainted," a servant whispered in terror. The Duke didn't even pause. "Wake her up!" he roared. To his horror, his other daughter, Eliano, rushed into the room. "Father! Don't!" Eliano threw herself in front of Leah, shielding her sister's battered body. "Please don't do this, Father. I'll beg for her forgiveness. Please!" The Duke, blinded by fury, snarled. "Get out of my way!" Eliano looked at him with tears streaming down her face, seeing the monster he truly was. How could you do this to her? How do you call yourself her father?" The Duke's teeth remained bared. "Even you are rebelling against me now, huh? After everything I've done for you, treating you with such care? Bella, how dare you!" The maid, Emily, tried to pull Eliano away as the Duke raised the whip again. "No, stop, my lady!" Emily cried. "Let me go, Emily!" Eliano screamed. "No, Eliano!" Just as the Duke lunged forward, the doors burst open. Howard stood there, his eyes burning with a murderous light as he took in the sight of the bloodied floor. "It was you!" the Duke yelled, pointing his whip at Leah's prone form. "You ruined Bella!" He swung the whip one last time, but a hand caught it midair. Howard stood over the Duke, his grip like iron. "What is this?" the Duke gasped, looking at the blood dripping from Howard's hand. The Grand Duke said nothing, his silent fury more terrifying than any scream. The heavy silence of the manor was shattered as the Duke's gaze fell upon the scene before him, his eyes narrowing with a cold, piercing intensity. "Is what I'm looking at really Miss Eliano?" he asked, his voice low but vibrating with a dangerous edge. The room felt smaller, the air thick with a sudden, suffocating tension. Duke Rosanna, standing amidst the opulence of his own home, recoiled with a snarl of indignation. "What do you think you're doing?" the elder Rosanna barked, his face contorted with rage. "How dare you barge into my house? Hamilton! Call the knights right now and throw out the intruders!" The elder Duke's shouting echoed off the high ceilings, his green and gold-trimmed coat rustling as he gestured wildly. "You dare meddle in the matters of House Rosanna?" he continued, spittle flying in his fury. "I don't care if you're a duke. This is unforgivable." The visiting duke stood his ground, his eyes fixed on the battered figure of the woman. His expression was one of profound, icy disgust. "I never would have guessed," he began, his voice cutting through the elder man's hysterics, "that someone so famously devoted to his daughter had this kind of hobby." He moved closer, his presence commanding and dark. Near him, a knight in a teal-blue uniform rushed to the woman's side, her voice trembling with concern. "My lady, are you okay?" But Duke Rosanna only stepped forward, trying to reclaim his authority through sheer volume. "I am only disciplining my child," he roared, his face turning a sickly shade of red. The response was immediate and sharp. "How is this disciplining?" the younger Duke countered, his hand tightening on the hilt of his weapon. "Not even in Jakador does a father raise a whip to his own daughter." A sharp, pained sound escaped the woman, a soft "ugh," as she struggled to remain conscious. Desperate, the elder Duke turned back toward his butler. "Where are the knights? Hamilton!" The aging butler, cowering and pale, could only stammer in response. "Well, I did call the knights, but—" Outside the room, the sounds of a violent struggle began to erupt, a cacophony of steel on steel and the roar of men in combat. The Duke's personal guard had arrived, but they were not there to help the master of the house. The visiting Duke loomed over the cowering elder man, his shadow stretching long across the ornate floor. "Duke Rosanna," he said, his voice a promise of death. "From now on, you won't so much as lay a finger on a single strand of my wife's hair." The elder man gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief and cowardice. I am Eliano's father, he shrieked, clutching at his chest. I raised her with my own hands. You think I raised her just to sell her off to someone like you? The air was sliced by the sound of a blade being drawn with terrifying speed. A hand clenched a hilt, and for a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. Seeing the murderous intent in the visitor's eyes, the woman's voice rose in a desperate, fragile plea. No, don't kill my father! The visiting duke paused, the steel of his sword mere inches from the elder man's throat. With a sharp pull, he brought the blade back, the sound of metal clicking into place punctuating the end of the immediate threat. He turned away with a cold "Akha," leaving the elder duke huffing and trembling on the floor. How dare you! The elder man sputtered, his dignity lying in ruins around him. I am Duke Rosanna and that child's. His words trailed off into a pained moan as a drop of blood hit the floor with a soft drip. The visitor did not look back. Do not touch my wife ever again, he commanded, his silhouette framed by the light of the hall. I will not be merciful the second time. As they began to exit, a hooded figure in a purple cloak stepped forward from the shadows of the corridor. I have made a path for you, the agent whispered, bowing low. Please remember that Astor's heir accepted her ladyship's request. The Duke gave a sharp, silent nod, his mind already moving toward their escape. However, another figure blocked their path, the young master of House Rosanna. What are you going to do with her? The young man demanded. Behind him, the knights of the house tried to push past. How dare you block his grace? Get out of the way, young Master Rosanna! But the young man didn't move. He stepped forward, his face a mask of cold, elitist disdain. That child is illegitimate, he stated flatly, as if that explained everything. The Duke's eyes flashed with a new level of fury. Are you telling me she was abused because she's illegitimate? You are no different from your father. The young master smirked, unfazed. Are you not from Jakador, your grace? I've heard they don't treat illegitimate children as people over there. Are you really going to take her as your duchess? The Duke didn't hesitate, his voice ringing with absolute certainty. Miss Eliano is already the duchess. The young master's eyes widened, his composure finally breaking. He reached into his vest and pulled out an ornate, golden object, holding it out with a trembling hand. Please take this, he said, his voice now tinged with a strange, lingering regret. Elisum? I hope you will take responsibility for her until the end. Otherwise, it would be a misfortune for her that you ever helped her. The Duke took the object, his gaze never wavering. You're speaking far beyond your place, he replied coolly. That is a problem for me to deal with. From this moment on, House Rosanna has no right to interfere in anything regarding me or my wife. He turned his back on the house of his enemies, carrying the woman out into the light, leaving the rod of House Rosanna behind them forever. In the quiet darkness of the room, memories of her father clawed at the edges of her mind like a physical weight. He was the one person she had feared the most in her life, a presence more terrifying than any blade or venom. No sword or poison could compare to the trauma he inflicted. Even now, she could recall how her father's whip always felt heavier to her than any other weapon. Yet, as she watched the scene unfolding before her, she was struck by a jarring realization. How was it that he looked so helpless right now? The man standing over her father was a towering force of protection. Never touch my wife again, he commanded, his voice cold and unwavering. Looking at the trembling figure of her father, she wondered with a sense of dazed shock if he had always been so pathetic and useless. The Grand Duke did not stop there, declaring with absolute finality. From this moment on, House Rosanna has no right to interfere in anything regarding me or my wife. As he gathered her into his arms, a single thought surfaced through her pain. Is this what people call salvation? Hours later, the soft light of the bedroom filtered through the curtains as a maid hovered anxiously over the bed. My lady! She cried out with a mix of relief and urgency. You're finally awake! I have to tell the Grand Duke immediately! The maid moved to leave, but the lady reached out, her fingers trembling as she grabbed the servant's sleeve. She shook her head weakly, a silent plea for the girl to stay. The maid paused, looking down at her with a confused expression. Why? She whispered. Do you not want to see the Grand Duke, my lady? The lady couldn't find the words to explain the complex knot of shame and gratitude tightening in her chest, so she remained silent, her gaze drifting away. Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, the household staff was in a state of high-pitched excitement. Lady Rosanna visited your Grace's house, one exclaimed, the news spreading like wildfire. They marveled at the turn of events, wondering how someone so noble had gotten involved with their master. Your Grace, they urged him collectively. You must not miss this chance with her ladyship. In fact, we've already decided to accept her as the Grand Duchess. Please take responsibility for her as an honest gentleman. One older servant even grew competitive in his loyalty, shouting, I will prepare the proposal. I was a scribe in my youth. Now. Calm down, everyone, someone called out, trying to restore order as they clapped for attention. They turned to face the group, their expression turning serious. There is a big obstacle we must overcome. Duke Rosanna might not be willing to give up his beloved daughter to his Grace. The others nodded in somber agreement. That's true. That's quite an obstacle indeed. He's famous for pampering his daughter. The Grand Duke, who had been listening silently, suddenly stood up from his desk. The room went still as he spoke with a terrifyingly calm authority. She is already the Grand Duchess, he stated, his eyes hard. And the Rosanna family will have no say in this. He glanced at his staff, his tone dropping to a warning. Since the lady is in the house right now, watch yourselves and lower your voice. He began to stride toward the door, his steps heavy and purposeful. Your Grace, if you leave like that, a subordinate called out, trailing off in shock. The staff erupted in hushed, frantic whispers once he was out of earshot. What? What does he mean? The Rosanna family will have no say in this matter? The lady is staying here already? There hasn't even been a wedding yet, and she's already the Grand Duchess? What in the world does that mean? Could it be that His Grace kidnapped the lady? One maid let out a muffled scream of scandalized realization. Silence, everyone! A senior servant hissed, slamming a hand down on a table. The Grand Duchess needs silence to rest and calm down. The others could only stare at each other, their minds racing. Calm down. Did he really kidnap her? Back at the ladies' chamber, a soft knock echoed against the wood. The maid opened the door slightly as the Grand Duke approached. Your Grace? She whispered. I heard she woke up. Oh, she fell asleep again. She looked at him apologetically. Why don't you come see her again later, Your Grace? He stood in the hallway, his silhouette dark against the light. I take it she doesn't want to see me, he replied, his voice tinged with a rare moment of self-doubt. The maid flinched, bowing her head. I am sorry, Your Grace. He ignored the apology and stepped into the room anyway, peeking toward the bed. I wanted to see you awake, he said softly, directed at the woman he believed to be sleeping. And there is something I want to say. He moved closer, noting the tension in her frame. If you're tired, I could come back. He paused, the question that had been haunting him finally escaping. Were you disappointed? That the lady you thought had a noble upbringing wasn't as noble as you imagined? The lady, who had only been feigning sleep, opened her eyes and looked up at him. I am nothing but my father's possession, she confessed, her voice thick with years of repressed hurt. The graceful figure everyone admires was created by him. As you said before, I've spent my whole life practicing only etiquette. It was what I had to do to avoid being whipped. She watched his hands clench tightly at her words. He sat beside her, his expression softening into something profoundly empathetic. It must have been very hard, he murmured. He reached out, his presence steady and warm. But you don't need to speak of such hardships anymore. From now on, the Rosanna household will never be able to touch you ever again. In the safety of his shadow, she finally allowed herself to believe that her long nightmare was over. In the grand, sun-drenched hall of the palace, the air grew thick with the scent of a brewing scandal. Duke Rosanna's hand slammed down onto the polished surface of the table, his face contorted with a mixture of fury and desperation. This marriage contract is a lie, he roared, his voice echoing against the high stone arches. He turned his accusatory gaze toward the man standing before him, his voice trembling with indignation. Howard Flint kidnapped my daughter. It's obvious that he threatened my daughter and forced her to sign this. Flint Howard remained remarkably composed, his sharp eyes narrowing as he looked down at the document. Are you saying I wrote this marriage contract after I kidnapped the Duchess? He asked, his voice cool and steady. That doesn't make sense. Look at the date of the marriage contract. It's earlier than the date you're claiming. The Duke's eyes darted to the paper, but he refused to yield. You could have written a different date than when it was signed, he spat, his breath coming in short, ragged bursts. To make it look like evidence, isn't it? A younger man stepped forward, his expression weary as he observed the Duke's tantrum. Isn't it better for you to acknowledge the Grand Duke and the Grand Duchess's marriage? He asked gently. Why are you forcing such lies? The marriage hasn't even been registered, the Duke screamed, ignoring the plea for reason. She is not the Grand Duchess. If you're telling the truth, then get verification from the temple. You may have forged a marriage contract, but you can't forge a marriage certificate. Flint watched the older man's breakdown with an impenetrable expression. We have no intention of forging anything, so I don't know what you're talking about, Flint replied calmly. You know, we're still willing to invite you to the wedding if we can reach an agreement peacefully. The wedding? Don't be ridiculous, the Duke retorted, his hands balled into tight fists. Unless you bring the marriage certificate, I will never acknowledge it. Internally, he felt a flicker of unease. Why did they look so confident? A marriage certificate was only issued when a couple went to the temple and expressed their commitment. He knew that right now, the temple was being guarded by his own knights. There was no way they could go inside. He stared at Flint, his mind racing. But why is he so? Flint's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. Then I think it's time for you to accept it, Duke Rosanna. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and a man in regal attire entered the hall. The Duke gasped, his face draining of color. Your Highness? Why are you? Prince Hirai's Vianteka walked toward them with an air of absolute authority. Because we have the marriage certificate right here, Flint announced, gesturing toward the newcomer. This can't be, the Duke stammered, his eyes bulging. That certificate is fake. If you can't believe us, you may inspect it yourself, Flint offered, sliding the parchment across the table. A group of advisors crowded around, one of them pulling out a magnifying glass. This is definitely the temple stamp, the advisor shouted, his voice cracking with shock. And it's even from the High Priest Pieton. The Duke slumped back, his strength deserting him. It can't be. And by the way, Flint added, giving a slight nod of satisfaction, the marriage has already been reported to the administration. Prince Hirai's watched the Duke with a sharp grin. I announce that Flint Howard and Eliano Rosanna have married and are now the Grand Duke and Grand Duchess. I, Hirai's Vianteka, hereby guarantee this to be true. That is how it is, Duke Rosanna. Do you have anything more to say? The Duke began to tremble, his hands clutching at his head as he collapsed to his knees. This is impossible, he whispered into the sudden silence of the hall. This marriage is invalid. Hours later, the sun had set, and a soft evening light filled the Duchess's chambers. The room was messy, filled with open trunks and scattered belongings. Eliano stood by the window, watching her maid carefully wrap delicate items. I could have just bought new things to replace them, she thought. I guess I should write her a letter once I get to the north. There are some things here you like to use often, my lady, the maid said softly, holding up a small jar. There's some Milani tea as well. I'll put these in too. What are you doing? A deep voice came from the doorway. Flint stood there, having discarded his formal coat, his shirt open at the collar. Your Grace, Eliano replied, turning to face him. Isabella sent me some of my things, so I was packing, since we'll be going to the north soon. Flint walked into the room, his eyes searching hers. He looked uncharacteristically hesitant. What's wrong? Eliano asked, noticing his gaze. "I'm worried," he admitted, his voice low. "I wonder if it's really the right decision to take you to the north. If you'd like, we could stay in the capital longer." Eliano set down the silk she was holding and stood tall. "Your Grace, would you like me to forsake my duties as a wife?" She walked toward him until she was standing directly in front of him. "I am the North's lady, Your Grace. The North is now my land too." A look of profound relief washed over Flint's face. He reached out, his fingers brushing against hers. "Then let's go together, to our land." As they prepared for their departure, Eliano found herself back at the temple one last time, standing before the high priest. "Your Holiness," she greeted him with a respectful bow. "My lady, no, Your Grace." The priest corrected her with a warm smile. "I am here to thank you for what happened that day," Eliano said. "If you hadn't given me the marriage certificate, I would have died." The high priest looked at her kindly. "Ever since I first saw you, I've had this strange sense of familiarity. Something warm and welcoming, a feeling I couldn't put into words. But that wasn't the only reason. After all, it's the temple's duty to help those in need." As Eliano walked out of the temple, her footsteps clicking against the stone floor, she stopped before the great altar. She clasped her hands together and closed her eyes. "Oh Lord, thank you for answering my prayers. Please protect me in the future as well." Outside, the sound of the carriage wheels and the clip-clop of horses filled the air. The long journey to the north was finally beginning. The sun hung high over the magical transit station, but the news was chilling. "We can't use the magic gate," the attendant announced, his voice flat with finality. "It's fully booked." The Grand Duke stood by the towering stone pillars of the gate, his expression one of rare bewilderment. This was the first time something like this had happened to him too. He turned to his companion, his brow furrowed. "Wait, were reservations always needed to use magic gates?" he asked, trying to grasp the sudden change in protocol. "How far is the next gate?" The answer was grim, about 2 days by carriage. Looking at the map and then at his lady, the Grand Duke suggested, "Let's wait here until we can book the gate." But she was resolute, shaking her head. "No, Your Grace. We should go now. You don't need to worry about me. I don't want to hold up your schedule." He looked at her with soft concern, eventually relenting. "Then you must tell me if the journey gets too difficult," he insisted. "We'll pass by Viscount George's house in a quarter of a day, so we can rest there if you need." True to his word, a few hours later, the carriage wheels came to a stop with a heavy creak. "Your Grace, we have arrived," the driver called out. "This is Viscount George's house." They were greeted at the entrance by a young woman who offered a graceful welcome. "Welcome, Your Graces. My name is Anika, daughter of Viscount Georgia. It is an honor to meet you like this." The Grand Duke nodded politely. "Thank you for welcoming us on such short notice, Lady Georgia." She bowed deeply, inviting them in. "Please make yourself at home." However, the peaceful facade of the manor was quickly shattered. From a nearby room, the sound of a scuffle broke out, the clack of a door and the thud of a kick, followed by an indignant cry. "Ack! I hate how much money and time I wasted because of you," a voice screamed. It was Anika again, but the polite mask had fallen. "A ball to pick a bride? Yeah, right. There's no way he would look my way when he already has such an elegant and beautiful lady." The sounds of smacks and thwacks echoed as she vented her frustration on a servant. "How could I have known that he had a lover?" The servant tried to protest. "Besides, my lady, you were the one excited to ditch your place as heir." Anika's fury only intensified. "Shut up about the heir or whatever. I'll drag my brother here by his hair if necessary and make him take his rightful seat." She grabbed the servant's head in a fit of rage, leaving the poor man trembling. Witnessing this from the hallway, the lady thought to herself, "So, it's the second child who holds the heir position in this household." She looked toward the rooms where the eldest son resided. "I suppose Elbert Georgia is too talented to be just the master of a small land." She turned to Anika, testing the waters. "Do you know the eldest son of Georgia?" Anika paused, her eyes shifting. No, but I've heard the rumors that the eldest son of Georgia has manifested his magical powers. The lady's gaze turned distant as she remembered. In her past life, Albert Georgia was the youngest advanced magician. He had been free-spirited and never tied down by anything, until she had pulled him into the brutal battle for the emperorship of Jakador. She remembered his voice from that life, full of ambition. I will help the seventh prince become the emperor. In return, when he takes the throne, you must appoint me as the imperial magician. But he never got to fulfill his ambitions. His final moments were etched in her mind. He had thanked her for being with him as he lay dying. Don't say things like that. You will live, she had pleaded, but he knew the truth. No, this is the end for me. My lady, I have a favor to ask. Please give my body to my little sister Anika. Tell her, I'm sorry that I burdened her. Coming back to the present, she clenched her hands. In this life, such a tragedy would never happen. Later that evening, the lady prepared for the night. Jane, get the bath ready, she commanded. Her maid, Jane, returned with a beaming face and some surprising news. Turns out, the bathtub here is made for 2 people. There are many bath soaks as well, so please use them freely. Jane held up a small, ornate bottle. Oh, they even gave me this, a love oil for couples. If you lather this on your body. The lady cut her off immediately. That won't be necessary. It's indelicate, so you can put it away. Jane's face dropped. It seems like a massage oil. Why don't we try it? The lady shook her head. Your Grace, that is not a massage oil. The Grand Duke, standing nearby, looked confused. Then why would you put it on your skin? The lady sighed. It has some aphrodisiac mixed in, so your Grace should avoid using it as well. The Grand Duke's face turned bright red. What? Aphrodisiac? How could something so devious? Jane tried to stifle a laugh as she whispered. It's an oil for couples, your Grace. Flustered, the Duke practically ran toward the bathroom. I'll bathe first then. The lady watched him go, a small smile playing on her lips. He's a man of war, yet so innocent. After the Duke finished, he stepped out, drying his hair. Phew. You should bathe now. As she turned toward him, he caught his breath. Once they settled in the room, she looked at him playfully. Your Grace, are you only going to sleep next to me today too? He nodded seriously. Of course. You are already overexerting yourself because of the long journey. She chuckled. Well, I suppose it'd complicate things if I got pregnant on the way north. He nearly choked. And Miss Eliano, please stop with the jokes. She tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. Jokes? I was simply stating the truth, Your Grace. From outside the door, Jane smiled to herself. They really did get along well together. The next day, back in the carriage, the lady let out a long yawn. My lady, are you all right? Jane asked. The lady leaned against the velvet cushions. This is the first time I've been in the carriage for so long. I used a magic gate to get to Jakador before, so I didn't need one then. She looked at her maid. Jane, isn't the trip tiring for you? Jane shook her head. Not at all. I'm in the lap of luxury thanks to you, my lady. When I first came to the capital, I had to hop onto a wagon and squeeze between some luggage. It was a terrible experience. We were even attacked by bandits during the trip. But unlike then, I'm not anxious now. After all, who would dare attack the Grand Duke? The Grand Duke opened the small window to the interior. Your Grace, are you having a hard time? She smiled at him. No, I'm fine. We're nearly at the gate. He nodded. Is there anywhere you'd like to visit once we get to the north? She thought for a moment. I would like to go to the temple. He looked surprised. The temple? She confirmed. Yes. I heard there was a Macarissera sculpture there. He smiled. Then let's go there first. We also have to have the wedding to think about, so... Suddenly, the Duke's face went pale. A sudden chill swept through the air. Your Grace? She asked, seeing the terror in his eyes. Take cover! He roared. A massive spear tore through the carriage wall with a sickening stab. Glass shattered and wood splintered as the lady felt herself falling into darkness, hearing the distant, desperate cry of her maid. "My lady!" The chaos erupted without warning as a frantic shout tore through the air. "It's an attack!" The cry echoed across the forest path, signaling the end of their peaceful journey. Amidst the sudden turmoil, the Grand Duke barked orders, his voice steady despite the burgeoning madness. "Prioritize the Grand Duchess's safety and protect the carriage," he commanded, his eyes scanning the tree line for the source of the threat. A soldier pointed toward the shadows of the woods, his voice trembling with fear. "Your Grace! Look over there! Monsters are approaching us!" Out of the foliage, dark, grotesque shapes began to emerge, moving with predatory speed. "There are so many of them!" Another guard cried out in disbelief as the scale of the ambush became clear. Seeing the Grand Duke prepare to engage the beasts, a knight shouted a desperate warning. "It's dangerous on your own, Your Grace. Aid the Grand Duke immediately!" Inside the carriage, the air was thick with tension. A maid reached out, her face pale with worry. "Are you okay?" she stammered, just as the carriage frame groaned under a sudden impact. A sharp "Kia!" escaped her lips as the vehicle jolted violently. Arrows began to rain down, thudding into the wood of the carriage with terrifying force. "My lady, the arrows are—" The maid's voice cut off as a projectile pierced through the paneling, narrowly missing them. Amidst the flying wood and whistling shafts, the Grand Duchess remained remarkably composed. She reached out and picked up one of the arrows that had embedded itself near her seat, examining the fletching with a cold, discerning eye. "The crest of Rosanna," she whispered, recognizing the mark of her own family. "Don't worry," she said, turning to her terrified companion. "I don't think the people shooting at us want us dead." The maid looked at her in sheer shock. "But my lady, you almost died just now. How are you so calm?" Suddenly, the carriage door burst open. A soldier stood there, his breathing heavy as he checked the interior. "Grand Duchess! Are you all right?" he asked. She looked at him with a sharp, questioning gaze. "What are you doing here? What about the chaos still going on outside?" The man bowed his head respectfully. "The Grand Duke ordered me to protect you, Your Grace. I will protect you, so—" He trailed off as a strange, sweet scent began to fill the small space. The Grand Duchess's eyes widened as she recognized the cloying aroma. "This smell, it's sleeping gas," she realized, but it was already too late. As her vision began to blur and her limbs grew heavy, the soldier's voice reached her ears one last time, sounding distant and hollow. "Please rest." Outside, the battle reached a bloody conclusion. The sound of steel slicing through flesh and the heavy thuds of falling bodies filled the clearing. The Grand Duke stood amidst the carnage, his sword dripping with the blood of the fallen monsters. "Check on the injured," he ordered his remaining men, his chest heaving as he wiped his brow. His mind immediately turned to his wife. "What happened to the assassins? Where's Adele?" A knight gestured toward a group of figures nearby. "She's over there." A commander approached the Grand Duke and dropped to one knee, his head bowed in shame. "Your Grace, please punish me for failing to protect the Grand Duchess." He sighed, his voice thick with regret. "An assassin dressed like one of us caught us off guard. I'm sorry." They were all wearing clothes with the Rosanna crest. They released sleeping and paralyzing gas all around this place, so there are no witnesses who saw her. The surrounding soldiers were incensed, their voices rising in a chorus of indignation. "They are denying a marriage that even the Imperials acknowledge. You must ask the Emperor to punish Duke Rosanna severely. The Grand Duchess is not a Rosanna anymore, she is a Howard. You must make them pay for harming us." The Grand Duke grit his teeth, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword until his knuckles turned white. "Duke Rosanna," he growled under his breath. He looked at his men with a gaze like cold iron. "Send out a search party immediately." They couldn't have gotten far. The soldiers saluted in unison. "Yes, Your Grace." The Grand Duke looked back at the kneeling commander. "As for your sins, I will not punish you until I find the Grand Duchess. What matters most right now is finding her. In a distant, unfamiliar room, the Grand Duchess's eyes began to blink open. She sat up with a sudden spring, her senses returning as she realized she was no longer in the carriage. She was in a well-furnished but locked room. Looking at the meal laid out on a nearby table, she felt a surge of cold recognition. Looks like my father is willing to do anything to send me to Jakador, she thought to herself. She walked to the table, her expression unreadable. I guess he's not planning to let me starve to death, at least. She picked up a piece of the food, tasting it tentatively. Did they use spices from Jakador? I don't like it. But first, I must replenish my energy. She ate quickly and efficiently, leaving the plates empty. Soon, the sound of a creaking door and heavy clunks reached her ears. Someone was coming. Her hands clenched into tight fists as she looked toward the window. I won't take this lying down, she vowed, her eyes burning with a fierce, renewed light. I will escape from here. A servant entered the room a moment later, pushing a cart, but he stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes bulged as he looked at the empty table and then toward the far side of the room. The window was shattered, shards of glass glinting on the floor. Ah! He stammered in a panic. He ran to the opening, screaming out to the guards below. The lady has escaped. Find her immediately. The guard stood outside the wooden door, voice laced with complacency while remarking to a companion. I can't believe how easy this job is. All I need to do is keep her captive and feed her. With a confident stride, the captor pushed the door open, balancing a tray of food. My lady, your meal is here. The tray clattered against the frame as the room revealed nothing but emptiness. The silence stretched for a terrifying second before confusion turned to alarm. A shout erupted, shattering the quiet atmosphere. The lady has escaped. Panic surged through the hideout. Voices overlapped in chaotic urgency. Find her now! Disbelief washed over the group. What? Find her now! Otherwise, we're as good as dead! The realization that the prisoner was gone sparked a frantic scramble. One of the men yelled. Didn't they say she's just a naive little lady? She couldn't have gotten far with what she was wearing. Search around the area! Far from the shouting men, a figure rushed through the darkened woods. The wooden door of the escape route creaked, followed by the rapid rhythm of steps hitting the earth. Step, step, step. The regressed empress pushed forward, breath hitching. Rain began to pour, a heavy deluge that drenched the forest instantly. Shah! Phew! The escapee paused for a fraction of a second, chest heaving. Rainwater dripped from soaked hair. Splash! The fugitive thought. Good thing it's raining. It'll wash away my tracks. A search party should be looking for me by now. I just need to hold on. Back near the building, the searchers were losing patience. Where the hell did she go? The leader turned sharply, scanning the treeline. Maybe she already died. She looked pretty fragile. Another scowled at this dismissal. Are you serious? Don't fall for her tricks again and just search for her. Suddenly, a voice called out, cutting through the storm. Look, there's a trace of someone passing by. The others gathered immediately. What? Let me see. Over here. Deep in the woods, a search party led by a dark-haired noble arrived on the scene. Your Grace. Look here. It seems they passed here. The commander, standing tall amidst the downpour, issued a decisive order. The forest is large, so split up and start searching. Signal me right away if you find anything, no matter how small. Hounds strained against their leashes, noses to the wet ground. Sniff, sniff. A loud bark erupted from one of the dogs, alerting the handlers. Bark, bark. The animals pulled toward a specific area, signaling a discovery. It seems they have discovered something. The commander rushed over, demanding answers. What did you find, Oliver? The subordinate gestured grimly toward the ground. As you can see, we've found the assassins. Bodies lay scattered on the grass, defeated by a blade. One of the fallen assassins, barely clinging to life, moved a hand weakly. Grab. The dying figure clutched at the noble's leg, gasping out final words filled with spite. The asterisk 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 it. If only that little wench hadn't run away. The body went limp. The commander stared down, processing the revelation. Judging by the situation, she must have escaped. Determination hardened the noble's expression. We must find her first, no matter what it takes. As the search continued, the commander halted, eyes narrowing at movement in the bushes. Wait, that's not the lady we're looking for. A woman with pink hair sat huddled in the undergrowth, looking up with wide, fearful eyes. The noble thought, why the hell is she hiding anyway? She's just throwing me off for no reason. Frustrated, the commander addressed the stranger. Hey, stop that. Have you seen a woman with black hair and green eyes around here? The pink-haired woman hesitated, trembling slightly, before answering. I didn't see her. The noble sighed, impatience evident. All right, but why are you walking around looking like that? The stranger gripped the hem of the dress. My husband beat me, so I ran away. The commander clicked a tongue in annoyance. TSK. If you stay here like this, you'll freeze to death before your husband gets you. There should be a big road that way. Don't wander around here and head back home. Meanwhile, the escapee continued to struggle through the dense forest. Pant, pant. Every breath was a battle against exhaustion. Pant. A misstep sent the fleeing figure tumbling. Thud. Gasping for air, the escapee lay on the ground, limbs heavy. Huff, huff. I can't anymore. I can't take another step. A low growl emanated from the darkness ahead. Grr. Two glowing red eyes appeared in the shadows. Growling, the escapee looked up, mouth falling open in horror. A monster? The beast lunged with a screech. Kierg. Suddenly, a blade sliced through the air. Splat. Blood scattered as the monster fell dead instantly. Wow, what a day! A voice mused. The pink-haired woman from before stood over the carcass, wiping the rain from a pale face. Not only were those weird guys bothering me. A woman with black hair! Now there's even a monster! The savior looked down at the fallen empress. Hey! Are you alright? Can you stand? Hold my hand. The dark-haired woman looked up, confused and weary. The stranger continued. I don't know what happened, but it's not safe out here. Let's find shelter from the rain. The escapee faltered, vision blurring. No! Wake up! Don't pass out just yet. They found refuge under the cover of large trees and stone. The pink-haired woman spoke softly to the semi-conscious survivor. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself to you, didn't I? My name is Vivian. Vivian leaned in closer, a playful glint in the eyes. Shall I tell you something strange to wake you up? The truth is the Empress murmured weakly, interrupting the revelation. You're Sharai, right? Vivian paused, surprised. That's right. How did you know? I have pale skin. A narration echoed in the Empress's mind, recalling the history. Vivian, princess of the Sharai. Shunned by her people for her pale skin, she left them to settle in Jakador. When I found her, I brought her to my palace. The memory of a past timeline surfaced. A kneeling Vivian, dressed in finery, bowing head in gratitude. Thank you for accepting me despite the fact that I'm Sharai. I will serve you, your highness, until the day I die. She became my lady-in-waiting and stayed by my side, protecting me. Back in the present, the moment was shattered by a noise. Clang. Vivian spun around, drawing a sword with lightning speed. Who's there? A figure emerged from the rain, boots sliding on the wet stone. Skid. The commander stood tall, sword drawn, eyes locked on the pair. The intruder spoke, voice resonating with authority and possession. I am that woman's husband. In my past life, Vivian was my most reliable ally. Before that incident, that is. The memory of her voice, trembling and desperate, still haunted me. Please kill me, your majesty. After the miscarriage, when both my body and heart were worn out, Marcel came to my palace drunk and assaulted Vivian in front of me. No, you can't, your majesty. Stop. Arg. His excuses were as hollow then as they were in my memory now. Leah, I did it because I thought she was you. He had stared at me with those glazed, obsessive eyes. It's true. You're the only one I love. Don't you know that? Marcel never sought out Vivian after that, but from that single encounter, Vivian ended up pregnant. She had begged me for death, consumed by shame. Please kill me, Your Majesty. I have betrayed you. Please. I don't want to bring that monster's child into this world. In the end, Vivian had a stillbirth. And like she wished, she ended up dead. The heavy rain of the present washed away the dark memories of the past. The downpour battered the forest, creating a curtain of noise and water. Through the storm, a swordswoman stood her ground, her blade drawn against a terrifying opponent. Ha! Her husband? The woman scoffed, her voice cutting through the sound of the rain. You dared to call yourself her husband when you put her in that state? The Duke, his coat heavy with water and his eyes burning with fury, did not answer with words. He moved with blinding speed, his sword slashing through the air. Whip. Metal clashed against metal, sending a shockwave through the swordswoman's body. She gritted her teeth, barely deflecting the strike. We only clashed once, but I feel like my arm is going to be paralyzed, she thought, panic rising in her chest. I've never seen such a great swordsman in Sharai. Who is he? The Duke loomed over her, his presence overwhelming like a thunderhead. He raised his blade for a finishing blow, the sheer force of his killing intent suffocating the air around them. His strength. The woman realized, bracing for the end. Please stop! I screamed, throwing myself forward from where I had collapsed on the muddy ground. Your Grace! The blade froze. The resounding clang of steel stopped just short of bloodshed. The Duke turned instantly, his terrifying aura vanishing the moment his eyes landed on me. Your Grace. I breathed, my voice barely a whisper in the storm. He dropped to one knee, ignoring the mud soaking his fine clothes, and grasped my hands. His gaze was frantic, searching my face for injuries. Are you okay? He asked. I looked at him, seeing the worry etched deep in his features. No, you're not okay. He corrected himself before I could speak, his voice thick with self-reproach. That person, I stammered, gesturing weakly to the woman who was still gripping her sword, bewildered. That person saved my life. There was a monster and she. The Duke closed his eyes for a brief second, letting out a breath he had been holding. I understand. You don't need to explain any further. He stood up and turned to the swordswoman, bowing his head in a gesture of sincere apology. I misunderstood. Please forgive my rudeness. The woman stared at him, stunned. And thank you for saving my wife, he added. The woman lowered her sword, the metal clinking softly as she sheathed it. Your wife called you Your Grace, she murmured, realization dawning on her face. Are you Vianteka's Northern Grand Duke? She looked from him to me, putting the pieces together. I never thought I'd see the owner of that formidable castle, she thought, watching the powerful man tend to the fragile woman in his arms. If it wasn't for him, the North would have belonged to the Sharai by now. A dark thought crossed her mind, a memory of violence and loss. I want to avenge the Sheris who were slain by those hands, but... She looked at his broad back, sensing the impossible gap in their strength. I'll leave him be. It doesn't seem possible anyway. I will compensate you for this, the Duke said, turning back to her. Don't, she replied, waving a hand dismissively. I didn't do it to get a reward. She turned to leave, the rain soaking her hair, but paused and looked back over her shoulder with a playful smirk. Oh, but could you do me a favor? She asked. Both of you, please don't forget what I did today. With that, she disappeared into the rainy woods, leaving us alone. Sometime later, the rain had ceased, replaced by the crackling warmth of a fire. We sat huddled together, the flames casting dancing shadows against the cave walls. The Duke sat close to me, his expression somber. I'm sorry, he whispered, the sound of the fire filling the silence between us. I was so sure I could protect you, but I failed. But you still came to save me. I said softly, reaching out to touch his arm. That's enough. He remained silent, his gaze fixed on the fire, avoiding my eyes. Why aren't you asking me? He asked finally. Well, I hesitated, looking at the silver strands of hair falling over his forehead, shimmering in the firelight. The color of my hair changed. A memory flashed through his mind, a cruel voice from his past. That child is illegitimate. He took a breath, deciding to bear his secret. The truth is, this is my original hair color. I said it half on impulse. He looked down, his voice tinged with an old insecurity. Usually, I use a magical object to change my hair color. If I don't, people will think it's strange. He might question my bloodline. He might abandon me for being a dirty illegitimate. He turned to look at me, his silver eyes vulnerable. But I want to show you my true self, at least to you. Isn't it strange? He touched his hair self-consciously. All the Rosanas have black hair, but It's not strange at all. I interrupted, reaching up to run my fingers through the silver locks. It's very pretty. A blush crept up his neck and spread across his cheeks. The sound of his heart beating, bate-em, seemed to fill the small space. Suddenly, a panting sound broke the intimate moment. Pant, pant. We both looked down. A small, dark puppy was wiggling its way toward us, its tail wagging furiously. Hiss! The Duke grumbled, annoyed at the interruption. I couldn't help but smile, pulling the little creature into my lap. Good boy, I cooed. Come here. The puppy licked my face enthusiastically, beaming with doggy joy. You found me, didn't you? I asked, scratching behind its ears. Just then, a bright light flared outside the cave, followed by a loud bang that signaled a magical flare. I wish they would hurry up and find us, the Duke muttered, pulling his coat tighter around me. Voices echoed from the forest darkness. Someone was running toward the light. Miss Eliano! A voice shouted desperately. Miss Eliano! The search party had arrived. Miss Eliano! The Duke whispered, looking down at the unconscious figure in the dim light of the cave. She's soaked with sweat. The air was frigid, and the condition of the noblewoman was deteriorating rapidly. Her temperature is too low, the Duke observed with rising panic. Teeth gritted in frustration, the large figure trembled. This is my fault. I never wanted to see her suffer like this again. A faint, delirious murmur escaped the lips of the sick noble. Your Grace. I'm here, Miss Eliano. The Duke responded instantly, leaning closer to provide reassurance. It's so cold. Eliano shivered, the voice barely a whisper. The Duke looked at the small fire crackling nearby. I've already lit the fire and covered her with a blanket, the protector thought, realizing the external heat was insufficient. No, I don't want to die, Eliano cried out, trapped in a feverish nightmare. The Duke's expression hardened with resolve. So there's not much more I can do now except. As the Duke moved to share body heat, the mind of the noble commander drifted to the past, reflecting on the person lying there. The most noble flower in high society, Miss Eliano Rosana, the Duke mused. Though she's known as the most desirable bride-to-be in Vantica, I've noticed she's been putting on a facade to maintain that image. A memory surfaced of Eliano making a polite excuse. I'm just not suited for horse riding. She was like a bird trapped in a cage, stripped of its wild nature, the Duke analyzed, watching the firelight dance on the cave walls. Her heart too was too fragile to escape the very cage that confined her. But then she changed, the Duke realized. She escaped the cage and began to look for her true self. The transformation had been profound. Her fragile heart had hardened so much that even the most horrific violence couldn't break her. Yet the thing she wanted the most, the thing she even fought her father for. The Duke recalled the shocking proposal Eliano had made. Say, what if your partner were me, Lady Rosana? The answer had been immediate and baffling at the time. I will give you special permission, Your Grace. Was me, the Duke thought, still grappling with the reason. I couldn't understand why. The commander's gaze softened. I'll figure it out, but one thing is for certain. The moment I realized my answer had satisfied her, a passionate emotion stirred inside me. In the present reality of the freezing cave, the warmth began to take effect. MH. It's warm, Eliano mumbled, drifting between sleep and wakefulness. What is this warmth? Instinctively, the noble woman sought the source of the heat. Don't run away. Stay here with me, Eliano pleaded softly. Just a little more. Friction and proximity generated a heat that went beyond simple survival. Your Grace? Eliano gasped, eyes fluttering open to realize the intimacy of the position. Your Grace, the Duke breathed, holding on. Yes, Eliano responded breathlessly. Could this be that? The noble woman thought, heart pounding against the chest of the other. Conflicting emotions surged through Eliano's mind. I never liked being intimate, especially after Marcel slept with other women. So why do I want to respond now? Eliano questioned the physical reaction. Is it because he has such an incredible body? It hurts when you hug me so tight, Eliano whispered, though there was no resistance in the voice. The two figures shifted in the shadows, locked in an embrace that defied the cold night. Outside the sanctuary, heavy footsteps crunched against the ground. There is a cave here, a voice announced from the darkness. Soldiers approached the entrance, torches raised. His Grace and the Duchess are here, a scout called out, peering inside. Suddenly, the soldiers recoiled in shock at what was witnessed. Wait! Back! All of you get back! The leader of the search party shouted, shielding the eyes of the others. Get out of here! Far from the intimate refuge of the cave, a scene of brutal violence unfolded in a lavishly decorated room. My lady! A subordinate cried out, recalling the failure to protect the target. You useless trash! A man roared, delivering a savage kick. You should have watched her properly. The aggressor spat, consumed by rage. Didn't I tell you countless times that Lia is very used to kidnapping? Please, give me another chance. I will bring her here again. Arg! The servant begged, only to be silenced by another blow. It's too late, the man declared, adjusting the disheveled clothing. Once she's inside Flint Howard's fortress, it'll be impossible to get her out. The identity of the violent figure was undeniable. Jakador's seventh prince, Marcel Jakador. Tisk! Marcel scoffed, wiping blood from a hand. Duchess Howard? Don't make me laugh. The prince sneered at the very idea. He's just a hostage who became his enemy's dog to survive. Marcel muttered, eyes dark with possessive malice. A lowlife like him doesn't deserve a noble woman like her. A twisted smile formed on the face of the prince. Because both in the past and now, Marcel vowed, staring into the void. Lia is my woman, don't try anything funny. The warning hung heavy in the dark air. Do you think because Eliano succeeded you will too? The male voice sneered, the skepticism cutting through the shadows. She risked her life for that to happen. A young woman stood tense, her heart pounding against her ribs as the man continued, his tone devoid of the reassurance she desperately sought. If you're not ready to take the same risk, stop complaining and marry whoever father picked. She gritted her teeth, her hands balling into fists. I don't want to be married off to Jakador, she declared, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and defiance. I'm going to live my own life, just like Eliano. She turned and ran, her footsteps thudding rhythmically against the ground. Step, step. Sir Ethan, she called out, reaching the secluded meeting spot. Step. She looked around the dimly lit interior of the wooden structure, confusion clouding her features. Why is it so dark in here? Don't worry. Nobody knows I'm here, Ethan replied from the shadows. The sound of a lock clicking echoed ominously. Clack. Let's leave the capital when the sun comes back up, Ethan said, his back turned to her. We'll go to your homeland. Suddenly, the darkness was pierced by the glint of armor. Knights emerged from the gloom, surrounding them. I'm sorry, Bella, Ethan whispered, his head hanging low in shame. Bella stared, horrified, as the realization washed over her. Ethan stood before the armed men, refusing to meet her gaze. I can't defy the Duke, he admitted, his voice cracking. I just can't. I'm so sorry. Bella took a step back, her world shattering. Step. But this is for your own good too, Ethan began. You bastard! Bella screamed, her fear igniting into pure fury. Are you that scared of my father? She struck him across the face with all her might. Smack. The blow did nothing to quell her rage. She hit him again. Smack. Is this? She cried out, tears streaming down her face. Is this what you meant by love? She looked at the man she had trusted, heartbroken. How could you do this? Your Grace. Yes. Inside the luxurious interior of a moving carriage, the Grand Duke sat composed, while the Grand Duchess, Eliano, sat across from him. Are you planning to stay in my carriage for the rest of the trip? The Grand Duke asked, his gaze steady. Of course, Eliano replied smoothly. Who knows what will happen? The Duke let out a small, dry laugh. Ha! I understand how he feels, but... Suddenly, the carriage jolted violently. Clunk. Ah! Eliano gasped as she was thrown forward. What's happening? The Grand Duke caught her instantly, his arms wrapping securely around her to break her fall. I'm sorry, he murmured, holding her close. The wheel went over a rock. Be careful, he added softly, his grip tightening just enough to be reassuring. Squeeze. Eliano rested against his chest, her thoughts racing. This is starting to feel a little too much. Your Grace, we will soon arrive at Count Morris's land, a voice announced from outside. Eliano exhaled, pulling back slightly. Finally, I can get out of this miserable carriage ride. The carriage came to a halt. Knock, knock. For identification purposes, may I ask you to step out of the carriage? A guard's voice requested from the outside. What? Eliano questioned, her brow furrowing in irritation. The Grand Duke reached for the door. Push. What is it? Eliano demanded, her voice sharp. She looked at the Duke. Did they check your identity every time you used a magic gate? That's right, the Duke confirmed casually. It's the law, isn't it? Now I see. Your Grace, Eliano said, her eyes narrowing dangerously. I have never been asked to step out of the carriage in order to be identified. She smoothed her dress, her demeanor shifting into one of icy authority. Between the Rosanas and the ruler of the North, you must know who's of higher standing. She turned to the blonde knight accompanying them. Oliver, bring the warden in front of me right now. Yes, Your Grace. Oliver responded, though he hesitated. Miss Eliano, wouldn't it be best not to cause a scene? Eliano glanced back at the Duke, who watched silently. Why? Are you worried the Emperor might hear about this? She asked. Then, she leaned in, her voice low and intense. Your Grace, do not forget that you have the most noble flower in the Empire. Her thoughts churned darkly. No matter how noble the flower is, if the owner is inadequate, it will be taken away and stepped on. I chose you because I didn't want to live such a life. She steeled herself. But if that means submitting to others and enduring humiliation, I refuse. The warden, a man with a distinct mustache, arrived and bowed deeply. I, Viscount Odie, greet the Grand Duke and the Grand Duchess Howard. He straightened, offering a polite, practiced smile. What may I assist you with today as the one in charge of the Count's gate here? Viscount Odie, Eliano began, her voice cool. Has there been trouble here recently? Did some kind of serious crime happen? The Viscount looked confused. No, not at all. Count Morris wouldn't allow such people to enter, Eliano observed. How puzzling, then. Why did you ask His Grace and me to leave the carriage? The Viscount shifted uncomfortably. That's because there have been orders from above to check the identity of everyone who uses the gate. Did you get an order from the Emperor? Eliano interrupted sharply. The Emperor? The Viscount stammered, his eyes widening. Surely you wouldn't ask the Grand Duke and Duchess to leave their carriage for something as minor as an identity check, unless the orders came from the Emperor? Eliano pressed. I did not receive the order directly from His Majesty, but... The Viscount tried to explain, raising his hands defensively. Eliano cut him off, her voice rising. Are you telling me that you, a viscount, dared to insult the master of the North then? She loomed over him, her presence commanding. Do you consider yourself as superior to the Howards, Viscount Odie? The Viscount broke, sweating profusely. Not at all. I offer my sincerest apologies, Your Grace. Please forgive my rudeness, he pleaded. Rudeness? Eliano scoffed, grabbing the sleeve of the Grand Duke's coat for emphasis. Even as a mere lady of Rosanna, I was never subjected to such disrespect. How dare you insult the Grand Duke like this? Oliver stepped in gently. Miss Eliano, I am quite all right. But the Viscount was already bowing frantically. Your Grace, please forgive me. Eliano glared down at him. This will never happen again, I swear. She let out a long sigh, composing herself. Ha! Consider yourself lucky that my husband is so merciful, she said dismissively. Thank you. Thank you, Your Grace, the Viscount cried, bowing repeatedly as the carriage prepared to move on. Clip-clop, clip-clop. As the carriage rolled forward, Eliano glanced at the Grand Duke. He remained silent. Why isn't he saying anything? She wondered anxiously. Is he mad? Was I too harsh? But there's no need to walk around eggshells with the Emperor. I have a favor to ask of you, the Grand Duke said suddenly, breaking the silence. Eliano looked up, surprised. A favor? I want to see your real hair, the Duke said, his gaze intense. I can't forget it now that I've seen it. Eliano blinked, then smiled. Well, that's not hard at all. She reached up to her ear, sliding off the magical earring that disguised her appearance. Slip. In an instant, her dark hair transformed, cascading down in waves of brilliant pink. She smiled at him. The Grand Duke reached out, gently taking a lock of her pink hair in his hand. Touch. It looks even prettier in the sunlight, he murmured. Can't you just say you dyed it and wear it as is? But pink hair is rare, Eliano pointed out. Wouldn't people think it's weird? Why does that matter? The Duke countered effortlessly. If anyone dares to show you disrespect over your hair color, then you just need to put them in their place. Eliano paused, considering his words. I guess that's true. She thought to herself, well, hair dye does become popular in the future in Vianteca. Maybe I'll just say I started the trend this time then, she said aloud. Oh, then I'll need somewhere to keep the earrings. She looked at him expectantly. Could you hand it over to me? The Grand Duke reached into his coat. Slip. He pulled out a small, ornate box. Clack. As he opened it, Eliano's eyes widened. Inside rested a delicate butterfly hair ornament. This is... she gasped. You kept it. I should have returned it to you sooner, but I couldn't, the Grand Duke admitted softly. Clack. Eliano smiled warmly, touching the ornament now adorning her pink hair. Thank you, Your Grace. She leaned back against him as the carriage continued its journey. We've reached the land of the Howards, the Grand Duke announced, as the sprawling estate came into view through the window. The carriage wheels churned against the earth with a rhythmic, heavy sound as the vehicle sped toward its destination. Inside, the Grand Duchess gazed out the window, her eyes widening at the imposing structure dominating the horizon. So that's the famous Great Wall of Howard, the noblewoman murmured, taking in the sheer scale of the fortification. The castle of Grand Duke Howard was renowned for its massive, impenetrable walls. It was said that not even a mouse could slip through the defenses. The history of this great barrier was well known. Its construction dated back to when the Grand Duke was first granted rule over the north. The late Emperor Pedro, pitying the grandson who had lost a father and been exiled, gave generous support to the young heir. The previous Grand Duke then used the provided resources to hire the northern citizens as laborers over a 5-year construction period. For the people of the barren north, it meant they no longer had to starve. My father dedicated his life to improving the north, the Grand Duke explained, the ruler's voice tinged with quiet pride. That's why the people here still remember him. Outside, the cheers of the citizenry erupted as the carriage passed. Long live the Grand Duke! A voice cried out. Long live the Grand Duchess! Another shouted. The praises continued to flow from the gathered crowd. Your Grace! Congratulations on your victory in Malkia! And on your marriage! At long last! Looks like you're just as popular as your predecessor, Your Grace, the Grand Duchess noted, instinctively raising a hand to wave at the adoring public. Suddenly, the noblewoman froze, hand midair. Oh no, the former empress thought, panic rising. I used to do that back when I was empress. It just came out instinctively. The hand was quickly lowered. I'm sorry. That was an inappropriate thing to do. The Grand Duke watched with a soft expression. I liked it, the northern ruler replied gently. I think it's a good idea to help people feel closer to us. The carriage eventually came to a halt. Here we are, the Grand Duke announced. Stepping out, the Grand Duchess looked up at the towering spires of the new home. This is where I'll begin my second life. However, upon entering the main hall, a sense of stark vacancy greeted the new arrival. The space was vast, yet it felt hollow. It's so empty, the Grand Duchess thought, surveying the void. It's been managed well, but that's all. How can it be so empty? The servants whispered explanations. It's desolate. It's because His Grace is very frugal. Fund manager Miles and head butler Gilbert stood by as the explanation continued. Since His Grace doesn't spend much time at the castle, he prefers not to keep many possessions here. And there's not enough servants and custodians here. The Grand Duchess sighed internally. I know the Grand Duke is not keen on housekeeping, but this is. Later, seated together in a private room, the topic of the upcoming ceremony arose. Do you have a budget in mind for the wedding? The Grand Duchess asked. If you set one, I'll plan everything around it. If we need additional funds, I'll use some of my private funds, so please designate an amount for it as well. The noblewoman added. The Grand Duke immediately shook his head. No. You won't need to use your private funds, and you're free to allocate as much money as necessary. The northern ruler looked somewhat sheepish. Since I have little knowledge in these areas and can be of little help, I will find people to assist you with this matter. You're a war hero. It won't be necessary for you to be skilled in wedding planning. If you would allow it, I will handle this myself, the Grand Duchess offered confidently. In Jakador's customs, the Empress hosts the wedding between the Emperor and his consorts. Though those memories aren't pleasant to recall, I suppose the knowledge will come in handy. The plan began to take shape. I plan to ask High Priest Marco from the Central Temple to officiate. You mentioned that you wanted to visit the temple. Why don't we take this opportunity to go together? I would love to, the Grand Duke replied with evident enthusiasm. The pair walked together toward the temple, their steps echoing softly. I'm glad that the High Priest is willing to officiate our ceremony, the Grand Duchess remarked. I had no idea he had been so eager for my marriage. Of course I'll officiate, High Priest Marco had cried, tears streaming down the holy man's face in the memory. It's the most joyous occasion. It wasn't just him, it was everyone's wish, the Grand Duke said softly. Inside the temple, the atmosphere shifted to one of reverence. They bowed before the statue of the goddess. You must really love Macarissera, the Grand Duke observed, watching the partners' devotion. The Grand Duchess looked up at the statue. It is said that even the priests who hear the voice of God, as well as the high priests, have never witnessed Macarissera. Some say that she doesn't exist, but I find that hard to agree with. The noblewoman closed her eyes, feeling a gentle presence. Because when I look at her, I feel calm and warm, like I'm being held by God. A week passed since the arrival in the north. The once empty castle had transformed. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating crystal chandeliers and lush carpets. No wonder the Grand Duke was so confident in his wealth, the Grand Duchess mused, surveying the opulent renovations. The ruler has probably been saving up for 5 years without spending a thing. Also, I thought there'd be some tension with me suddenly stepping in as the lady of the house, but things have been quiet, the noblewoman reflected. Though I'm sure it's more about loyalty to the Howards than to me. Either way, it's a good thing for me. Turning to the staff, the Grand Duchess smiled. I like how it turned out. Good work, head butler, head maid. Thank you very much, Your Grace, they replied in unison. However, not everyone was cooperative. This is irrational and excessive, a voice boomed. Fund manager Miles stormed in, face flushed with indignation. Tell me which parts you find problematic, the Grand Duchess asked calmly, seated on a plush sofa. The scale of this whole thing is excessive, Miles shouted, gesturing wildly. What would the people think if the Grand Duke's wedding were modest? The Grand Duchess countered. Besides, money isn't an issue, is it? But this kind of needless spending is pure extravagance, the fund manager insisted. The Grand Duchess frowned, the demeanor shifting from polite to commanding. Miles, managing the funds is my responsibility as the lady of the house. Do not overstep your bounds with me, but managing the funds used to be His Grace's responsibility, Miles stammered. And the Grand Duke entrusted me with that duty entirely, the noblewoman snapped. And that ended the day I arrived. Miles gritted his teeth, trembling with suppressed rage. Do not forget that you are speaking to the Grand Duchess, the former Empress stated coldly. Shane! Yes, Your Grace, the maid responded instantly. Miles seems tired. Take him back to his quarters. Your Grace! You cannot do this! Miles yelled as the guards approached. You should rest, sir, the maid said firmly. Your Grace! Do you truly not see where my loyalty lies? Miles screamed as the man was dragged away. Left alone, the Grand Duchess narrowed her eyes. Fund manager? It's suspicious how guarded the man is about money that isn't his own. I will have to look into this. Later, sitting in the drawing room, the Grand Duchess reflected on recent events. I sent the Emperor a letter denouncing Duke Rosanna, but apparently in the capital, the whole affair was brushed off as a silly incident caused by the Duke's excessive love for his daughter. A heavy sigh escaped. And since there were no casualties, I was told there are no grounds to impose punishment. That snake. What the Duke is lacking isn't justification for punishment. He probably struck some sort of deal with my father. Across the room, the Grand Duke sat in silence, looking visibly distressed. What's wrong? The Grand Duchess asked, noticing the shift in mood. Miss Eliano, the northern ruler began, voice heavy. Yes? I'm afraid I have some news to share with you. The Grand Duke covered the lower half of his face with a hand, hesitating. I hesitated whether to tell you, but Isabella has married the 7th Prince of Jakador. They held their wedding in Ringsgen. I see, Eliano replied quietly. I expected that to happen. But there's more. The Grand Duke continued, eyes filled with a grim sorrow. Lady Isabella has passed away. What? The Grand Duchess whispered, the world seeming to stop. The investigation into the tragedy yielded few answers, and the grim report was delivered with solemn finality. What was the cause of death? There was a fire, but the cause is unknown. The report continued, detailing the others involved in the incident. The 7th Prince was with her, and he sustained serious injuries. I see. What happened to the body? They only found one finger. It was only recognizable because of the ring. The listener absorbed this horrific detail, the weight of the loss settling heavily. That is very unfortunate. In the quiet of the room, the regressed Empress sat surrounded by memories, holding a stack of old letters that felt heavy with the ghosts of a different future. The first letter, written in a cheerful hand, brought a pang of sorrow. Congratulations on your wedding, Eliano. I'm sending your wedding present with this letter. It's something that's very important to me, so you have to be careful with it, okay? Another letter spoke of a secret joy, a life that had been snatched away. I have a lover. He's the 2nd son, so he can't be the heir, but he attained knighthood on his own. Isn't that amazing? And he is so good to me. I'm going to have the most romantic love life just like you. Just wait and see. But the tone of the correspondence shifted as the dates progressed, the ink seemingly darker with despair. Father wants me to marry the 7th Prince of Jakador. I hate Father so much. I want to escape. The longing for freedom was palpable in the scrawled text. I want to escape. Then, a glimmer of hope that had ultimately led to tragedy. I'm going to run away with Sir Ethan. We're going to the south. It's Sir Ethan's homeland. I'm going to be so happy. I hope you come visit." The Empress stared at the final piece of parchment. "This is the last letter." Her hand dropped, the paper slipping from her fingers. In the silence, she reflected on the twisted threads of fate. In her past life, Isabella married Grand Duke Boiron of the South. It was an arranged marriage. But she heard that the sister was loved and lived a good life. It wasn't your fate to be sold off at 17 and die. The Empress thought, guilt gnawing at her heart. It feels like you were given my misfortune because I ran away. Please forgive me, Isabella. Elsewhere in the estate, the daily demands of the household continued. A servant approached the master of the house. "Your Grace, the pastry chef and the craftsman you requested are expected to arrive tomorrow." The dark-haired noble nodded. "I see. The chief designer also wishes to speak with you about the fabric of your wedding dress." The noble's mind, however, was elsewhere, drifting back to the moment the news had broken. That day, the Empress seemed calm about the news of her sister's death, but he could tell something was wrong. She was close to the Grand Duchess. She was the only family who stood up to the Duke for her. How can I offer her some comfort? The noble wondered. He considered the grounds of the estate. A walk in the garden might help her feel better, but it seems the flowers haven't bloomed yet. Flowers, he murmured, an idea taking root. Suddenly, a maid came rushing toward the Empress, breathless with excitement. "Your Grace! You should see this! Hurry, hurry!" The Empress, pulled from her mourning, followed the enthusiastic servant. "Slow down. What in the world is this about? Here it is!" The Empress stopped, her eyes widening as she took in the sight before her. A sudden breeze carried the scent of fresh blossoms. "Do you like it?" The dark-haired noble appeared at her side, holding a small bouquet of vibrant blooms. "Your Grace." He offered the flowers gently. "These are pink daffodils that only bloom in the north. It made me think of you." He looked at her with intense sincerity. "There's no need to hide your pain from me. We are husband and wife, after all." The Empress looked at him, realizing the depth of his perception. "So you knew?" She touched the petals, their softness grounding her. "It's very pretty. And it has a nice fragrance." She glanced around the miraculous garden, which had been barren only a short while ago. "It couldn't have been easy to make so many flowers bloom. You must have used a very skilled magician." "Thank you for your compliment, Your Grace." A hooded figure stepped forward, bowing low. The man lowered his hood to reveal reddish hair and a youthful face. "My name is Albert Kesef. It is an honor to meet you." The dark-haired noble gestured for him to rise. "You may stand. Great work on the garden." Albert bowed again to the couple. "I have heard much about the deep love you share. It is an honor to meet you." The Empress curtsied slightly in return. "I am also very pleased to meet you, Albert Kesef." The magician smiled bashfully, scratching his cheek. "I'm still a novice, so I still have much to improve. I'm only good at making flowers bloom because it happens to be my specialty." "You are very humble," the Empress replied warmly. "I'm a layperson when it comes to magic, but I know that magic of this scale is not easy." "Thank you, Your Grace." Albert beamed, seemingly eager to please. "If you would like, I could also do the same with the flowers in the back garden." The maid watching them whispered, "Her Grace seems to be having a good time." But internally, the magician was screaming. As the magic dissipated, he felt the exhaustion hit him like a physical blow. "Oh, it's gone," he thought, panicking as the sparkle faded. "Why am I doing this?" He panted softly, trying to maintain his composure while his inner voice chided him. "I never intended to go this far. But I can't stop myself when I see her." Outwardly, he bowed deeply, looking drained. "I have finished, Your Graces." The Empress noticed his state immediately. "You seem to be sweating a lot. Are you all right? Jane, tell the head butler to prepare the best room." Albert waved his hands frantically. "Oh, there's really no need to go that far. Please, I insist. I've only just arrived in the north and it's been rather lonely, the Empress said with a gentle smile. Won't you keep me company? But before Albert could answer, a dark, menacing aura loomed over him. The dark-haired noble glared daggers at the magician, possessiveness radiating from him. Albert Kesef. The voice was low and dangerous. Will you stay at the castle for my wife? Albert felt a chill run down his spine. I truly apologize, but I have something urgent I must take care of. Internally, he cried. How am I supposed to say yes when he's looking at me like that? The Empress, oblivious to the silent threat her husband was projecting, nodded graciously. Then I look forward to seeing you next time. Until next time, Your Grace, Albert said, bowing hastily before retreating. He walked away quickly, his steps echoing on the stone path until he reached a secluded building in the city. He turned a corner and pushed open a heavy wooden door. You're here. A blonde noble sat inside, waiting for him. Welcome. The noble wasted no time on pleasantries. You mentioned a grave wrongdoing by the magical tower. What exactly did you mean by that? Albert pulled back his hood, his expression serious now that he was away from the castle. Don't be so impatient. Sit. The blonde noble leaned forward. Have you thought about my offer? Yes, but unfortunately, I do not like being tied down, Albert replied, settling into a chair. Moreover, I have no intention of taking part in the fight for the throne. Then we'll talk about that later. The noble conceded, leaning back. He looked Albert in the eye, his next words dropping into the silence with heavy significance. Did you know that a magician in the magical tower practiced dark magic? Can you prove what you just said? The question hung heavy in the dimly lit room. The hooded figure glared at the blond man seated across from him, desperation etched into his features. If it's a lie, the magical tower will not tolerate it, the mage warned, his voice rising. I swear on Jakador's name that it's true. He leaned forward, demanding. Then who exactly is that magician? The blonde noble remained calm, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Come now. Don't be impatient. Sit. He adjusted his gloves with deliberate slowness. Before I tell you, I must have your word. He looked the mage in the eye. Will you help me? The atmosphere in the grand salon was far less clandestine but equally charged. Eliano watched the two men seated on the velvet sofa. I had forgotten that. These two were friends, the blonde visitor exclaimed, looking around the room. What a remarkable change! Now it actually feels like a home. Flint, the Grand Duke, sat stiffly, his expression unreadable. I haven't done anything. It is all thanks to Miss Eliano's exquisite taste. Is that so? The visitor chuckled, gesturing toward Eliano. See? I told you that you needed a lady in the house, didn't I? Regardless of how close they may be, the air felt cold. Eliano stepped forward, breaking the tension. If only we had known of your visit beforehand, we could have welcomed you more properly. The visitor waved a hand dismissively. Ah, there's no need for such formality, Grand Duchess. I want this to be a casual visit, so please treat me as such. He turned his gaze to her, his tone shifting slightly. Miss Eliano. Hiraise says he has something to discuss with me privately. He glanced back at Flint. Will you give us a moment? Yes, of course. Eliano replied gracefully. Please, enjoy your discussion. Thank you, Grand Duchess. As the heavy wooden doors creaked shut behind her, the smile vanished from Flint's face. So, what is it? The visitor, Hiraise, leaned in, his demeanor turning serious. I have something to give you. He placed an ornate box on the table between them. Flint stared at it, his eyes widening in recognition. This is... His breath caught. Aren't these my mother's ashes? Hiraise lowered his gaze respectfully. I sincerely apologize for what my father did to you. I'm sorry. The sight of the box brought the memory of the king crashing back into Flint's mind. He remembered kneeling in the vast throne room, the supreme son looking down from his high seat. I heard you found yourself in a difficult position, the king had said, his voice echoing in the hall. Being framed as a kidnapper is quite troubling, is it not? Do you want my help? No, your majesty, Flint had replied, his head bowed. I will handle it myself, as it concerns my family. The king had grinned, a dangerous glint in his eyes. But Dmitri Rosanna must be punished for assaulting the Grand Duchess. As the date on the marriage certificate confirms she was a Grand Duchess at the time, you are justified in taking action. I will lend you my help. Flint had frowned. How did you know, your majesty? Do you think anything in Vianteka happens without my knowledge? The king retorted. Do not forget that I have eyes and ears everywhere. Flint had kept his composure. Thank you for your consideration, but I must ask you to withdraw it. I do not wish to make this matter public. If the truth were to become known, the Grand Duchess would suffer great disgrace. The king stroked his beard. You must care about her very much. Yes, your majesty. I ask for your benevolence upon us. But Flint, the king pressed, I do not wish to miss the opportunity to punish Duke Rosanna. A heavy silence had fallen, the air thick with impending doom. Flint clenched his fist against his leg. That's right, the king mused. I promised I would give you your father's seal if you ever got married. I also have in my possession. He gestured to a servant holding a tray. Your mother's remains, which were sent from Jakador. The servant stepped forward, the box clunking softly as it was set down. Take this gift and leave the matter to me, the king commanded. I will handle the rest. What is your answer? Flint had raised his head, his face a mask of stoicism. It is a great honor that the Supreme Son would look over my parents' keepsakes. He paused, making his choice. If, instead, you would cover the Grand Duchess's shame, I shall gladly return to the north. The king had thrown his head back and laughed. Back in the salon, Flint gently touched the box. Thank you? Do not thank me, Hirez said bitterly. The Imperial House of Vianteka does not deserve your gratitude. He watched his friend for a moment before speaking again. But I'm curious. Why do you still call the Grand Duchess Miss Eliano? Flint looked away. Why would I call her anything else when we haven't had the wedding yet? But aren't you officially a couple? Don't tell me you sleep in separate rooms. We do. How come? Hirez exclaimed, incredulous. You are in your honeymoon phase. You two should be inseparable. Flint sighed, his expression pained. Hirez. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, but that's not the nature of our relationship. What do you mean? She does not love me. What the hell does that mean? Hirez shifted in his seat, agitated. She chose me to escape Duke Rosanna, Flint explained quietly. Although I still... He trailed off. Hirez scratched his head, mumbling. Why it had to be me? He looked up, his gaze sharp. Look, Flint. If you were her, would you risk getting beaten to death by your father over something like that? Why do you think she chose marriage, of all things, to escape him? Flint remained silent. Think about it, Hirez urged. If the Grand Duchess had attempted an escape instead of marrying, do you believe Duke Rosanna would have beaten her so severely? That's true, Flint admitted. Aston definitely would have been able to get Miss Eliano without difficulty. The Grand Duchess risked her life to come to you, Hirez stated firmly. Are you really going to claim that's not love? A knock at the door interrupted them. It's me, Miss Eliano. May I come in? Come in, Your Grace, Flint called out, composing himself. Eliano entered, looking between them. What is it? Didn't you say you were bored? She asked, a gentle smile on her face. I came here to keep you company in the place of that magician. Flint blinked. Oh, you remembered what I said to Albert. I'm sorry I didn't realize before. As he looked at her, Hirez's words echoed in his mind. Oh, but you left out an important part. Do you love her? He saw Hirez standing to leave, a knowing look in his eyes. Well, I hope you come to understand your feelings by the time we meet again. In that case, Flint said softly, I must thank Albert for leaving, so your grace could visit me instead. As he looked at her, the realization settled deep within him. He raised, I already know how I feel. The truth is Wow! You look so beautiful, your grace. In the soft light of the dressing room, the maid stepped back, clasping her hands together in admiration. The Grand Duchess stood before the mirror, the intricate lace of her wedding gown cascading around her like foam on a sea of silk. Thank you, the Grand Duchess said gently. She turned her head as the door opened to reveal a guest. For coming, Miss Veronica. Veronica curtsied deeply, her expression one of genuine awe. Thank you for inviting me, your grace. Today, you outshine the Empress, who is famed as the beauty of the century. She straightened, her eyes sparkling with excitement. If the Grand Duke sees you like this, he'll surely fall for you all over again. The Grand Duchess touched her cheek, a faint blush coloring her skin. I really do hope so. The scene shifted to the sprawling, sunlit gardens of the estate, transformed into a cathedral of greenery and white flowers for the ceremony. Guests filled the rows, their murmurs creating a low hum of anticipation. At the altar, the Grand Duke stood tall in a pristine white suit, his posture relaxed. I thought he'd be a little nervous, but he seems fine, one guest whispered, observing the groom's calm demeanor. Maybe it's because they're already a couple? Another suggested. Suddenly, the heavy doors at the end of the aisle creaked open. The sound cut through the chatter, silencing the crowd. A rhythmic clack echoed against the stone floor as the bride stepped into the light. The Grand Duke looked up. His composure vanished the instant he saw her. His eyes widened, and his lips parted in a silent gasp. Oh wow! A voice from the crowd hushed. She's so beautiful. Look at the Grand Duke's face, he's smitten. The Grand Duchess walked toward him, a vision in white, her gaze locked on his. When she reached the altar, the Grand Duke seemed unable to find his voice for a moment, simply staring at her as if seeing her for the first time. Your Grace? He finally breathed, offering his hand. She took it, and together they turned to face the priest. Let us begin the wedding mass. The priest intoned, his voice carrying over the silent assembly. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows over the couple as the ceremony proceeded. With this, the priest continued solemnly, the two children of God will become partners, through a vow of eternal love, witnessed by God. He looked to the groom. Do you, the groom, swear to love the bride for all eternity? The Grand Duke squeezed her hand, his answer immediate and firm. I do. The priest turned his gaze to the woman in the veil. Do you, the bride, take a vow to love the groom forever? She smiled, her voice steady. I do. The groom opened a velvet box, revealing 2 matching rings nestled inside. He lifted the smaller band and gently slipped it onto her finger. She did the same for him, the gold gleaming in the sunlight. Then, without waiting for a prompt, the Grand Duke leaned in. He pressed a sudden, tender kiss to her lips, catching her off guard. That surprised me, she thought, her eyes widening slightly before she melted into the moment. Clap! Clap! Thunderous applause broke out around them as the crowd cheered for the newlywed couple. The celebration moved to the grand ballroom, where the air was thick with the scent of flowers and the sound of laughter. I heard the couple prepared the wedding by themselves. I can't believe it. A noblewoman whispered behind her fan, watching the festivities. I'm also preparing for my son's wedding. I should take some notes here. Mom, look! Her child pointed. There's the wedding cake. The guests gathered around as the couple sliced into a towering, multi-tiered cake, the knife clacking against the silver platter. Music swelled, and soon the floor was filled with swirling gowns and tailored suits as the dancing began. Later, the Grand Duchess stood receiving guests, a polite smile fixed on her face as she accepted endless well-wishes. Your Grace? A voice called out. She turned to see her husband approaching. I'm sorry to interrupt, but may I? The Grand Duke asked, offering his arm. Of course, she replied, stepping closer to him. Are people waiting to congratulate us? He nodded, guiding her toward a family waiting nervously nearby. The father bowed low. Aidan Carteret, Your Grace. The man introduced himself. This is my wife and daughter. I am honored to be a witness to your wedding, his wife curtsied. Abigail Carteret, your grace. Though modest, I have prepared a gift in celebration of your union. Monica, she nudged the young girl beside her. The girl, Monica, clutched a small box, her hands trembling. Nervous. She muttered to herself before stepping forward. I'm Monica Carteret, your grace. This is a brooch I designed myself. She opened the box to reveal a delicate, jeweled accessory. Overcome with emotion, the girl sniffled, tears welling in her eyes. I sincerely wish for the North's prosperity, and your everlasting, love. The Grand Duchess reached out and took the girl's hands warmly. Thank you for your blessings, Miss Monica, she said softly. She examined the brooch. I can see you have an eye for beauty. I will treasure this. Monica's teary face broke into a radiant beam. Thank you. As the family moved away, the Grand Duke leaned in toward his wife, his voice low. Isn't this her first time receiving congratulations as a Grand Duchess? She seems surprisingly accustomed to it. He straightened as another guest approached him, this one an older, stern-looking noble. You have an excellent son, the noble droned on. Please keep protecting the North with a loyal heart. Of course, your grace, the Grand Duke replied mechanically. It is a great honor and fortune for our family to be valued by. The Grand Duke's patience snapped. He waved his hand dismissively. That's enough. Be brief. What has gotten into everyone today? The noble blinked, taken aback. It's already pretty short. That was short, the Grand Duke muttered, incredulous. The Grand Duchess leaned up, whispering into his ear with a teasing lilt. Surely the strong ruler of the North has not grown tired so soon, while I remain full of energy. The Grand Duke turned his head sharply away from her, his ears tinged red. Pardon? The noble stammered, confused by the interaction. He really hates formalities, doesn't he? Another guest whispered. You don't have to cut it short, but don't be too long either. The Grand Duke grumbled, refusing to look at his smiling wife. He glanced at the line of people still waiting. You have nothing else to say? Then next is... An attendant called out, gesturing to the mounting pile of gifts. Night eventually fell over the castle, the moon hanging high and full in the dark sky. The festivities had finally wound down, leaving the stone halls quiet. It's finally over. The Grand Duchess sighed, leaning back in her chair within the private chambers. You must be tired, her maid said sympathetically, attending to her hair. I'm so tired I might faint, she admitted, her eyelids heavy. The maid smirked, her eyes glinting with mischief. Just hold on a little longer, your grace. It's your wedding night. She smoothed the silk of the dressing gown. Count Evans and I decorated the bedroom, so I hope you'll enjoy it. The Grand Duchess froze. Ahem. The maid coughed theatrically, barely suppressing a giggle. You and Adele? The Grand Duchess asked, dread pooling in her stomach. The maid just smiled innocently. The Grand Duchess stared blankly ahead, a singular thought echoing in her mind. I have a bad feeling about this. Look, what do you think, your grace? The flashback revealed the bedroom that looked like this before, after, sparkle, tada, now looks like this. Me and Count Evans worked really hard on this. The maid stomped with excitement, then grabbed the Empress's arm, dragging the figure across the room. No, your grace. Count Evans said she wanted to buy those drapes for herself, but couldn't because they were too expensive. Why would she put something she wanted for herself? Now it's time to choose your undergarments. We have to hurry, your grace, before his grace arrives. The scene returned to the present moment in the dim chamber. EP 39. Oh, this can't be happening, your grace, the maid whispered urgently, standing over the sleeping figure. Your grace, this is your wedding night, you must wake up. A deep voice interrupted from the doorway. There's no need to wake her. Leah stirred at the sound, eyes fluttering open. You're here, your grace. The Empress sat up, disoriented. I just woke up. Weren't you sleeping? You seem very tired, the man observed gently. I'll be fine after a glass of water. I can't sleep on our wedding night. Halt! The Duke stopped the movement. Your grace? Flint knelt on the floor, taking Leah's foot into large hands. Massaging your feet like this helps ease the exhaustion. How does it feel? It feels good, but the sensation was overwhelming. It's embarrassing. There's something I want to ask your permission for, Flint said, still holding the Empress's foot. My permission? May I call you Lia? I want to become closer to you. Closer? Closer than a married couple? Lia wondered internally. Of course you can call me that. You're my husband. Then I want you to call me by my name as well. I'd much prefer you call me by a nickname, but my name doesn't really lend itself to one. Flint. I'm hurt. Is that a no? Flint. Yes, Lia. The man smiled warmly. The whole time we came here to the north, one thought kept lingering in my mind. If I were ever to fall in love with someone, it would surely be you. And I was right. Flint looked up with intense sincerity. Lia, I am in love with you. I will keep the vows we made as we wed, till the day I die. Lia gazed back. There are many words you could use to make a confession in this world, but the reason his words feel so valuable to me, far more than any other sweet words, is probably because I have no doubts about his sincerity and trustworthiness. I want to answer his feelings for me, the Empress decided. I also love you. I will always love you. And you only, Flint. They embraced tightly. Even if what I said to you might not really be the truth. Chirp, chirp. Morning light flooded the room. I fell asleep. Clack. Oh, Flint emerged from the washroom, drying wet hair with a towel. Your Grace, good morning? The Duke stopped and stared. What's with his reaction? Lia looked down, realizing the state of dress, and pulled the covers up. Blush. I feel like I exhausted you all night. Are you okay? Flint asked, clearing his throat. Ahem. There's no need to apologize. We're a married couple, and it wasn't unpleasant at all. What? No, not at all, Lia screamed internally, realizing how that sounded. Is it because we only have male doctors here? I've actually hired a female doctor recently to handle any issues you might have. Summoning a doctor after spending the wedding night? It'll be so obvious why I'm exhausted? Never. There really is no need. I am perfectly fine. She was not fine. Your Grace, you seem tired. Would you like to get some rest? The maid asked later, noticing the Empress's condition. Yes, I think I do. You may go. The maid left the room, shutting the door. Clack. Squeal. Outside, the servants gathered. They must have had a passionate night. They are the ones who shook the romantic scene in Vianteka after all. Maybe we'll be hearing some good news soon. Later in the day, Flint approached. Lia, the cyclamens are waiting for us in the sitting room. Will you come with me? You mean the cyclamens from the Northern Sea? Yes, that's right. Isaac and Sarah are my deputies, managing the North in my absence. If he calls them deputies, then they must be close to him, Lia noted. They entered the sitting room where two figures waited. It is an honor to meet you too. Sarah Cyclamen and Isaac Cyclamen, at your service, your graces. It's been a while. How was everything in the south? The pleasantries were brief. The thing is, Grand Duke Boiron sent Prince Fablesica. Flint's expression darkened instantly. Fablesica? Fablesica was Emperor Leopold's illegitimate child, brought in by Duke Rossana at the time of Hireza's absence. After a paternity test confirmed he was the emperor's son, Fablesica began his education as the next crown prince. But a year later, everything changed when Hireza came back alive as a celebrated war hero. The legitimacy of the new addition was immediately challenged. Voices whispered, "An illegitimate child whose mother cannot even be identified?" Others scoffed. How could such a child be added to the imperial lineage? I also questioned the integrity of that so-called test. I would have found it far more plausible if you'd claimed my stepmother gave birth during my absence. As Hireza openly sought to drive out his half-brother, Fablesica's position grew even more precarious. In the end, he was sent to Grand Duke Boiron in the south, cast out for failing to adapt to life in the palace. In the present, the Grand Duchess sat in a quiet room, reading a missive with a flap of paper. So they're saying the South has done its part, and now it is the North's turn. I didn't see this coming, she said softly. I'm sorry. The Grand Duke sitting across from her shook his head. There's nothing to apologize for. The person who sent his half-brother away was the little son. Lia, please don't misunderstand, he continued, leaning forward. Prince Hireza doesn't hate Prince Fablesica. Then what about the Emperor? She asked. The Grand Duke sighed. His Majesty adores Prince Hireza, so much so that he made his second wife Baron. I imagine His Majesty would disapprove of anyone who hinders Prince Hireza, even if that person were his own son. Wouldn't you agree? You are right, she conceded. Prince Hireza sent his brother to the south because he feared for his safety. But there is no obligation for the north to oversee his upbringing. He could be placed with another suitable. No, he interrupted firmly. Let's take him in. He explained the precarious nature of the request. If we refuse, All the blame will fall on me. If your wife objects, then I will send him elsewhere, they might say. But she is a Rosanna as well. Shouldn't she bear some responsibility for her father's greed? Leah looked down, the weight of the past pressing on her. After all, it was Dmitri Rosanna who tore the child away from his mother, cast him into a world of pressure and rivalry, and left him to be a target of disdain. I'm so sorry, she whispered, her head drooping. It's not your fault, Your Grace, he assured her. In any case, Your Grace. Yes? Why don't we figure out how to welcome the prince? Leah looked out toward the vibrancy of spring. Thank you, she said, taking a step. Then I will send word to Isaac and Sarah. As she walked, her mind drifted to a darker ambition she once held. I wanted to ask him if he wanted to be emperor. The emperor's illegitimate child, Fablesica Vianteka. In my past life, it was the Rosannas who took over Fablesica's upbringing after the south. To gain full control over the young prince, my father killed the prince's mother, and when he lost his place as crown prince for a certain reason, Fablesica, with Duke Rosanna at his side, once again steps back into the spotlight. He became the next crown prince, practically holding the throne in his hand, until he murdered Hirez in front of everyone. How could you do this? The nobles had screamed in that bloody past. A brother-slaying man will never be accepted as emperor in Vianteka. Fablesica had turned to them, his expression cold. And why should I become emperor? I sought revenge on my brother because he stole everything from me, not out of any desire for the throne. He then turned his fury upon his benefactor. And now it is your turn, Dmitri Rosanna. With a frown, he shouted to the court. Hear this, every one of you. Duke Rosanna conspired to defame Prince Hirez and make me his puppet, all to seize control of the throne. He is no noble, but a snake and a traitor. He shall be punished without mercy. Dmitri Rosanna fell with a heavy flop. Did you truly think I wouldn't know it was you who killed my mother? Fablesica had sneered. Not once have I forgotten that you are the very root of my misery. Begone, and may your name be wiped from history itself. After that, the late Hirez's faction reassembled under Flint Howard. Leah recalled the image of Flint sitting on the throne, sword in hand. You're here, he had said as footsteps approached. I've been waiting for you. With a sharp shing and a brutal slash, Flint Howard killed Fablesica and brought ruin to the Rosanna household. Thus, he rose as emperor upon a blood-stained throne. The future where Flint Howard ascends to the throne and the Rosanna's fall was something I desired deeply. But now I find myself thinking that even if he sought the throne, he never would have taken it that way. Leah stood in the garden, resolving her heart. I can get vengeance with my own hands. A wriggle and a rustle in the bushes broke her train of thought. A cat emerged with a soft swish and a stare. Meow! It cried, hopping toward her. Leah smiled, picking the creature up as it began to purr. Hey there, little one. What's your name? She gave it a gentle hug. Cheese! Cheese, where are you? A young voice called out from the greenery. So your name is Cheese, Leah whispered. The cat let out another purr and a meow. Oh! A young boy burst through the leaves. Cheese! There you are! You shouldn't run away like that. He slid to a halt, freezing as he saw the woman holding his pet. Leah looked down kindly at the breathless child. It is an honor to greet you, Prince Fablesica. I am Grand Duchess Howard. I heard he was 12 years old, a voice remarked, observing the small figure seated before a slice of cake. Kindly help yourself, Your Highness. The boy sat silently, staring at the table. He's smaller than I thought, the observer noted, studying the slight frame. Did they starve him? Do you not like the cake? The child shook a head vigorously. I am not a prince. Please don't address me as such. It's been many years since you've been acknowledged, the Empress replied gently. As a prince, you need to become used to the title. But no one in the South ever called me that, the boy insisted, looking down at the pristine tablecloth. They didn't even call me Fablesica. Please just call me Fable. Then would you like to be called by a nickname instead? The child stood up abruptly, hands trembling. No, I meant my name is Fable. Fablesica is not my name. And I've already left the palace and renounced my right to the throne, the boy stammered, overwhelmed. I'm not comfortable being addressed as Your Highness. Fists clenched at the sides of the trousers. It seems they kept him firmly under control while raising him in the south, the Empress thought, watching the distressed child. Was that the Crown Prince's intention? A sound broke the tension. Knock knock. Yeah, may I come in? A voice called from the hallway. Yes, of course. The door opened, and footsteps hurried inside. Fable, you! A blonde woman rushed into the room, spotting the boy. Charlotte! I told you to stay put. What are you doing here? Cheese ran away and I had to go after it. The child explained frantically. You know you're not supposed to wander off. Why won't you ever listen? Ahem. The guardian froze at the sound of the throat clearing, realizing the presence of the Empress. A hand squeezed the boy's shoulder reassuringly. I am Charlotte Kesef, the woman introduced, bowing. Fable's guardian. It is an honor to stand before you. Charlotte glanced up, expression earnest. First, I wish to express my sincere gratitude for taking in both Fable and myself. Please, there is no need to thank us, the Empress replied calmly. It is simply our duty. However, I noticed that accommodations have been prepared for Fable in the main residence, Charlotte continued. While I'm truly thankful, the annex will be more than sufficient for the two of us. We placed him in the main residence for his own safety. Charlotte squeezed the child's hand tightly, nodding slowly in understanding. Please stay in the main residence, the Empress insisted. His safety is essential to the North's peace. Yes, Your Grace. You must be tired from your journey. Please take some rest. Jane, guide His Highness to his quarters. Later, in a lavish bedroom filled with light and elegant furniture. 10, the boy counted quietly, then gasped. Wow! Charlotte, Charlotte! The child turned, eyes wide with excitement. This room is better than the one in the palace. A bright smile lit up the boy's face. However, the guardian stood at the entrance, expression icy and guarded. What are those people planning? Charlotte wondered, hesitating to step fully into the luxury. Come here, Fable. The boy walked over. Thwump. Charlotte pulled the child into a warm embrace, patting the golden hair gently. I'm sorry I got angry. It's all right. The muffled voice replied against the fabric. I understand how you felt. The two remained in the hug, finding comfort in the strange new environment. Charlotte Kesef, the Empress mused later, sipping tea in a private parlor. She is the eldest daughter of the Grand Duke Boran. She left the household after discovering her magical powers. I heard she became an apprentice at the Magical Tower Master after being recognized for her great talent. Did she volunteer to be the prince's guardian because of a request? Or was it out of kindness? And in my past life, Charlotte Kesef. The teacup clattered softly as it was set back on the saucer. Now then, what is it you wish to tell me, Charlotte Kesef? Charlotte sat across the table, hands clasped tightly. I implore you, Your Grace. The guardian leaned forward earnestly. Fable has abandoned the name Fablesica. I ask that you refrain from addressing him with titles and allow him to be raised as an ordinary child. Raise him as an ordinary child? He must not be accustomed to privilege, Charlotte stated, hands clenching into fists on the lap. That life is not his. The Crown Prince will ensure his future, the Empress countered steadily. He may not be royalty, but he should grow used to noble status. Do you believe the Crown Prince will do that for Fable? Why wouldn't he? The Empress paused, observing the guardian's worry. I see. Things will be different for His Highness here. He won't be treated the way he was in the south. Do not worry. My only wish is that Fable doesn't end up hurt, Your Grace. I have been feeling rather lonely without children of my own, the Empress said with a soft smile. I will care for him as if he were my own son. Visible confusion washed over Charlotte's face, question marks seemingly floating in the air. I will take that as a sign of how dearly you intend to care for him. Charlotte stammered, bewildered. Her own son? The guardian thought, stunned. She's only 9 years older than him. In a bright dressing room, maids bustled around the young boy, holding up various garments. Your Highness, every outfit seems to complement your refined features, one maid exclaimed. Your hair feels wonderfully soft, Your Highness, another added, brushing the silky strands. Might I suggest this one, Your Highness? A third maid offered, displaying a fine shirt. I'm certain it will bring out your elegance. Thank you. The boy sobbed softly, overwhelmed by the attention. But I am not a prince. Oh my, you even have a sense of humor. The maid laughed, pulling the outfit tight. We have finished, Your Grace, the staff announced as the doors opened with a clack. The Empress looked over the transformed child. Excellent work. I will assign you two to take care of His Highness from now on. Yes, Your Grace. One of the maids leaned in slightly. You look a lot like Prince Erase, Your Highness. The boy stiffened. My name is Fable. The Empress reached out a hand. Even if you don't have the right to succession, you are still a prince. You cannot abandon the name His Majesty gave you. The hand rested gently on the child's shoulder. But if you allow me to call you by a nickname, I will call you Fable. The boy looked up, eyes widening in hope. All right. Please do. The Empress giggled at the reaction. Then, shall we go meet your teacher? The child blinked in surprise. Pardon? A teacher? The regressed Empress's abduction marriage. Episode 42. It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness. I am Baron Wells, the man announced, bowing deeply before the young prince. Baron Wells will be teaching you politics starting from today. It's nice to meet you, Fable replied, returning the gesture with a polite bow. Standing nearby, Eliano turned to the attending maid. Jane, has Viscountess Sullivan arrived yet? Yes, Your Grace. I will fetch the noble right now, Jane answered dutifully. Soon, a series of introductions followed, populating the room with new instructors. This is your literary teacher, Viscountess Sullivan, Eliano presented. The teacher offered a bow. This is your history teacher, Eliano continued, gesturing to another. And this is your law teacher, the Grand Duchess finished. Fable looked at the assembly of tutors, slightly overwhelmed. All right. Later, the atmosphere shifted as Eliano prepared to deliver more news. There is something I must tell you. Fable braced for the words. What is it this time? The boy wondered. Eliano's mind briefly flashed to potential opposition. If the other woman said anything bad about Fable getting an education, the Empress resolved to ignore the criticism entirely. However, the topic at hand was strictly academic. It's about Fable's lessons, Eliano began. I knew it, Fable thought, dreading more coursework. Could you include a swordsmanship lesson? Eliano asked, breaking into a smile. Fable's eyes immediately lit up, sparkles of excitement surrounding the child. Hup! The scene shifted to the training grounds, where the reality of the sword proved more difficult than the fantasy. Your stance is incorrect. Start again from the beginning, the instructor barked. Yes, sir, Fable shouted back, gripping the wooden sword. From the sidelines, the redhead watching alongside Eliano expressed surprise. This is unexpected. I thought the Grand Duchess would be against the education. I wish Fable could stay a blissfully ignorant child forever, Eliano admitted, watching the boy struggle. But there are times when ignorance turns into a weakness, even a threat to oneself. I see, the companion replied softly. I agree with the sentiment. On the field, the lesson continued with rigor. Posture and balance is key in swordsmanship. The prince must not forget that, Your Highness. Yes, sir. After the session, Fable approached Eliano, walking with stiff, unnatural steps. Eliano noticed the tension immediately. Pause, Eliano commanded gently. Bait him, Fable's heart seemed to race. Eliano reached out, patting the boy's rigid frame. Your shoulders are too stiff. Oh, Fable breathed out. Don't clench the fists. Make the posture look natural, Eliano advised. I didn't know I was doing that, Fable murmured. Let's try that again, Eliano encouraged. Yes, Your Grace. Fable dashed off to reset. After a moment, the boy turned back, a question lingering in the air. Do the Grand Duchess believe I could ever be as graceful as the Empress, Your Grace? Eliano smiled warmly. Of course. The prince already possesses a natural sense of nobility. Pop! A light sound of realization seemed to burst in the air. And with the diligence displayed, the Empress has no doubt the child shall grow to become the most elegant prince in the world, Eliano declared, clapping hands together. Turning to the maid, Eliano added, The servant ought to learn this too, Jane. Pardon? Me? Jane asked, startled. The individual may have need of it someday. Come here, Jane. Hurry! Why, yes, Your Highness, Jane stammered, flapping forward to join. Some time later, a quiet moment occurred in the study. This is remarkable, Eliano observed. What is? Fable asked, looking up. Cheese is typically quite wary of strangers, Eliano explained, gesturing to the cat resting comfortably in Fable's lap. The animal still runs from Charlotte, so the Empress has never seen the creature resting in someone's arms like that. Purr, purr. The cat vibrated contentedly. It seems animals are quite fond of me, Fable noted with a smile. Even fearsome hunting dogs and aggressive horses tend to grow gentle around the prince. That very horse once tried to kick Prince Hiray's. Even Prince Hiray's? Eliano exclaimed in shock. Perhaps the creatures are drawn to the beauty. Oh my! Fable laughed, covering a smile. The Grand Duchess sounds just like Prince Hiray's. The two really are brothers. Oh, really? Eliano asked, bemused. Purr, the cat continued. Fable's expression turned shy, fidgeting slightly. Your Grace. Yes, Your Highness? Eliano glanced over. Grand Duke Flint is the elder brother, is the noble not? Fable asked tentatively. Indeed, the Duke is the brother, Eliano confirmed. And since the Empress is the wife, would the situation not be proper for the Grand Duchess to treat the prince as a younger brother as well? Oh? Eliano paused, surprised by the emotional maturity. The teacher hasn't taught the student that yet, and the boy has already taken the next step. Pardon? Fable tilted the head, confused. Eliano smiled radiantly. The Empress is saying the prince may address the sister as such, Fable. Yes, Eliano! Fable cheered. Peaceful days went by. It was around the time Fable began calling Eliano Lia instead of Eliano that the incident occurred. A monster subjugation? Eliano asked, looking at the Grand Duke. It seems there are more monsters than usual this time, Flint explained, looking solemn. As Adele has requested reinforcements, the situation appears such that the Duke must go personally. Unlike the peaceful capital, monsters were common in the north. When the seasons changed and food grew scarce, monsters would come down from the mountains. One of Howard's chief responsibilities was to subjugate these monsters. When will the Duke be back? Eliano asked worriedly. The husband expects the task will take about 2 days, as the intent is only to assess the situation, Flint replied. Though the leader cannot give a definite answer. Flint looked at Eliano with intensity. Please take good care of the Howard estate, Lia. Soon, the Grand Duke departed. Eliano stood by the window, watching the figure disappear into the distance. Phew! At last, a chance to rest. Eliano sighed, leaning back against the furniture. Lately, not a single night has gone by where the wife could simply drift off to sleep. A memory of Flint's voice echoed in Eliano's mind. Lia, just a little more. But of course, the exhaustion is the fault of the Empress for not turning the husband down, Eliano thought, blushing. Like the intimacy so much the wife couldn't help the situation. Plus, the energetic nature of the husband is good, Eliano reasoned, attempting to justify the fatigue. Since the chances of having children are higher. Shaking off the thoughts, Eliano glanced toward the door. Oh, come to think of it, Fable should be in the politics lesson right now. Maybe the sister should go take a look. In the study room, the young prince sat slumped over an open book, looking small and desolate in the silence. Outside the heavy wooden doors, a hushed voice drifted through the corridor. Looks like the lesson has already started, but it sounds rather troubling in there. A quiet murmur responded from the side. An attendant bowed slightly, asking, Shall I tell them you have arrived, Your Grace? No. The noble gestured for silence, eyes fixed on the door. Let's wait here a while longer. Inside the room, the atmosphere was stifling. The instructor stood over the young student, voice dripping with condescension. You must learn to be wise, Your Highness. The boy looked down at the desk, confused. But Her Grace said I was clever. You are being rather dim, the teacher retorted sharply. I did not mean that sort of cleverness. The man tapped a finger rhythmically against the open book on the desk. What I mean is that you must never forget the grace of the suns. The teacher leaned closer, shadow falling over the student. I have not forgotten. Then carve it into your very being, and live as quietly as the dead. That is all I have to teach you. The instructor straightened up, looking down with a sneer. This is the sole reason Her Grace hired me, as your politics teacher. The heavy doors swung open with a resounding thud. No, the teacher flinched, spinning around in surprise. The Grand Duchess strode into the room, gaze piercing and cold. "My command was for you to teach him politics, Baron Wells." The noble stopped before the trembling man. "To tell the prince to live as quietly as the dead was never your place. I did not ask you to impart such things." The Grand Duchess continued, voice steady but dangerous. "And I find it remarkable that you claimed to speak my intentions when I myself had no such thought. Forgive me, Your Grace." The teacher bowed frantically, a visible chill running through the room. The Grand Duchess turned attention to the seated child. "Your Highness," the boy looked up, wide-eyed. "Charlotte appears to be waiting for you in the garden. Perhaps you should head there." "Yes, Your Grace." The boy jumped up, face brightening, and dashed out of the room without looking back. "Now." The warmth vanished from the noble's face as the door clicked shut. "Tell me who set you to this." The teacher remained silent, sweat beading on a pale forehead. "I assume you did not act by yourself, correct?" The Grand Duchess stared at the man's rigid back. Hands clenched at the sides. "Why can't you tell me?" The silence stretched, heavy and suffocating. "Is it perhaps the sun's command?" The man jolted. "No, Your Grace. It was the Crown Prince." The Grand Duchess stood motionless. "So Hires wanted this, not the Emperor?" The teacher looked up, eyes pleading. "The Crown Prince has said that Prince Fablesica ought not to harbor vain ambitions. I ask that you endeavor to understand his intentions, Your Grace." "Then I shall ask you another question," the noble replied, voice dropping to a terrifying whisper. "Why did you dare speak on my behalf?" The man froze, realizing the gravity of the error. "Surely you haven't forgotten that I am the Grand Duchess." The figure loomed over the kneeling man. "I shall inform the Crown Prince that Baron Wells presumed to speak in the imperial family's name, and that his estate must be seized and his rank stripped. I beg your forgiveness, Your Grace." The teacher collapsed to the floor, trembling violently. "I have greatly disrespected you in my ignorance." "Yes, you have committed grave discourtesy," the Grand Duchess agreed coldly. "You were insolent, and treated me with hostility for being an outsider." "Pardon?" The man blinked, confusion breaking through the terror. "Here is what you will tell the little son," the noble commanded. "As of today, you have been relieved of your duties as a teacher. The reason for your dismissal is that you misrepresented the Grand Duchess, and she would not forgive your actions. Thank you for your consideration, Your Grace." The man bowed until the forehead touched the floor. The Grand Duchess turned away, cape swirling. "Come, Jane." Walking through the dimly lit corridors, memories of a distant past surfaced. "When I was young, my father limited my education to etiquette and the cultural arts. Taking an interest in other fields was strictly forbidden. You are not a viscountess, so there is no need for you to learn such things." The noble recalled the sensation of invisible strings manipulating every move. "Thus, I was raised to be his puppet. And for that same reason, Fable probably never received proper education in his previous life." The Grand Duchess stared ahead, resolve hardening. "His growth would have made it difficult to keep him as a mere regent. But I do not want to be like my father." Heavy steps echoed in the grand entrance hall. A tall figure clad in armor approached, helmet removed to reveal tired eyes. "Welcome back, Your Grace." The commander nodded, offering a faint smile. "I am relieved that you have returned safely. Thankfully, the monsters were not a grave threat, so there was no need for me to act." The armored figure paused, studying the other's expression. "But has something happened? You look troubled." Later, in the privacy of the drawing room, the Grand Duchess explained the day's events. Baron Wells, who I had assigned as Fable's politics teacher, was working for the Crown Prince. The Grand Duke sat in a high-backed chair unperturbed. "What orders did Hires give him?" "He told the prince to live as if he were dead," the warrior sighed, leaning back. "I never told him to teach the prince to know his place. But he is right," the commander stated calmly, eyes closed. "It is a virtue Fable needs." "Pardon?" The Grand Duchess stared in disbelief. "Has he not already acquired that virtue by enduring contempt in the palace?" the noble demanded, voice rising. "What could you possibly achieve by oppressing a defenseless young prince? Hires is—" The Grand Duchess turned away sharply, cutting off the explanation. "Please do not defend the Crown Prince before me." I will not listen any further. The Grand Duke opened eyes that held a complex mix of emotions. All right. I will not talk about him then. However, I still have a matter to discuss with you regarding Fable's education. The man clasped hands together, leaning forward earnestly. You must have noticed as well. The more Fable learns, the more he will stand out. Not only to Hiraise, but also to the Emperor. Surely you do not mean his growth will endanger him? The Grand Duchess countered. He is but a single child. To suggest that the North cannot protect him is absurd. Your Grace, the commander interrupted softly. Are you afraid of defying His Majesty? The Grand Duchess fell silent, processing the question. Then, eyes flashing with determination, the noble looked up. Very well. If you won't do it, then I will. The figure stood tall, silhouetted against the window. Whether it's the Crown Prince or His Majesty the Emperor, I won't allow anyone to lay a hand on the House of Howard. That evening, as the castle settled into the quiet of night, a servant approached the noble. You called for me, Your Grace? Carol. The Grand Duchess looked at the head maid. I have a task for you. Tonight is the evening of the servants' general inspection, isn't it? Yes, Your Grace. Then use the opportunity to tell everyone this. The noble turned to face the window, where the last light of day faded into darkness. The Grand Duchess is looking for a deep blue flower of trust, and she intends to purchase it directly from its owner. The sound of cutlery against porcelain echoed sharply in the quiet dining hall. Clack. Then, the scrape of silverware. Clatter. A servant stood nearby, observing the solitary figure at the long table. Have you already finished your meal, Your Grace? The Empress placed her fork down, the plate before her barely touched. Yes, I don't really have an appetite today. She rose from the table, her footsteps soft against the floor. Step, step. As she walked, her thoughts drifted inward, heavy and unresolved. Ever since that day, I have not been able to look him in the face, and I have not set foot in our chamber for days. She paused, the weight of her emotions pressing down. However, I am not disappointed in him. Rather, it is that a sense of frustration wells up in me whenever I look at him. The fabric of her dress rustled as she moved. Her mind lingered on the two people who occupied her thoughts. Why must he and Fable live as if shackled in silence, compelled to keep their heads down? Later, under the cold light of the moon, the Empress stood on a secluded terrace of the castle. The night air was still. Step. A voice emerged from the shadows. I see you're not surprised this time either. Slide. A hooded figure moved fluidly into the moonlight, his features obscured. The Empress remained calm. Oh, I'm surprised. Surprised that you only came days after I had sent word. The figure bowed slightly, though his tone held a playful edge. Please have mercy, Your Grace. I have been quite busy these days. I understand, the Empress replied, her voice steady. As the guild master, it's only natural that you'd be busy. Thank you for your understanding, he said, stepping closer. Step. Then, he paused, a hint of curiosity in his posture. But how did you know that I'm the guild master of Aster? The Empress met his gaze, unflinching. I asked to see the guild master, and you came. I assume that means you're not here as a mere messenger? The hooded man tilted his head. Looks like she doesn't want to tell me. Under the hood, a smile spread across his face. Of course. You are a valued customer of the Vianteka branch. We would be delighted to provide you with the best service. He leaned against a pillar. Still, I wonder what matter compelled you to send a direct request to the guild master. It is actually quite simple, the Empress stated. I want you to identify the rats in the Howard mansion, and bring me evidence if you can. The guild master turned, his silhouette sharp against the night sky. Surely you are aware that such a request is not as simple as it sounds. Yes. That's why I'm asking you personally. The figure chuckled softly beneath his hood. Very well. He straightened, his demeanor shifting to one of solemn promise. I swear by Aster that I will bring every last one of them before you. He reached into his cloak. Do you still have the token I gave you? The Empress produced a dark, ornate hairpin. Swish. You mean this? A northern branch of Aster will open its doors soon, he explained. Present your token there, and you will be able to meet me. He turned to leave, his boots clicking against the stone step. Then, he stopped, glancing back over his shoulder. Also, I suggest you visit your chamber tonight. Leaving a man alone every night hardly seems fair. The Empress froze. Jolt. The words struck a chord she had been ignoring. Flint has been sleeping alone in the chamber? She found herself standing before the heavy wooden doors of the bedroom. With a deep breath, she pushed one open. Creak. The room was dim, illuminated only by the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the window. Flint sat on the edge of the bed, still dressed in his shirt and trousers, his head bowed in exhaustion. He looked up as she entered, his eyes wide with surprise. How long have you? He hesitated, his voice rough. Will you be spending the night here today? The Empress stepped inside, the door closing softly behind her. I have just arrived. Flint turned fully toward her. His hand reached out, tentative. She did not pull away, slide. Her hand met his. The distance between them vanished in an instant. Ah, she thought, as he pulled her close. I suppose this is why. Kiss. Their lips met, a silent reconciliation in the quiet of the night. They say a lover's quarrel is merely a spat. The guildmaster's voice seemed to echo, narrating the inevitability of their reunion. Back in the dim light of the meeting place, the guildmaster flipped a page of the document in his hands. Flip. It seems I was correct, he said, his tone businesslike once more. He was embezzling the funds. The Empress looked at the paper he held. And the amount, the guildmaster continued, tapping a finger on the ledger, is outrageous. I never regarded Miles as a man of such audacity. That man Miles, the Empress murmured, staring at the rows of numbers. Has he been at the Howard estate long? That is correct, the guildmaster confirmed. It is much like a dog that bites the hand that feeds him. He paused, reconsidering his words. I do not believe bites is the most appropriate expression. What do you mean? She asked. Here, take a look at the flow of funds. He pointed to a specific column. Tap, tap. The numbers were damning. Wouldn't you say that sold you out as a more fitting description? The Empress's expression hardened as she read the list. Oh, and the list of the rats should be ready for you soon, the guildmaster added casually. Is that so? That was quick. The hooded man shrugged, a smirk evident in his voice. Those fools were completely careless. They did not even make an effort to hide themselves. They were all gathered in one place to share information. He leaned back. But I suppose that was the measure of their confidence. Frankly, none would have dared to expose them were it not for you, Your Grace. The Empress crossed her arms, a small smile touching her lips. I will take that as a compliment. The guildmaster's eyes narrowed slightly, visible through the opening of his hood. In any case, you may not be curious, but I shall inform you just in case. The name of that group is Clover. A sinister image formed in the air, a dark spade symbol looming over shadowy figures. They serve one individual, functioning as their eyes and ears across all of Vianteca. He explained grimly. It is quite literally a network of spies in the flesh. Network of spies, you say? The Empress mused, looking out at the sky. The guildmaster noticed her distracted gaze. You have an urgent business to attend to? Yes, he replied, adjusting his cloak. In different circumstances, I would bring Fable along. He glanced toward the door. But I am assured in leaving him under your care, Your Grace. The Empress bowed her head politely. I appreciate you telling me that. Please look after him while I'm gone, he requested, a rare note of genuine concern in his voice. Bow. I will pay more attention to his safety, she promised. So don't worry and go ahead. The guildmaster departed, leaving the Empress alone. Elsewhere in the mansion, a young boy with golden hair sat quietly in a large armchair. Step. A shadow fell over him. Step. Behind the chair, a gloved hand tightened its grip on a dagger. Twist. The blade caught the light, poised to strike. Pwish.